This is Station Nighthawk broadcasting to all survivors out there. My name is Atlas, and I'm coming to you live from our hidden bunker, deep beneath the ruins of what was once a thriving metropolis. It's been 73 days since the outbreak began. 73 days since our world changed forever. For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the voice of hope in this new dangerous world we find ourselves in. Before we dive into today's broadcast, let me remind you all to stay vigilant, stay quiet, and above all, stay alive. The infected are out there, and they're always listening, always hunting. But as long as we're here, as long as we keep fighting, there's hope. Remember that. Now, let's talk about what's happened to our world. For those who've been with us from the beginning, you know the story. But for any new listeners who might have just found a working radio, let me bring you up to speed. It all started with what we now call the sleeper virus. At first it seemed like nothing more than a particularly nasty flu season. People were getting sick, yes, but nothing we hadn't seen before. How wrong we were. The first cases appeared simultaneously in major cities across the globe. New York, London, Tokyo, Moscow, Sydney. They all reported the same symptoms within hours of each other. It started with a fever, then fatigue, and finally, a deep, unnatural sleep. We thought naively that it would pass, that people would wake up, and life would go on. But when they did wake up, they weren't themselves anymore. The infected, as we call them now, became violent, mindless husks, driven only by an insatiable hunger. They attacked without warning, without mercy, and without rest. And worst of all, their bites, their scratches, even their blood could spread the infection. It was like something out of a horror movie, except this was our reality now. Within weeks, governments collapsed. Military forces were overwhelmed. Society as we knew it descended into chaos. Now the infected roam the streets day and night, their haunting moans echoing through abandoned cities. But we're still here. We're still fighting. And as long as I have breath in my body and a microphone in my hand, I'll be here, broadcasting to anyone who can hear me. Today's broadcast is going to be a long one, folks. We've got a lot to cover, from the latest updates on the virus itself to survival tips that could save your life. We'll be discussing the current state of our major cities, what's left of our government and military response, and the known safe zones and quarantine areas. We'll also be taking your questions and concerns throughout the broadcast, so if you have a way to reach us, don't hesitate. But before we get into all of that, I want to talk more about the sleeper virus itself. Knowledge is power, especially now, and understanding this enemy might just be the key to our survival. So let's start at the beginning. The origins of the sleeper virus are still shrouded in mystery. Some say it was a biological weapon gone wrong. Others claim it mutated from an existing virus. The truth is, we may never know for sure. What we do know is that it spread faster than anyone could have predicted. The virus seems to have a unique ability to lie dormant in its host for several days before symptoms appear. This allowed it to spread silently through populations before anyone even realized there was a threat. By the time the first cases were identified, it was already too late. The virus had already established itself in every major population center around the globe. The progression of the virus is swift and brutal. It starts with flu-like symptoms, fever, fatigue, body aches. Nothing too alarming at first. But within 24 to 48 hours, the infected fall into a deep, coma-like sleep. This is where the virus got its name, the sleeper virus. This sleep can last anywhere from 12 to 72 hours. And when the infected wake up, well, that's when the real horror begins. The virus seems to attack the brain, specifically the areas controlling higher reasoning and impulse control. The result is a being driven purely by base instincts, particularly hunger. The infected become incredibly aggressive, attacking and attempting to consume any uninfected individual they come across. They don't sleep, they don't tire, they just hunt. But it's not just the behavior that changes. The virus causes physical mutations as well. The infected develop enhanced strength and speed, making them incredibly dangerous in close quarters. Their skin becomes pale and mottled, and their eyes, well, let's just say, you'll know them when you see them. One of the most insidious aspects of the sleeper virus is its method of transmission. It's not airborne. Thank whatever gods you believe in for that small mercy. but it can be transmitted through bodily fluids, blood, saliva, even sweat. A bite or a scratch from an infected is almost certainly a death sentence. But even close contact can be dangerous. We've had reports of people becoming infected after getting splashed with infected blood during a fight. The incubation period seems to vary from person to person. Some turn within hours of being infected, others can take days. This unpredictability makes it all the more dangerous. You never know if the person next to you might be carrying the virus, just waiting to turn. Now, I know this all sounds grim, and I won't lie to you. It is, but knowledge is our best weapon right now. Understanding how the virus works, how it spreads, that's the first step in learning how to fight it. And make no mistake, we are fighting. Every day we survive is a victory. Every time we outsmart the infected, we're one step closer to reclaiming our world. But enough about the virus itself for now. Let's talk about what it's done to our world, specifically our cities. I've been receiving reports from survivors all over the globe, and I want to share what I've learned with all of you. Let's start with New York City, once the bustling heart of America. The Big Apple has fallen silent. The city that never sleeps is now in a nightmare it can't wake up from. Central Park, once a green oasis in the concrete jungle, has become a makeshift graveyard. The skyscrapers that once defined the skyline now stand as silent sentinels over empty streets. But it's not completely abandoned. We've had reports of survivor groups holed up in fortified buildings, particularly in the upper floors of high-rises. They've learned that the infected have trouble with stairs, so the higher up you are, the safer you tend to be. The subway system, once the lifeblood of the city, has become a deadly labyrinth. Dark, confined spaces filled with infected. If you're in New York, avoid the underground at all costs. Stick to the rooftops if you can. Use the fire escapes and sky bridges to move between buildings. And if you must go to street level, be quick and be quiet. We've heard that a group of survivors has managed to secure and fortify Ellis Island. They're using boats to make supply runs into the city, taking advantage of the fact that the infected can't swim. If you can make it to the water's edge, try signaling them. They might just be your ticket out of the hot zone. Now, let's move across the pond to London. The situation there is equally dire, but with its own unique challenges. The sprawling nature of the city has made it difficult for survivors to band together. The infected roam the streets in large packs, making any movement extremely dangerous. However, we've had reports of a group that's managed to secure the Tower of London. Its thick stone walls and strategic location have made it an ideal stronghold. They've even managed to get some of the old radios working and have been broadcasting on an emergency frequency. If you're in London, try to make your way there. But be careful, the Thames may be your best route. The London Underground, much like New York's subway, has become a death trap. Avoid it at all costs. Some of the larger parks, like Hyde Park and Regent's Park, have become hunting grounds for the infected. Stay in the built-up areas where you have more options for escape and concealment. One bit of good news from London survivors there have discovered that the old air raid shelters from World War II are still accessible in some areas. These underground bunkers are proving to be excellent hideouts, as long as you can secure the entrances. If you can find one, it might just save your life. But it's not just the Western world that's suffering. Reports from Tokyo paint a grim picture of one of the world's most populous cities brought to its knees. The dense urban landscape that once housed millions has become a maze of danger and death. However, the Japanese penchant for emergency preparedness has paid off in some areas. We've heard that some of the larger earthquake shelters have been successfully converted into survivor strongholds. These facilities, designed to withstand natural disasters, are proving equally effective against the infected. If you're in Tokyo, try to locate one of these shelters. They often have supplies and are built to house large numbers of people. The famous Shibuya crossing, once one of the busiest intersections in the world, is now eerily empty. Survivors have reported using the large video screens there to broadcast messages and warnings. If you're trying to connect with other survivors in Tokyo, that might be a good place to start. Just be careful, the open space situation is the use of vending machines. These ubiquitous fixtures of Japanese urban life are proving to be unexpected lifelines. Many are still stocked with food and drinks, providing crucial supplies for those brave or desperate enough to venture out. Some survivors have even figured out how to break into them quietly, turning them into secret caches. Now, let's delve deeper into the sleeper virus, its origins, and how it spreads. Understanding our enemy is crucial to our survival, and the more we know, the better equipped we'll be to protect ourselves and potentially find a way to fight back. The origins of the sleeper virus remain a mystery. Some speculate it was a biological weapon that escaped containment, while others believe it mutated from an existing virus. There are even those who claim it's of extraterrestrial origin. The truth is, we may never know for certain. What we do know is that it appeared suddenly and spread with alarming speed. The first confirmed cases were reported simultaneously in major cities across the globe. Within hours, hospitals in New York, London, Tokyo, Moscow, and Sydney were all reporting patients with the same unusual symptoms. This simultaneous outbreak in geographically distant locations is part of what fuels the biological weapon theory. How else could the virus appear in so many places at once? Initially, the symptoms appeared to be those of a particularly aggressive flu. Patients reported high fevers, extreme fatigue, and body aches. However, unlike a typical flu, these symptoms progressed rapidly. Within 24 to 48 hours of the onset of symptoms, patients would fall into a deep, coma-like sleep. This is where the virus got its name, the sleeper virus. This sleep state is perhaps the most insidious aspect of the virus. It allowed infected individuals to travel long distances before showing any symptoms, spreading the virus far and wide before anyone realized there was a threat. By the time the first cases were identified and quarantine measures were attempted, it was already too late. The virus had established itself in every major population center around the globe. The duration of this sleep state varies from person to person, lasting anywhere from 12 to 72 hours. During this time, the virus is aggressively attacking the host's brain, particularly the areas controlling higher reasoning and impulse control. It's also causing rapid mutations in the body, enhancing strength and speed while degrading cognitive functions. When the infected wake up, they're no longer the people they once were. The virus has transformed them into something else entirely. They become incredibly aggressive, driven by an insatiable hunger. They attack without provocation, without mercy, and seemingly without tiring. Their only goal appears to be to spread the infection. The physical changes in the infected are equally disturbing. Their skin becomes pale and mottled, often taking on a grayish hue. Their eyes become cloudy, sometimes even appearing to glow in low light conditions. They develop enhanced strength and speed, making them incredibly dangerous in close quarters. Their pain receptors seem to be dulled or completely shut down, allowing them to continue fighting even with injuries that would incapacitate or kill a normal human. One of the most terrifying aspects of the sleeper virus is its method of transmission. While it's not airborne, it can be transmitted through any bodily fluid. Blood, saliva, even sweat can carry the virus. A bite or scratch from an infected individual is almost certainly a death sentence, but even close contact can be dangerous. There have been confirmed cases of infection from something as simple as getting splashed with infected blood during a confrontation. The incubation period of the virus varies widely from person to person. Some turn within hours of being infected, while others can take days. This unpredictability makes it all the more dangerous. You never know if the person next to you might be carrying the virus, just waiting to turn. It's important to note that the infected do not appear to be dead, despite some early reports referring to them as zombies. They still have bodily functions. They can be killed by conventional means, and they don't seem to decay like a corpse would. They're very much alive, just changed in fundamental and horrifying ways. The sleeper virus seems to have a particularly devastating effect on the brain. Autopsies performed on infected individuals in the early days of the outbreak revealed significant changes to brain structure and chemistry. The areas of the brain responsible for higher reasoning, emotional control, and long-term memory appear to be the most affected. This explains the complete loss of personality and the reversion to base animalistic behavior. Interestingly, the parts of the brain responsible for procedural memory seem to be largely intact. This means that the infected retain their ability to perform complex physical tasks. They can still open doors, climb stairs, and even use simple tools. This retention of physical skills combined with their enhanced strength and speed makes them incredibly dangerous. The virus also seems to affect the hypothalamus, the part of the brain responsible for regulating hunger, thirst, and body temperature. This could explain the infected's constant state of aggression and apparent hunger. They don't seem to require food or water in the traditional sense, but they're driven to attack and consume uninfected individuals. Whether this is an attempt to spread the virus or a result of the damaged brain interpreting all stimuli as hunger is unclear. One of the most baffling aspects of the sleeper virus is its apparent ability to reanimate recently deceased individuals. There have been numerous reports of people who died from other causes turning into infected within hours of death, provided the brain remained intact. This has led to the grim necessity of destroying the brains of all who die, regardless of the cause. The virus's effect on animals is another area of concern. While it doesn't seem to infect most animals, there have been reports of dogs, cats, and primates exhibiting similar symptoms to infected humans. Whether this is due to the virus mutating, or if these animals were always susceptible, is unknown. For now, it's best to exercise extreme caution around any animals you encounter, especially those that appear to be behaving erratically. Despite the grim nature of the sleeper virus, there is some hope. Reports have come in of individuals who seem to be immune to the virus. These people can be bitten or scratched by the infected without turning. While these cases are rare, their existence suggests that there might be a natural defense against the virus. Scientists, or what's left of them, are desperately trying to study these immune individuals to develop a potential cure or vaccine. There have also been unconfirmed reports of infected individuals who have retained some semblance of their former selves. These aware infected, as they're being called, seem to be able to control their violent impulses to some degree. While they still suffer from the physical effects of the virus, they don't attack uninfected humans. These cases are extremely rare and not fully verified, but if true, they could provide valuable insight into the nature of the virus and potential treatments. Now, I know all of this information might seem overwhelming, even frightening, but remember, knowledge is power. Understanding how the sleeper virus works, how it spreads, and what it does to its victims is crucial to our survival. This information can help you make better decisions, avoid unnecessary risks, and potentially save your life or the lives of those around you. For example, knowing that the virus is transmitted through bodily fluids means you should always wear protective gear when dealing with the infected or when in areas where they might have been. Gloves, masks, and eye protection can mean the difference between life and death. Understanding the behavior of the infected can help you avoid or escape them. They're drawn to sound and movement, so staying quiet and still when they're nearby is crucial. They don't seem to have great eyesight, especially in low-light conditions, so darkness can be your friend if you need to move around them. Knowing about the variable incubation period means you need to be cautious around anyone who might have been exposed, even if they're not showing symptoms. This is why many survivor groups have implemented quarantine procedures for new arrivals. It's not about mistrust, it's about survival. The fact that the infected retain some physical skills means you should never underestimate them. Don't assume that a locked door will keep them out, or that they can't follow you up a ladder. Always have multiple escape routes planned, and never let your guard down. Understanding the virus's effect on the brain can help you predict infected behavior to some extent. They're driven by base instincts, primarily hunger. They don't plan, they don't strategize, they simply react. Use this to your advantage. Create distractions, lead them into traps, outsmart them. The potential existence of immune individuals and aware infected gives us hope for the future. If you encounter anyone who seems to be immune or an infected individual who isn't violent, try to make contact with one of the remaining research facilities. Your information could be crucial. Every day we survive is a victory. Every bit of knowledge we gain brings us one step closer to understanding this virus and potentially finding a way to stop it. We've faced pandemics before as a species, and we've always come through. This time will be no different. It's going to be hard, it's going to take time, but we will survive. We will rebuild, and one day, we will reclaim our world from this virus. Now, Let's move on to discuss how the sleeper virus has affected our major cities. We've already touched on New York, London, and Tokyo, but there's more to cover. Remember, understanding the situation in these urban centers can provide valuable insights for survival, whether you're in a city yourself or considering venturing into one for supplies. Let's turn our attention to Moscow. The Russian capital, with its vast urban sprawl and harsh climate, presents unique challenges and opportunities for survivors. The city's wide avenues, once a testament to Soviet-era urban planning, now serve as killing fields where the infected roam in large numbers. However, the city's extensive metro system, one of the deepest in the world, has become a haven for survivors. Reports indicate that several stations of the Moscow metro have been converted into makeshift shelters. The deep tunnels provide natural protection from the surface chaos, and many stations were already equipped with heavy doors designed to serve as nuclear bunkers. If you're in Moscow, making your way to one of these metro shelters should be a priority. Be warned, though not all stations are safe. Some have been overrun, and the dark tunnels can be death traps if you're not careful. The sleeper virus has transformed the infected into something truly terrifying. Let's delve deeper into how this virus affects those unfortunate enough to contract it, and what that means for our survival. When an individual becomes infected with the sleeper virus, the changes begin almost immediately, though they may not be apparent at first. The initial symptoms, as we've discussed, mimic a severe flu. But it's what happens inside the body that's truly horrifying. The virus attacks the brain with frightening speed and efficiency. It seems to target specific areas, particularly those responsible for higher reasoning, emotional control, and long-term memory. This explains the complete loss of personality we see in the infected. They're not just behaving erratically, they've lost everything that made them who they were. But the virus doesn't stop there. It also enhances certain areas of the brain, particularly those responsible for aggression, sensory processing, and motor control. This results in the increased speed, strength, and heightened senses we've observed in the infected. The physical changes are equally disturbing. The infected develop a pallid, almost grayish skin tone. Their eyes become cloudy, sometimes taking on an unnatural glow, especially in low light conditions. Their muscles seem to densify, giving them their enhanced strength. They also appear to lose body fat at an accelerated rate, leading to an emaciated appearance in those who've been infected for longer periods. One of the most notable changes is in the infected's pain response, or rather, the lack thereof. They seem to be able to ignore injuries that would incapacitate or kill a normal human. This doesn't mean they can't be killed, but it does make them incredibly dangerous in combat situations. They'll keep coming at you no matter how much damage they take until you manage to stop them completely. The behavioral changes are perhaps the most frightening aspect of the infection. The infected become incredibly aggressive, attacking any uninfected individual they come across with savage ferocity. They don't speak, they don't reason, they just attack. It's as if all higher brain functions have been stripped away, leaving only the most basic, primal instincts. Interestingly, the infected don't seem to attack each other. Whether this is due to some form of recognition, or simply because they don't register each other as prey is unclear. What is clear is that this behavior allows them to form large packs, making them even more dangerous. The infected also display an insatiable hunger, constantly seeking to attack and consume the uninfected. However, they don't seem to require food or water in the traditional sense. Autopsies have shown that their digestive systems are largely non-functional. The drive to eat seems to be more about spreading the infection than about sustenance. One particularly disturbing aspect of the infected's behavior is their reaction to sound. They're incredibly sensitive to noise, able to pinpoint the source of even the slightest sound with unnerving accuracy. This makes stealth absolutely crucial when moving through infected heavy areas. A single misstep, a cough, even a whisper, can bring a horde down on you. The infected also seem to be more active at night. While they don't sleep in the traditional sense, they do appear to enter a sort of dormant state during daylight hours, becoming more lethargic and less responsive. As soon as the sun sets, however, they become hyper-aggressive and much more dangerous. This nocturnal behavior has led some survivors to adopt a diurnal lifestyle, only moving and scavenging during daylight hours and hiding away at night. Now, you might be wondering why I'm telling you all this. It's not just to scare you, although I won't deny that the infected are terrifying. No, I'm sharing this information because understanding the enemy is crucial to survival. Knowing how the infected behave, what drives them, what their strengths and weaknesses are, this knowledge can keep you alive. For example, knowing that the infected are drawn to sound means you need to prioritize stealth in everything you do. Learn to move silently. Use distractions to your advantage. A thrown rock or a activated car alarm can draw infected away from your position, giving you a chance to escape or scavenge. Understanding their enhanced strength and inability to feel pain means you should avoid close quarters combat at all costs. If you must fight, use ranged weapons or tools that allow you to keep your distance. Remember, even a seemingly incapacitated infected can be a threat. Their sensitivity to light can also be used to your advantage. Bright lights, especially sudden flashes, seem to disorient them. Some survivors have reported success using high-powered flashlights or flares as defensive tools. Knowledge of their pack behavior is also crucial. Where you see one infected, there are likely more nearby. Always be aware of your surroundings and have an escape route planned. Don't let yourself get boxed in. Their nocturnal nature means that nighttime travel should be avoided whenever possible. If you must move at night, stick to well-lit areas if you can. The infected may be more active, but the light will help you spot them before they spot you. Now, I know this all sounds grim, and I won't lie to you, it is. The infected are a formidable enemy, and they outnumber us significantly. But remember, we have something they don't: intelligence, the ability to reason and plan. We can outsmart them. We can survive. But survival isn't just about avoiding the infected. It's also about understanding the world we now live in. The sleeper virus hasn't just changed people, it's changed our entire way of life. The social structures we once relied on, the systems that kept our world running, they're all gone now. We need to adapt, to create new ways of living in this changed world. One of the biggest changes is in how we form communities. Pre-outbreak, we lived in large, open societies. Now, survival often depends on forming small, tightly knit groups. These groups provide safety in numbers, allow for the sharing of resources and skills, and provide the human connection we all need to maintain our sanity in these trying times. However, forming these communities comes with its own challenges. The constant threat of the infected means that many survivors have become paranoid, unwilling to trust outsiders. This is understandable, but it's also dangerous. Isolation can be just as deadly as the infected in the long run. We need to find a balance between caution and openness, between protecting ourselves and helping others. Another major change is in how we approach resources. In the old world, we lived in a society of abundance. Now, every can of food, every bottle of water, every bullet is precious. Scavenging has become a crucial skill, but it's not just about finding supplies. It's about knowing how to use what you find efficiently. For example, let's talk about food. Canned goods are obviously valuable, but they're also heavy and can be noisy to open. Dried foods, on the other hand, are lightweight and silent. Learning to forage for edible plants can supplement your diet and reduce your reliance on scavenged goods. Some survivor groups have even started small-scale farming operations, using rooftops or cleared areas to grow food. Water is another critical resource. Finding clean water can be challenging, especially in urban areas where water treatment plants are no longer functioning. Learning how to purify water is a crucial survival skill. Boiling is effective, but requires fuel. Chemical treatments like iodine tablets are useful, but have a limited shelf life. Some survivors have had success setting up rainwater collection systems or using solar stills to produce clean water. Medical supplies are perhaps the most precious resource in our new world. With hospitals overrun and pharmaceutical production halted, even minor injuries or illnesses can become life-threatening. Learning basic first aid is no longer optional. It's a necessity. Some survivor groups have managed to secure supplies of antibiotics and other crucial medications, making them invaluable. Another consideration. In the early days of the outbreak, many survivors relied heavily on firearms. While guns can be effective against the infected, they also attract more with their noise. As ammunition has become scarce, many have turned to silent weapons like bows, crossbows, or melee weapons. Remember, the best weapon against the infected is one you don't have to use. Avoidance and stealth should always be your first line of defense. Transportation is another area that's seen significant changes. With fuel becoming scarce and many roads blocked by abandoned vehicles, traditional cars are often more trouble than they're worth. Bicycles have become popular among survivors, offering a silent, fuel-free mode of transportation. In some areas, horses have made a comeback, although caring for them can be challenging in our resource-scarce world. Communication is another crucial aspect of survival. With cell networks and the internet down, staying in touch with other survivors can be challenging. Some groups have had success using CB or ham radios to communicate over long distances. Others have set up more localized systems using walkie-talkies or even old-fashioned methods like signal fires or message boards. But perhaps the most important resource in our new world is knowledge. Skills that were once considered quaint hobbies, things like gardening, sewing, basic carpentry, are now essential for survival. Books on topics like wilderness survival, first aid, and basic engineering have become incredibly valuable. If you have access to such resources, guard them carefully and share the knowledge they contain. Education has taken on a new importance, with survivors working to pass on crucial skills to younger generations. Now, I know all of this can seem overwhelming. The world has changed so much, so quickly. It's natural to feel lost, to feel afraid. But remember, humans are incredibly adaptable. We've faced disasters before. We've rebuilt from ruins. We will survive this too. Every day that you wake up, every time you outsmart the infected or find a crucial supply, you're winning. You're proving that humanity is stronger than this virus. And you're not alone. There are others out there, fighting, surviving, just like you. And as long as we keep fighting, as long as we keep helping each other, there's hope. In future broadcasts, we'll delve deeper into specific survival strategies, share success stories from survivor communities, and provide updates on any developments in the fight against the sleeper virus. For now, stay safe, stay quiet, and most importantly, stay human. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but I'll be back. Keep listening, survivors. Keep hope alive. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, continuing our broadcast from Station Nighthawk. We've covered a lot of ground already, but there's still more to discuss. Let's turn our attention to the current state of some of our major cities, starting with New York and London. Understanding the situation in these urban centers can provide valuable insights for survival, whether you're in a city yourself or considering venturing into one for supplies. New York City, once the bustling heart of America, has fallen silent. The city that never sleeps is now trapped in a waking nightmare. Central Park, once a green oasis in the concrete jungle, has become a makeshift graveyard. The skyscrapers that once defined the skyline now stand as silent sentinels over empty streets. But it's not completely abandoned. We've had reports of survivor groups holed up in fortified buildings, particularly in the upper floors of high-rises. They've learned that the infected have trouble with stairs, so the higher up you are, the safer you tend to be. These vertical communities have developed ingenious systems for collecting rainwater, growing food on rooftops, and using solar panels for power. The subway system, once the lifeblood of the city, has become a deadly labyrinth. Dark, confined spaces filled with infected. If you're in New York, avoid the underground at all costs. Stick to the rooftops if you can. Use the fire escapes and sky bridges to move between buildings. And if you must go to street level, be quick and be quiet. We've heard that a group of survivors has managed to secure and fortify Ellis Island. They're using boats to make supply runs into the city, taking advantage of the fact that the infected can't swim. If you can make it to the water's edge, try signaling them. They might just be your ticket out of the hot zone. Times Square, once a symbol of the city's vibrant life, is now a haunting reminder of what we've lost. The giant screens that once blazed with advertisements now stand dark and silent. But there's a silver lining. Even in this, some survivor groups have managed to get a few of these screens working again, using them to broadcast messages and warnings to anyone still out there. The financial district, with its towering skyscrapers of glass and steel, has become a vertical maze. Some buildings have been connected with makeshift bridges at higher levels, creating a network above the infected-filled streets. If you can make it up there, you might find relative safety, and perhaps even a community of survivors. Now, let's cross the Atlantic and talk about London. The situation there is equally dire, but with its own unique challenges. The sprawling nature of the city has made it difficult for survivors to band together. The infected roam the streets in large packs, making any movement extremely dangerous. However, we've had reports of a group that's managed to secure the Tower of London. Its thick stone walls and strategic location have made it an ideal stronghold. They've even managed to get some of the old radios working and have been broadcasting on an emergency frequency. If you're in London, try to make your way there, but be careful, the Thames may be your best route. The London Underground, much like New York subway, has become a death trap. Avoid it at all costs. Some of the larger parks, like Hyde Park and Regent's Park, have become hunting grounds for the infected. Stay in the built-up areas where you have more options for escape and concealment. One bit of good news from London survivors there have discovered that the old air raid shelters from World War II are still accessible in some areas. These underground bunkers are proving to be excellent hideouts, as long as you can secure the entrances. If you can find one, it might just save your life. Buckingham Palace, once a symbol of the monarchy, has reportedly been converted into a fortified safe zone. The high walls and expansive grounds have allowed survivors to create a self-sustaining community. If you can make it there, you might find safety and a semblance of the world we've lost. The Thames, once a bustling waterway, has become a lifeline for survivors. Small boats ply the waters, trading supplies between riverbank communities. The infected can't swim, making the river a relatively safe route for travel and transport. If you can get your hands on a boat, even a small one, it could be your ticket to survival in London. Now, let's talk about some strategies for surviving in these urban environments. First and foremost, always have multiple escape routes planned. Cities are mazes of alleyways, fire escapes, and interconnected buildings. Learn your surroundings, and always have a backup plan. Scavenging is crucial, but it's also dangerous. When venturing out for supplies, travel light and move quickly. Carry only what you need, and be prepared to abandon your haul if you encounter infected. No supplies are worth your life. Water is going to be one of your biggest challenges in an urban environment. With water treatment plants no longer functioning, finding clean water can be difficult. Look for office buildings or other structures with water coolers or vending machines. These can be a source of clean, bottled water. Additionally, learn how to set up rainwater collection systems. Even in the city, you can gather a significant amount of water this way. Food is another critical concern. In the early days, supermarkets and convenience stores were obvious targets for scavenging, but by now, most of these will have been picked clean. Look for less obvious sources: restaurants, school cafeterias, or even vending machines. Don't overlook the possibility of urban farming. Many survivors have started rooftop gardens or converted small parks into vegetable plots. Security is paramount in the city. The high population density means more infected, but it also means more potential hiding places. Learn to move silently and stay out of sight. Use the height of buildings to your advantage. Scout from rooftops before venturing onto the streets. Communication is key to survival, especially in the sprawling urban landscape. If you can get your hands on walkie-talkies or other short-range communication devices, they can be invaluable for coordinating with your group or warning of approaching dangers. Remember, in the city, noise is your enemy. The infected are drawn to sound, and in the urban canyons, noise can travel far. Learn to move silently. Soft-soled shoes, careful foot placement, and patience are your friends. If you need to create a distraction, use it wisely. A car alarm or other loud noise can draw infected away from your position, but it can also attract every infected for blocks around. Light discipline is also crucial. At night, any light can be seen for miles in the darkened city. If you must use light, cover your windows and be mindful of light spill. The infected may be drawn to light sources, especially in the darkness. Let's address a question that many of you have been asking: how long can we expect to survive in these conditions? The truth is, there's no easy answer. In the early days of the outbreak, survival was often measured in hours or days. But as time has passed, we've learned to adapt. There are survivor communities out there that have been going strong for months. The key to long-term survival is sustainability. It's not enough to just scavenge and hide. We need to start rebuilding, start producing. Some urban communities have begun small-scale farming operations, using rooftops and cleared areas to grow food. Others have figured out how to generate electricity using solar panels or wind turbines salvaged from hardware stores. But perhaps the most important factor in long-term survival is community. Lone wolves might survive for a while, but it's the groups that are truly thriving. By working together, sharing skills and resources, we can accomplish so much more than we ever could alone. That's not to say that trusting others isn't risky. In this new world, desperation can drive people to do terrible things, but isolation can be just as deadly as the infected. We need each other not just for physical survival, but to maintain our humanity, to remember what we're fighting for. Now, I know that city living isn't for everyone. Some of you might be thinking about heading for the countryside, and there's certainly an argument to be made for that. Rural areas generally have lower population densities, which means fewer infected. There's more open space for farming, more natural resources to utilize. But rural survival comes with its own challenges. Supplies can be harder to come by. Medical care in particular can be a serious issue. And while there might be fewer infected, there's also less cover, less places to hide if you do encounter them. If you do decide to leave the city, plan your route carefully. Main highways are likely to be clogged with abandoned vehicles. Secondary roads might be clearer, but they also offer less options if you need to make a quick escape. Consider alternative modes of transportation. Bicycles, for instance, can navigate around obstacles that would stop a car, and they're silent to boot. Remember, whether you're in the heart of the city or out in the countryside, the basic rules of survival remain the same. Stay quiet, stay hidden, and stay alert. Always have an escape route planned, and never, ever underestimate the infected. Now, I know all of this can seem overwhelming. The world has changed so much, so quickly. It's natural to feel lost, to feel afraid. But remember, humans are incredibly adaptable. We've faced disasters before. We've rebuilt from ruins. We will survive this too. Every day that you wake up, every time you outsmart the infected or find a crucial supply, you're winning. You're proving that humanity is stronger than this virus, and you're not alone. There are others out there, fighting, surviving just like you. And as long as we keep fighting, as long as we keep helping each other, there's hope. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the current status of government and military response to the outbreak. Stay tuned, stay safe, and most importantly, stay human. This is Atlas, and you're listening to Station Nighthawk, the voice of survival in these dark times. We've covered New York and London, but there are other major cities around the world that have been dramatically impacted by the sleeper virus outbreak. Let's turn our attention to Tokyo, Moscow, and Sydney to get a broader picture of how urban centers worldwide are faring in this crisis. Tokyo, once one of the world's most populous and technologically advanced cities, has been brought to its knees by the outbreak. The dense urban landscape that once housed millions has become a maze of danger and death. However, the Japanese penchant for emergency preparedness has paid off in some areas. We've heard that some of the larger earthquake shelters have been successfully converted into survivor strongholds. These facilities, designed to withstand natural disasters, are proving equally effective against the infected. If you're in Tokyo, try to locate one of these shelters. They often have supplies and are built to house large numbers of people. The famous Shibuya crossing, once one of the busiest intersections in the world, is now eerily empty. Survivors have reported using the large video screens there to broadcast messages and warnings. If you're trying to connect with other survivors in Tokyo, that might be a good place to start. Just be careful, the open space makes you vulnerable. One unique aspect of Tokyo's situation is the use of vending machines. These ubiquitous fixtures of Japanese urban life are proving to be unexpected lifelines. Many are still stocked with food and drinks, providing crucial supplies for those brave or desperate enough to venture out. Some survivors have even figured out how to break into them quietly. turning them into secret caches. The Tokyo subway system, renowned for its efficiency, has become a double-edged sword. While the extensive network provides shelter and means of travel, it's also become a hunting ground for the infected. If you must use the subway, stick to the stations and avoid the tunnels where possible. Moving on to Moscow, the Russian capital presents its own unique challenges and opportunities. The city's wide avenues, once a testament to Soviet-era urban planning, now serve as killing fields where the infected roam in large numbers. However, the city's extensive metro system, one of the deepest in the world, has become a haven for survivors. Reports indicate that several stations of the Moscow metro have been converted into makeshift shelters. The deep tunnels provide natural protection from the surface chaos, and many stations were already equipped with heavy doors designed to serve as nuclear bunkers. If you're in Moscow, making your way to one of these metro shelters should be a priority. Be warned, though not all stations are safe. Some have been overrun, and the dark tunnels can be death traps if you're not careful. The harsh Russian winter, once a deterrent to invading armies, is now proving to be an unexpected ally against the infected. The extreme cold seems to slow them down, making them less of a threat during the winter months. Some survivors have taken advantage of this, using the winter to fortify their positions and gather supplies. The Kremlin, once the seat of Russian power, has reportedly been converted into a fortified safe zone. Its thick walls and strategic location make it an ideal stronghold. If you can make it there, you might find safety and a semblance of organized society. Now, let's talk about Sydney. The Australian city, known for its stunning harbor and iconic opera house, has faced its own set of challenges in the wake of the outbreak. The city's beaches, once crowded with tourists and locals alike, have become eerie no-man's lands. However, some survivor groups have found that the infected are poor swimmers, making boats and islands potential safe havens. The Sydney Opera House, with its unique design and harbor location, has been transformed into a survivor stronghold. Its multiple performance halls provide ample space for housing, while its elevated position and limited access points make it defensible. If you're in Sydney, making your way to the Opera House could be your best bet for finding an organized survivor community. The Sydney Harbour Bridge, another iconic landmark, has become a crucial lifeline. Survivor groups have fortified both ends, creating a defensible corridor between the north and south sides of the harbor. This allows for safer movement and trade between different survivor enclaves. One unique challenge faced by survivors in Sydney is the local wildlife. Australia was known for its dangerous animals before the outbreak, and now, with reduced human activity, some of these creatures are venturing further into urban areas. Be cautious of not just the infected, but also of snakes, spiders, and other potentially dangerous animals. Now, let's discuss some strategies that can be applied in any urban environment, regardless of the specific city you find yourself in. First and foremost, high ground is your friend. The infected seem to have trouble with stairs and inclines, so the higher up you can get, the safer you generally are. Many survivors have found success in creating rooftop gardens and living spaces in the upper floors of skyscrapers. Water collection and purification should be a top priority. In an urban environment, you can set up rain catchment systems on rooftops or in open areas. Remember, though, that urban rainwater may be contaminated, so always purify it before drinking. Look for office water coolers or vending machines for bottled water, but be prepared to purify water from less ideal sources like fountains or even toilet tanks in a pinch. Food scavenging in cities requires creativity. Don't just focus on obvious targets like grocery stores. These were likely cleaned out in the early days of the outbreak. Instead, look for overlooked sources. Restaurant supply warehouses, school cafeterias, and even vending machines can be gold mines. Don't forget about urban wildlife either. Pigeons, rats, and even stray dogs and cats can be a source of protein if you're desperate enough. Security in an urban environment is all about controlling access points. Whether you're in a single building or a larger compound, limit the number of ways in and out. Barricade unnecessary entrances, and set up early warning systems for those you do use. Tripwires attached to noisemakers can alert you to intruders. Both can be tricky. Cars are often more trouble than they're worth. Noisy, fuel hungry, and likely to get stuck in the chaos of abandoned vehicles on major roads. Bicycles, on the other hand, are silent, require no fuel, and can navigate through tight spaces. If you can find one, a bicycle could be your best friend in urban survival. Communication is crucial, especially in the maze-like environment of a city. If you can get your hands on walkie-talkies or other short-range communication devices, they can be invaluable. Some survivor groups have even managed to set up more elaborate communication networks, using old ham radios, or even repurposing cell towers for local communication. Remember, in any urban environment, noise discipline is crucial. The infected are drawn to sound, and in the urban canyons of a city, noise can travel far. Learn to move silently. Soft-soled shoes, careful foot placement, and patience are your friends. If you need to create a distraction, use it wisely. A car alarm or other loud noise can draw infected away from your position, but it can also attract every infected for blocks around. Light discipline is equally important. At night, any light can be seen for miles in a darkened city. If you must use light, cover your windows and be mindful of light spill. The infected may be drawn to light sources, especially in the darkness of the urban night. Now, I want to address a question that many of you have been asking. How long can we expect to survive in these conditions? The truth is, there's no easy answer. In the early days of the outbreak, survival was often measured in hours or days. But as time has passed, we've learned to adapt. There are survivor communities out there that have been going strong for months. The key to long-term survival is sustainability. It's not enough to just scavenge and hide. We need to start rebuilding, start producing. Some urban communities have begun small-scale farming operations, using rooftops and cleared areas to grow food. Others have figured out how to generate electricity using solar panels or wind turbines salvaged from hardware stores. But perhaps the most important factor in long-term survival is community. Lone wolves might survive for a while, but it's the groups that are truly thriving. By working together, sharing skills and resources, we can accomplish so much more than we ever could alone. That's not to say that trusting others isn't risky. In this new world, desperation can drive people to do terrible things, but isolation can be just as deadly as the infected. We need each other not just for physical survival, but to maintain our humanity, to remember what we're fighting for. Now, I know that city living isn't for everyone. Some of you might be thinking about heading for the countryside, and there's certainly an argument to be made for that. Rural areas generally have lower population densities, which means fewer infected. There's more open space for farming, more natural resources to utilize. But rural survival comes with its own challenges. Supplies can be harder to come by. Medical care in particular can be a serious issue. And while there might be fewer infected, there's also less cover, less places to hide if you do encounter them. If you do decide to leave the city, plan your route carefully. Main highways are likely to be clogged with abandoned vehicles. Secondary roads might be clearer, but they also offer less options if you need to make a quick escape. Consider alternative modes of transportation. Bicycles, for instance, can navigate around obstacles that would stop a car, and they're silent to boot. Remember, whether you're in the heart of Tokyo, the depths of the Moscow metro, or the shores of Sydney Harbor, the basic rules of survival remain the same. Stay quiet, stay hidden, and stay alert. Always have an escape route planned, and never, ever underestimate the infected. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the current status of government and military response to the outbreak. Stay tuned, stay safe, and most importantly, stay human. This is Atlas, and you're listening to Station Nighthawk, the voice of survival in these dark times. Now, let's turn our attention to the status of government and military response to the sleeper virus outbreak. I know many of you have been wondering about this, hoping that somewhere out there, the powers that be are working on a solution. The truth is, the situation is far more complex, and in many ways, more dire than we initially hoped. In the early days of the outbreak, governments around the world attempted to respond with traditional crisis management protocols. We saw quarantines, travel restrictions, and attempts at mass vaccinations. But the speed and ferocity of the sleeper virus quickly overwhelmed these efforts. Within weeks, major cities were falling. and government structures began to crumble. The United States government, once a global superpower, was among the first to face significant collapse. Washington, D.C. was hit hard and fast by the outbreak. Reports indicate that much of the government leadership was infected or killed in the chaos. The few surviving officials were evacuated to undisclosed locations, but communication has been sporadic at best. The military response in the U.S. was initially strong. Troops were deployed to major cities in an attempt to maintain order and protect evacuation routes. However, as the virus spread through the ranks, discipline broke down. Many soldiers, faced with the horror of the outbreak and concern for their families, deserted their posts. Those who remained found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of infected. There are rumors of military holdouts scattered across the country. We've heard reports of fortified bases still operating in some capacity, particularly in more remote areas. If you're near a military installation, it might be worth investigating, but approach with extreme caution. Not all military personnel have maintained their loyalty to their original mission. In Europe, the response varied from country to country, but the overall result was similar. The European Union's attempts at a coordinated response fell apart as individual nations closed their borders and turned inward. The United Kingdom, despite its island status, was hit particularly hard. The dense population of London became a breeding ground for the virus, and attempts to quarantine the city failed spectacularly. Reports from continental Europe are spotty, but it seems that some countries fared better than others. We've heard that Switzerland, with its long-standing tradition of civil defense and its mountainous terrain, has managed to maintain some semblance of organized society. If you're in Europe and can make it to the Swiss Alps, you might find refuge there. Russia's response was typically heavy-handed. The government attempted to maintain control through force, imposing martial law and brutal quarantine measures. However, as in other countries, the military eventually succumbed to the virus. The vast expanse of Russian territory has led to pockets of survivors, particularly in Siberia and other remote regions. But organized government response appears to have ceased. In Asia, the situation is equally grim. China's initial attempts to cover up the outbreak backfired spectacularly, leading to rapid spread through its densely populated cities. The government's subsequent attempts at containment through military force only served to accelerate the collapse as infected soldiers spread the virus further. Japan's response was initially more effective, thanks to a culture already accustomed to measures like mask wearing and a strong emphasis on social order. However, the sheer population density of cities like Tokyo eventually proved too much. The Japanese government is believed to have relocated to a series of bunkers, but communication has been limited. In the southern hemisphere, countries like Australia and New Zealand initially seemed to fare better due to their geographical isolation. Strict border controls bought them some time, but eventually, the virus found its way in. The Australian government attempted to use the vast, sparsely populated interior of the country as a quarantine zone, but maintaining supply lines proved challenging. International organizations like the United Nations and World Health Organization attempted to coordinate a global response in the early stages of the outbreak. However, as country after country fell into chaos, these efforts disintegrated. The last broadcast from the UN Secretary General, now several weeks old, called for unity and hope, but offered little in the way of concrete aid or plans. So, what does this mean for us, the survivors? Firstly, it means we're largely on our own. The cavalry isn't coming. The institutions we once relied on for safety and stability are gone or so diminished as to be effectively useless. This is a harsh reality, but accepting it is crucial for survival. However, this doesn't mean all hope is lost. In the vacuum left by the fall of traditional power structures, new forms of organization are emerging. We're seeing the rise of survivor communities, some of which have begun to establish their own systems of governance. These range from small, tightly knit groups to larger enclaves that have taken over defensible areas like islands or mountain valleys. One of the most successful examples we've heard of is the Rocky Mountain Alliance, a coalition of survivor communities in the western United States. They've managed to secure a significant area, using the natural defensive terrain of the mountains to their advantage. They've even re-established some level of industry, focusing on essential goods like reports of a network of communities along the Alps, stretching from France to Austria. They've used the mountainous terrain to create defensible positions and are working on re-establishing agriculture in the valleys. These new power structures are not without their problems. We've heard troubling reports of some groups turning to authoritarian rule, imposing harsh laws in the name of survival. Others have become little more than roving bands of raiders, preying on smaller groups and lone survivors. If you encounter any organized groups, be cautious. Assess their intentions carefully before deciding to trust them. As for military assets, while organized military response has largely collapsed, that doesn't mean military resources have disappeared. Abandoned bases can be treasure troves of supplies, weapons, and equipment. Some survivor groups have managed to acquire military vehicles, significantly boosting their mobility and defensive capabilities. If you have the skills to operate and maintain such equipment, you could be a valuable asset to a survivor community. One area where military and government resources are still proving crucial is in the search for a cure. Before communications broke down, there were reports of research facilities working around the clock to understand the sleeper virus and develop a vaccine or treatment. The CDC in Atlanta, the Pasteur Institute in Paris, and other top-level bioresearch facilities around the world were all involved in this effort. We don't know the current status of these research efforts, but it's possible that work is still ongoing in secure facilities. If you have medical or scientific expertise, making your way to one of these facilities could be a worthy goal. Even if the original staff is gone, the equipment and data there could be crucial in the fight against the virus. Now, I want to address something that I know is on many of your minds: the possibility of foreign invasion. With traditional power structures and military forces in disarray, some of you may be worried about opportunistic attacks from other nations. While I can't rule this out entirely, it seems unlikely at this point. The sleeper virus has been a global catastrophe, and from what we can tell, no nation has been left unscathed. Most countries are far too preoccupied with their own survival to consider military adventures abroad. That said, we can't discount the possibility of smaller-scale incursions, particularly in border regions. If you're in an area that was contested before the outbreak, stay alert. The chaos of the pandemic might be seen as an opportunity by some to settle old scores. So, what can we, as survivors, take away from all this? First and foremost, we need to accept that the old world order is gone. The governments and institutions we once relied on are no longer there to help us. This is a harsh reality, but accepting it is the first step in adapting to our new world. Secondly, we need to be prepared to form our own structures of support and governance. Whether you're part of a small group or a larger community, establishing clear rules and systems for making decisions is crucial. Learn from the mistakes of the past, but be willing to innovate and adapt to our new reality. Thirdly, while the military, as we knew it, may be gone, the skills and resources it valued are more important than ever. If you have military training, you have valuable skills in areas like tactics, survival, and team coordination. If you don't, consider learning from those who do. Military installations, while potentially dangerous, can also be invaluable sources of supplies and equipment. Fourthly, don't give up on the possibility of a larger-scale solution to the sleeper virus. While government-funded research may have been disrupted, there are brilliant minds out there still working on understanding and defeating this threat. If you have relevant skills or knowledge, consider making it your mission to contribute to these efforts. Lastly, remember that in the absence of traditional authority, we each have a responsibility to act ethically and work towards the greater good. It's easy, in times of crisis, to focus solely on individual survival. But if we're going to rebuild, if we're going to reclaim our world from this virus, we need to work together. We need to maintain our humanity. In our next segment, we'll be discussing known safe zones and quarantine areas. This information could be crucial for those of you looking for refuge or considering relocating. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember you're not alone in this fight. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, the voice of the survivors. As promised, let's now turn our attention to known safe zones and quarantine areas. This information could be crucial for those of you looking for refuge or considering relocating. Keep in mind that in our current world, the term safe is relative, Nowhere is entirely free from danger, but these areas have shown a higher degree of stability and security. Let's start with North America. One of the largest and most well-established safe zones we've heard about is the Rocky Mountain Alliance. This network of survivor communities stretches across parts of Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. They've used the natural defensive terrain of the mountains to their advantage, creating a series of interconnected settlements. The Alliance has managed to secure a significant area, with the core of their territory centered around the former city of Denver. They've repurposed the city's airport as a base of operations, using the long runways for farming and the terminal buildings for housing. The high altitude and harsh winter conditions seem to slow down the infected, giving the Alliance a crucial advantage. If you're trying to reach the Rocky Mountain Alliance, be prepared for a rigorous vetting process. They're understandably cautious about who they let in. Approach from the east if possible, following Interstate 70. They have outposts set up along this route to guide potential newcomers. Moving to the East Coast, we've received reports of a safe zone in the Adirondack Mountains of New York State. A group of survivors has fortified the area around Lake Placid, using the former Olympic facilities as a base. The isolated location and natural barriers have helped them maintain their security. They're actively recruiting people with medical and scientific backgrounds, so if you have those skills, you might find a warm welcome there. In the southeast, there's word of a growing safe zone in the Okefenokee Swamp region of Georgia and Florida. The difficult terrain has proved to be an effective deterrent for both infected and hostile human groups. The survivors there have adapted to life in the swamp, using boats for transportation and elevated structures for housing. If you're headed there, be prepared for a challenging environment, but one that offers a unique level of security. Moving north to Canada, we've heard promising reports from the Vancouver Island Safe Zone. The island's isolation has allowed a large group of survivors to establish a relatively stable community. They've implemented strict quarantine procedures for newcomers, but once cleared, refugees find a well-organized society with a focus on sustainability. The safe zone controls most of the island, with Victoria serving as the primary hub. South of the border, in Mexico, there's news of a safe zone in the Baja California Peninsula. Survivors have taken advantage of the peninsula's narrow geography, creating defensive lines to keep the mainland's infected at bay. They've also utilized the area's solar potential, setting up large-scale solar farms to power their communities. The safe zone is centered around the city of La Paz, which has been fortified and repurposed. Let's move across the Atlantic to Europe. In the Alps, a network of safe zones has emerged, stretching from France to Austria. These mountain communities have used the high altitude and difficult terrain to their advantage. One of the largest is centered around the former ski resort town of Chamonix in France. They've repurposed ski lifts for transportation and defense, and the high-altitude environment seems to impair the infected. In the United Kingdom, the Isle of Man has emerged as a notable safe zone. Its position in the Irish Sea has allowed the island's inhabitants to effectively quarantine themselves. They've established a self-sufficient community with a focus on fishing and renewable energy. Approaching the island can be tricky due to their strict security measures, but for those who make it, it offers a rare degree of safety in the British Isles. Moving east, we've received reports of a significant safe zone in the Carpathian Mountains, spanning parts of Romania, Ukraine, and Slovakia. The dense forests and rugged terrain have provided natural defenses against the infected. The safe zone is a loose confederation of mountain villages and towns, with the largest center being in the area around the Romanian city of Brasov. They're known for their sustainable forestry practices and are always looking for people with wilderness survival skills. In Russia, the most promising reports come from the region around Lake Baikal in Siberia. The vast distances and harsh climate have helped isolate this area from the worst of the outbreak. A coalition of survivors has established a safe zone around the lake, using its waters for fishing and transportation. The region's remoteness means that supplies can be scarce, but for those willing to brave the Siberian wilderness, it offers. In Japan, we've heard of a safe zone established on the northern island of Hokkaido. The island's relative isolation and harsh winters have helped contain the spread of the infected. The safe zone is centered around the city of Sapporo, where survivors have repurposed the famous snow festival sites into fortified living areas. They're actively seeking individuals with agricultural and fishing experience, to help maintain their food supply. In Southeast Asia, an intriguing safe zone has emerged in the Ha Long Bay area of Vietnam. Survivors have taken to living on boats in the limestone islands, creating a floating community that's highly mobile and defensible. Their knowledge of the bay's complex geography gives them a significant advantage over both infected and potential raiders. If you can make it to the coast of northern Vietnam, look for the floating villages, but approach with caution and be prepared to prove your worth. Moving to the southern hemisphere, Australia has seen the emergence of a significant safe zone in the island state of Tasmania. The Bay Strait has provided an effective barrier against the infected, allowing the island's inhabitants to establish a secure perimeter. The safe zone is headquartered in Hobart, but extends across much of the island. They've maintained a higher level of technology than many other safe zones, and are particularly interested in individuals with engineering and technical skills. In South America, we've received promising reports from the Galapagos Islands. The island's isolation has allowed them to remain largely free of infection. The safe zone there has focused on sustainability, taking advantage of the unique ecosystem to develop resilient food sources. They're cautious about accepting newcomers due to their limited resources, but for those who make it, the islands offer an unparalleled haven. Now, it's crucial to understand that these safe zones, while offering better security than many areas, are not paradises. They all face significant challenges, from resource scarcity to the constant threat of infected breaches. Many have strict rules and expectations for their inhabitants. Before setting out for any of these locations, carefully consider whether you have skills or resources to offer that would make you a valuable addition to their community. It's also important to note that the journey to these safe zones can be extremely dangerous. The areas between established safe zones are often lawless, with both infected and hostile human groups posing serious threats. If you decide to make the journey, plan carefully, travel light, and be prepared to defend yourself. For those of you unable to reach these established safe zones, don't lose hope. It's possible to create your own secure area, given the right conditions and preparation. Look for locations with natural defenses, like islands, peninsulas, or high ground. Prioritize access to fresh water and arable land. Remember, a truly safe zone isn't just about keeping the infected out. It's about creating a sustainable, self-sufficient community. Now, let's talk about quarantine areas. These are different from safe zones in that they're not intended for long-term habitation. Instead, they're areas set up to isolate potentially infected individuals before they're allowed into safe zones or clean areas. Many of the larger safe zones have established quarantine protocols. Typically, newcomers are required to spend a period of time, usually around 2 weeks, in an isolated area before they're allowed to join the general population. These quarantine areas are usually Spartan but secure, with medical monitoring to watch for signs of infection. Some regions have set up larger-scale quarantine zones as buffer areas between infected hot zones and cleaner territories. One notable example is the quarantine zone established along the border between the infected areas of Southern California and the cleaner regions of Northern California and Oregon. This zone, stretching roughly from San Luis Obispo to the Sierra Nevada, is heavily patrolled. Anyone wishing to travel north must pass through rigorous screening procedures. A similar quarantine zone has been established in Europe along the Alps, separating the heavily infected areas of northern Italy from the safer regions in Switzerland and Austria. This mountainous quarantine zone is harsh and dangerous, but for those willing to brave it, it offers a path to safety. It's crucial to understand that these quarantine zones are not safe havens. They're transitional areas, often dangerous in their own right. If you find yourself in a quarantine zone, follow all instructions given by those in charge. Be patient, be honest about any potential exposure you may have had, and be prepared for stringent medical exams. For those of you in areas without established safe zones or quarantine areas, it's possible to set up your own quarantine protocols. If you're part of a survivor group and encounter potential newcomers, consider implementing a quarantine period before allowing them to fully join your community. This can be as simple as designating a separate building or area for new arrivals to stay in for a period of time before integrating with the main group. Remember, the incubation period of the sleeper virus can vary. but 2 weeks seems to be the maximum in most cases. When in doubt, err on the side of caution. It's better to extend a quarantine period than to risk introducing the infection into your community. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the current weather patterns and how they're impacting survival situations across different regions. Understanding these patterns can be crucial for planning travel, sourcing food and water, and preparing for the challenges ahead. Stay tuned, stay alert, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your beacon in these dark times. As promised, let's delve into the current weather patterns and how they're impacting survival situations across different regions. Understanding these patterns is crucial for planning travel, sourcing food and water, and preparing for the challenges ahead. First, it's important to note that the global climate has been affected by the dramatic reduction in human activity since the outbreak. With most industries shut down and vehicle use at a minimum, we're seeing some unexpected changes in weather patterns. In North America, we're observing more extreme weather events. The Midwest, traditionally known as Tornado Alley, has seen an increase in tornado frequency and intensity. If you're in this region, it's crucial to have a storm shelter or underground bunker as part of your survival strategy. These structures can serve double duty, protecting you from both the infected and severe weather. The East Coast has been experiencing more frequent and powerful hurricanes. The Atlantic hurricane season has extended, with storms forming earlier and lasting later than usual. For those of you in coastal areas from Florida up to New England, be prepared to evacuate inland on short notice. Have a bug-out bag ready and know your evacuation routes. Remember, the infected don't respond to evacuation orders, so expect to encounter them in areas you might have previously considered safe. In the western United States, particularly California and the Pacific Northwest, wildfires have become more frequent and intense. The lack of organized firefighting efforts has allowed these fires to burn unchecked, creating vast areas of devastation. If you're in a fire-prone area, maintain a wide, defensible space around your shelter. Be prepared to evacuate if necessary, and always have multiple escape routes planned. Moving north to Canada, the Arctic regions are experiencing accelerated warming. This is leading to thawing permafrost and changing ice conditions. For those of you in northern areas, be aware that traditional ice roads may no longer be reliable. The changing conditions are also affecting wildlife patterns, which could impact food sources if you're relying on hunting. In Central America and the Caribbean, we're seeing an increase in tropical storms and hurricanes. Island communities need to be especially vigilant. Have a plan for securing your shelter against high winds and storm surges. If possible, establish supply caches on high ground in case you need to evacuate coastal areas quickly. South America is experiencing more extreme rainfall in some areas, particularly in the Amazon basin. This is leading to increased flooding, which can not only damage shelters and crops, but also affect the movement of the infected. In higher elevations, particularly in the Andes, unusual snowfall patterns are being observed. If you're in these regions, be prepared for rapid changes in weather and have contingency plans for both flooding and snow events. Crossing the Atlantic to Europe, we're seeing a trend towards milder, wetter winters in the north and more frequent heat waves in the south. For those of you in northern Europe, be prepared for more rain and potential flooding. In southern Europe, especially around the Mediterranean, extended heat waves are becoming common. These conditions can lead to water scarcity, so prioritize water collection and storage. The Alps region, which we've mentioned as a series of safe zones, is experiencing unpredictable snowfall patterns. This can affect both travel and food production in these mountain communities. If you're in or heading to this region, be prepared for potential avalanches and sudden snowstorms. Even in seasons, the Sahel region is seeing an expansion of the Sahara Desert. This desertification is leading to increased dust storms and reducing arable land. If you're in this region, protecting your water sources from contamination by dust and sand should be a top priority. In sub-Saharan Africa, we're seeing more intense rainfall events, leading to flash flooding. Be prepared to move to higher ground quickly if needed. The Middle East is experiencing even more extreme heat waves than before. Temperatures in some areas are reaching levels that are dangerous even for the uninfected, let alone those struggling to survive. If you're in this region, focus on creating cool, underground shelters if possible. Staying out of the sun during the hottest parts of the day is crucial. Moving to Asia, the Indian subcontinent is seeing more erratic monsoon patterns. Some areas are experiencing intense flooding, while others are suffering from drought. If you're in this region, be prepared for both extremes. Have plans for quickly waterproofing your shelter, but also for conserving and purifying water during dry spells. In Southeast Asia, we're seeing an increase in the intensity of typhoons. These massive storms can cause widespread destruction and displace both survivors and infected. If you're in typhoon-prone areas, have a secure shelter prepared, preferably on high ground and away from the coast. China and Japan are experiencing more frequent and severe flooding events, particularly along major rivers. If you're in these areas, especially in low-lying regions, have an evacuation plan ready. Remember, floodwaters can carry the infected, so even areas you thought were secure might become dangerous. Australia is seeing an intensification of its already extreme weather patterns. The bushfire season is becoming longer and more severe, while drought conditions are worsening in many areas. If you're in the outback or other arid regions, water management is going to be your biggest challenge. In coastal areas, be prepared for more intense cyclones. Now, let's talk about how these weather patterns are affecting the infected and our survival strategies. First, extreme temperatures seem to have some effect on the infected. In very hot conditions, they appear to become more lethargic, moving slower and reacting less quickly to stimuli. However, don't let this make you complacent. They're still dangerous, and the heat affects us as well. In extreme cold, the infected also slow down, and in sub-zero temperatures, they can freeze solid. However, disturbingly, they seem to be able to thaw out and reanimate when temperatures rise again. Wet conditions pose their own challenges. Rain doesn't seem to bother the infected much, but it can make the ground slippery and affect visibility, making it harder for you to evade or fight them. Floodwaters are particularly dangerous, as they can carry infected into areas you previously thought were safe. Strong winds, like those in hurricanes or typhoons, can disorient the infected, but they also mask sounds, making it harder for you to hear them coming. Always be extra vigilant during windy conditions. Now, let's discuss how to adapt your survival strategies to these changing weather patterns. Water management is going to be crucial, regardless of where you are. In areas experiencing increased rainfall, focus on collecting and storing as much clean water as possible. Rainwater catchment systems can be as simple as clean tarps funneling water into storage containers. In drier areas, water conservation should be your top priority. Learn techniques for reducing water usage and recycling gray water. Food production is also going to be affected by these weather changes. Traditional growing seasons may no longer apply, so you'll need to be flexible in your agricultural practices. Consider setting up greenhouses or indoor growing operations to protect your crops from unpredictable weather. In areas with shortened growing seasons, learn about fast-growing crops and preservation techniques to make your harvest last. Your shelter needs may also change. In areas seeing more extreme temperatures, focus on insulation. This will help keep you cool in the summer and warm in the winter. If you're in a flood-prone area, consider elevating your living space or creating waterproof storage for essential supplies. For those of you who need to travel, weather patterns should be a key factor in your planning. Try to time long journeys for the most favorable seasons. Be prepared for sudden weather changes by carrying appropriate gear and having contingency plans. Remember, these weather patterns aren't just affecting us, they're also impacting wildlife and plant life. This means that if you're relying on hunting, fishing, or foraging, you may need to adjust your strategies. Animal migration patterns are changing, and some plant species are growing in new areas while disappearing from others. It's also worth noting that these changing weather patterns are likely to drive human migration as well. Areas that become less habitable due to extreme weather may see an exodus of survivors, potentially leading to conflicts over resources in more favorable regions. Be prepared for the possibility of new groups entering your area and have plans in place for either integration or defense. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of record keeping. In our new world, we can't rely on traditional weather forecasting services. Start keeping track of weather patterns in your area. Note temperature trends, rainfall amounts, storm frequency, anything that might help you predict future conditions. This kind of local knowledge can be invaluable for survival. In our next segment, we'll be addressing some of the questions and concerns that you, our listeners, have sent in. Remember, knowledge is power in our new world, and sharing information could save lives. Stay tuned, stay vigilant, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, it's time to address some of the questions and concerns that you, our listeners, have sent in. Your inquiries not only help guide our broadcasts, but also provide valuable insights into the challenges faced by survivors across different regions. Let's dive right in. Our first question comes from a group in what used to be suburban Chicago. They ask, "We've been hiding in a basement for weeks, but our supplies are running low. How can we safely venture out to scavenge in an urban environment?" This is a critical question, and I'm glad you asked. Scavenging in urban areas can be extremely dangerous, but with proper planning and precautions, it can be done. First, always scout your route before venturing out. Use high vantage points if possible to map out your path and identify potential threats or resources. Move during daylight hours when visibility is best, but be aware that other scavengers might have the same idea. Travel light and fast. Carry only what you need for the mission. Wear protective gear if you have it, not just against the infected, but also for climbing and moving through debris. When selecting targets for scavenging, think beyond the obvious. Grocery stores and pharmacies were likely cleaned out early. Instead, look for less obvious sources. Office buildings often have vending machines or cafeterias that might have been overlooked. Schools, especially their cafeterias and nurses' offices, can be gold mines. Don't forget about residential areas. Apartments or houses might still have supplies. Always have multiple exit routes planned. The path that was clear on your way in might be blocked on your way out. Move silently, and be prepared to abandon your mission if you encounter large groups of infected. Remember, no supplies are worth your life. Our next question is from a listener in rural Montana. They ask, "Winter is coming, and we're worried about staying warm without electricity. What are our options?" Excellent question. Staying warm without modern heating is a challenge, but it's one our ancestors faced for thousands of years. First, focus on insulation. Use whatever materials you can find, blankets, newspapers, even dried leaves or grass, to insulate your shelter. Pay special attention to windows and doors, as these are often major sources of heat loss. For heating, if you have a fireplace or wood stove, that's ideal. Make sure your chimney is clear and you have proper ventilation to avoid carbon monoxide buildup. If you don't have a built-in fireplace, you can create a small controlled fire pit, but be extremely cautious about fire safety and ventilation. Passive solar heating can be surprisingly effective. During the day, let sunlight in through south-facing windows if you're in the northern hemisphere. At night, cover these windows with heavy curtains or blankets to retain heat. Remember, it's easier to heat a small space than a large one. Create a warm core area in your shelter where you spend most of your time. Use hanging blankets or sheets to partition off this area if needed. Layered clothing is crucial. Wear multiple thin layers rather than one thick layer. Don't forget to cover your head and feet, as you lose a lot of heat through these areas. Finally, stay active. Physical movement generates body heat. Simple exercises can help keep you warm and are good for morale too. Moving on, we have a question from a coastal area in Florida. The listener asks, "We've noticed the infected seem to avoid salt water. Is this consistent with observations elsewhere? Could we use this to our advantage?" And yes, it aligns with reports we've received from other coastal areas. The infected do seem to avoid salt water, though we're not entirely sure why. It could be that the salt irritates their altered physiology, or perhaps it's simply that they lack the cognitive function to navigate water safely. Regardless of the reason, this behavior can indeed be used to your advantage. Coastal areas, islands, and even large lakes can provide natural barriers against the infected. We've heard of survivor communities establishing themselves on islands or peninsulas, using the water as a defensive perimeter. If you're in a coastal area, consider using boats for transportation and scavenging. The waterways are often clearer than roads, and you're less likely to encounter infected. Just be cautious about other survivors, as pirates have become a real concern in some areas. You could also use salt water as a deterrent. Some communities have created moats or channels filled with salt water around their settlements. While this won't stop determined human attackers, it can be an effective barrier against the infected. Remember though, while the infected might avoid salt water, they can still be carried by currents. Be vigilant if you're downstream from infected areas, especially after storms or flooding events. Our next question comes from a group in former New Mexico. They ask, "We've been thinking about trying to restart a small-scale electrical grid. Is this feasible? Where should we start?" This is an ambitious goal, but not an impossible one. Restarting a small-scale electrical grid could significantly improve quality of life and open up new possibilities for long-term survival. Here's where I'd suggest starting. First, assess your resources. Do you have access to any intact solar panels, wind turbines, or small hydroelectric setups? These renewable sources are ideal because they don't require fuel. If not, you might be able to get a gas or diesel generator running, but fuel scarcity will be a long-term issue. Next, you'll need to find or create a battery bank for storage. Car batteries can work in a pinch, but deep cycle batteries are better for this purpose. You might find these in abandoned RVs or boats. You'll also need an inverter to convert DC power from your batteries to AC power for most appliances. These can often be found in RVs or at electronics stores. Start small. Focus on powering essential services first, like refrigeration for food and medicines, or communication equipment. As you expand, be mindful of your power generation capacity. Remember, maintaining this system will require specialized knowledge. If you don't have an electrician or engineer in your group, try to find manuals or textbooks on electrical systems. Universities or technical schools in your area might have useful resources. Lastly, security is crucial. A working electrical system will be incredibly valuable and could make you a target for less friendly groups. Have a plan to defend or quickly dismantle your grid if needed. Our next question is from a listener in what used to be Central Canada. They ask, "We've noticed that some animals seem to be able to detect the infected before we can. Is this something others have observed? How can we use this?" This is an excellent observation, and yes, we've had similar reports from other areas. Animals with their heightened senses often seem to be able to detect the infected before humans can. Dogs, in particular, have been noted to react strongly to the presence of the infected, often becoming agitated or trying to alert their human companions. This behavior can indeed be used to our advantage. Some survivor groups have started training dogs specifically for this purpose, creating an early warning system against infected incursions. Even untrained animals can be useful. Cats, for instance, often become very still and alert when infected are near. If you have domestic animals, pay attention to their behavior. Sudden agitation, attempts to hide, or unusual alertness could be signs that infected are nearby. This can give you precious extra seconds to prepare or evacuate. However, a word of caution: while animals can detect the infected, they can also attract them. Barking dogs or other animal noises can draw the infected to your location. If you're using animals as part of your security system, make sure you have a way to quickly quiet them if needed. Also, be aware that some animals can become infected themselves. While the virus seems to affect them differently than humans, infected animals can still be dangerous. Be cautious around any animals displaying unusual aggression or other strange behaviors. Our final question for this segment comes from a group in what used to be Eastern Germany. They ask, "We've been thinking about trying to cultivate medicinal plants. What should we prioritize, and how do we get started?" This is a fantastic idea. With modern pharmaceutical production disrupted, knowledge of medicinal plants could literally be a lifesaver. Here's how I'd suggest getting started. First, research what medicinal plants are native to your area. Local plants will be easier to cultivate, and you might even be able to find some growing wild. Libraries or bookstores might have guides on local flora that could be helpful. Some plants to consider include echinacea for immune support, chamomile for its calming properties, garlic for its antibacterial qualities, and aloe vera for treating burns and skin irritations. Peppermint can help with digestive issues, and lavender has both calming effects and can be used as an insect repellent. Start small and focus on plants that serve multiple purposes. For instance, yarrow can be used to stop bleeding, reduce fever, and aid digestion. When it comes to cultivation, most medicinal herbs are relatively easy to grow. They often thrive in poor soil conditions where other plants might struggle. Start with small plots or even container gardens if you're worried about having to move quickly. Remember, proper identification is crucial. Many medicinal plants have toxic lookalikes. If you're not 100% sure of a plant's identity, don't use it. It's better to have a smaller variety of plants you're certain about than a large number you're unsure of. Lastly, learn about proper harvesting and preservation techniques. Many herbs can be dried for long-term storage, while others might need to be used fresh or preserved in alcohol or oil. That's all the questions we have time for in this segment. Remember, your questions and observations are invaluable. They help us all learn and adapt to this new world we find ourselves in. Keep them coming, and we'll address more in future broadcasts. In our next segment, we'll be discussing survival tips, focusing on finding and purifying water in various environments. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, knowledge is our most powerful weapon in this fight for survival. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your beacon in these dark times. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to dive into some crucial survival tips, focusing on one of the most essential elements for human survival, water. Finding and purifying water in various environments can mean the difference between life and death, so pay close attention. Let's start with finding water sources. In urban environments, there are several places you might not have considered. Water heaters in abandoned buildings can contain several gallons of relatively clean water. Toilet tanks, not bowls, often contain potable water. Be sure to check for any cleaning tablets before using this water. Public fountains, though stagnant, can be a source if properly purified. Don't overlook the potential of rainwater collection. Even in cities, you can set up simple systems using tarps or other waterproof materials to funnel rainwater into containers. Be cautious, though, as rainwater in urban areas may be contaminated with pollutants. In suburban areas, swimming pools can be a substantial water source. While you wouldn't want to drink pool water directly due to chemicals, it can be purified for safe consumption. Look for homes with water softener systems, as these often have large brine tanks that can hold significant amounts of water. In rural environments, natural water sources like streams, rivers, and lakes are more common. However, never assume these are safe to drink without purification. Even the clearest mountain stream can harbor dangerous pathogens. Look for natural springs, which often provide cleaner water than surface sources. In dry areas, learn to recognize signs of underground water. Patches of green vegetation in otherwise dry landscapes can indicate water close to the surface. In arid environments, water finding becomes more challenging, but even more crucial. Look for dry riverbeds, as water may be flowing beneath the surface. Dig in the lowest point of the riverbed until you hit damp sand, then wait for water to seep in. Desert plants can also be water sources. Barrel cacti, for example, contain a moist pulp that can be extracted and squeezed for water. Be absolutely certain of your plant identification before attempting this, as many desert plants are toxic. Now, let's move on to water purification methods. Remember, in our post-outbreak world, all water sources should be considered contaminated until proven otherwise. The sleeper virus may not be waterborne, but other pathogens certainly are. Boiling is one of the most effective methods of water purification. Bring water to a rolling boil for at least 1 minute at sea level, and add an extra minute for every 1,000 feet above sea level. While this method is effective against pathogens, it won't remove chemical contaminants. Chemical treatment is another option. Household bleach, provided it's unscented and doesn't contain additional cleaners, can be used. Add 2 drops of bleach per quart of clear water, or 4 drops if the water is cloudy. Let it stand for 30 minutes before drinking. Iodine tablets are another chemical treatment option. Follow the instructions on the packaging carefully, as the dosage can vary. Be aware that iodine has a strong taste and isn't recommended for long-term use, especially for pregnant women or those with thyroid issues. Filtration is another effective method. Commercial water filters designed for camping or emergency preparedness are ideal if you can find them. In their absence, you can create a makeshift filter using layers of cloth, sand, and activated charcoal. This won't remove all contaminants but can significantly improve water quality, especially when combined with other methods. UV light can also be used to purify water. If you have access to a UV water purifier, these can be extremely effective. In a pinch, clear plastic bottles filled with water and left in direct sunlight for at least 6 hours can kill many pathogens. This method, known as solar disinfection or SODIS, works best in hot, sunny climates. Distillation is perhaps the most thorough method of water purification, capable of removing both biological and many chemical contaminants. A simple solar still can be created using a container of contaminated water, a smaller collection container, and a sheet of plastic. The sun's heat causes water to evaporate, condense on the plastic, and drip into the collection container, leaving contaminants behind. Remember, no matter which purification method you use, it's always best to start with the clearest water possible. Let cloudy water settle and strain it through a clean cloth before purifying. Now, let's discuss water storage and conservation. Once you've secured a clean water source, proper storage is crucial. Use clean, food-grade containers. Avoid containers that previously held chemicals or non-food items. If possible, use dark containers and store them in a cool, dark place to prevent algae growth. Rotate your water supply regularly. Even purified water can become contaminated over time. A good rule of thumb is to use and replace your stored water every 6 months. Water conservation is equally important. In our new world, every drop counts. Fix any leaks in your containers or plumbing systems immediately. Collect and use gray water from activities like washing for non-potable uses, such as flushing toilets or watering non-edible plants. When it comes to personal hygiene, consider using alcohol-based hand sanitizers to reduce water usage. For bathing, use minimal amounts of biodegradable soap to avoid contaminating water sources. In agriculture, if you're growing food, consider drought-resistant crops and water-efficient irrigation methods like drip systems. Mulching around plants can help retain soil moisture and reduce water needs. Now, I want to address a question that many of you have asked. Is it safe to drink urine in a survival situation? While it's been popularized by some survival shows, it's not recommended. Urine contains waste products your body is trying to expel. Drinking it, especially repeatedly, can lead to kidney problems and dehydration. In an absolute emergency, if properly distilled, it could be a last resort, but there are almost always better options available. Let's also talk about recognizing the signs of waterborne illness, as this knowledge could save your life. Symptoms often include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. In severe cases, you might experience fever, extreme fatigue, or even bloody stools. If you suspect waterborne illness, rest and hydration are crucial. If available, oral rehydration solutions can help replace lost electrolytes. Prevention, of course, is always better than cure. Always purify your water, wash your hands before handling food or water, and keep your water containers clean. One final note on water: be cautious about water sources in areas with heavy infected activity. While we don't believe the sleeper virus can spread through water, infected bodies decomposing in water sources can introduce other dangerous pathogens. If you suspect a water source may be contaminated by infected remains, it's best to avoid it entirely if possible. Remember, in our post-outbreak world, the skills and knowledge you accumulate are your most valuable assets. Share this information with your fellow survivors. Teach these techniques to others in your group, especially younger members. The more people who understand how to find and purify water, the better our chances of long-term survival. In our next segment, we'll be discussing foraging for food in urban environments. The skills to identify and safely consume urban edibles could be the key to surviving in cities and towns where traditional food sources have been exhausted. Stay tuned, stay hydrated, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to delve into the critical topic of foraging for food in urban environments. In these times when traditional food sources have been depleted or become inaccessible, the ability to identify and safely consume urban edibles could be the difference between survival and starvation. First, let's address the elephant in the room. Urban foraging comes with risks. Not only do you need to be wary of the infected, but you also need to be cautious of contamination from pollutants and toxic substances that are common in city environments. Always weigh the risks against the potential benefits, and if possible, forage in groups for safety. Now, let's talk about where to look for edible plants in an urban setting. Surprisingly, cities can be treasure troves of edible vegetation if you know where to look. Parks, abandoned lots, and even cracks in sidewalks can harbor edible plants. However, it's crucial to avoid foraging near roads, industrial areas, or anywhere that might have been treated with pesticides or herbicides. One of the most common edible urban plants is the dandelion. Every part of this plant is edible, from the roots to the flowers. The leaves are particularly nutritious, containing high levels of vitamins A and C, as well as iron. They can be eaten raw in salads or cooked like spinach. The roots can be roasted and used as a coffee substitute, while the flowers can be used to make tea or wine. Plantain, not to be confused with the banana-like fruit, is another common urban edible. It's often found in lawns and along sidewalks. The young leaves can be eaten raw or cooked, and they're rich in calcium and vitamins A, C, and K. The seeds can be eaten raw or cooked, and are a good source of protein. Lamb's quarters, also known as wild spinach, is a nutritious plant often found in disturbed soils. It's high in vitamins A and C, as well as calcium and protein. The leaves and young shoots can be eaten raw or cooked like spinach. Purslane is another common urban edible. It's often considered a weed, but it's actually incredibly nutritious, containing high levels of omega-3 fatty acids. The leaves and stems can be eaten raw or cooked. In many urban areas, you might find fruit trees that have been planted for ornamental purposes. Apple, pear, and cherry trees are common in parks and along streets. Don't overlook these valuable food sources, but be sure to check the fruit carefully for signs of disease or insect infestation before consuming. Nuts can also be found in urban environments. Acorns from oak trees are edible but require processing to remove tannins. Walnuts and pecans might also be found in parks or residential areas. For those of you in coastal urban areas, seaweed can be a valuable food source. Many types of seaweed are edible and highly nutritious. However, be cautious of polluted waters and algal blooms. Now, a word of caution. Never eat any plant unless you are 100% certain of its identification. Many edible plants have toxic look-alikes. For example, the edible wood sorrel looks similar to the poisonous clover-like plant called oxalis. When in doubt, don't eat it. It's better to pass up a potential meal than to risk poisoning. In addition to plant foods, urban environments can provide other foraging opportunities. Pigeons, while not the most appealing to some, are a potential food source in many cities. They're relatively easy to trap and can provide a good source of protein. Just be sure to cook them thoroughly. If you're near water, fishing can be a valuable skill. Even in urban ponds or rivers, you might find fish. However, be aware of potential contamination in urban waterways. Cook any fish thoroughly and avoid eating them too frequently if you're unsure of water quality. Insects, while not a traditional food source in many cultures, can provide valuable nutrition. Grasshoppers, crickets, and mealworms are all edible and high in protein. They can be found in grassy areas or near sources of decaying vegetation. Now, let's talk about some urban foraging techniques. When harvesting leaves or other plant parts, take only what you need and leave enough for the plant to regenerate. This ensures a sustainable food source for the future. When foraging for roots, be careful not to disturb the entire plant if you want it to continue producing. For plants like dandelions, you can harvest some roots while leaving others to ensure the plants thoroughly before consuming them. Urban environments can harbor many contaminants. Wash plants in clean water and peel roots if possible. It's also important to diversify your forage diet. Don't rely too heavily on any one plant or food source. This not only ensures a range of nutrients, but also reduces the risk of over-harvesting any particular species. Remember, foraging is a skill that improves with practice and knowledge. If possible, try to find field guides or botanical books from libraries or bookstores. These can be invaluable resources for identifying edible plants and learning about their nutritional content and preparation methods. Now, let's address some common questions about urban foraging. Many of you have asked about the safety of eating foods grown in potentially contaminated urban soil. It's a valid concern. Heavy metals and other pollutants can accumulate in soil and be taken up by plants. As a general rule, leafy greens and fruits tend to accumulate fewer soil contaminants than root vegetables. If you're concerned about soil quality, focusing on above-ground plant parts can be a safer option. Additionally, peeling root vegetables can help reduce exposure to soil contaminants. Another common question is about the legality of urban foraging. In the world before the outbreak, many cities had laws against foraging in public parks or on private property. In our current situation, these laws are largely irrelevant. However, it's still important to be respectful of any surviving communities and their resources. If you're foraging near an established survivor settlement, it's best to ask permission first. Some of you have asked about using urban foraging to supplement a limited diet of canned or dried foods. This is an excellent strategy. Fresh greens and fruits can provide vital nutrients that might be lacking in a diet of preserved foods. They can also help prevent food fatigue, adding variety and freshness to your meals. Another important aspect of urban foraging is knowing how to preserve your findings. Not all foraged foods need to be consumed immediately. Many can be dried, pickled, or otherwise preserved for future use. Leafy greens like dandelion or plantain can be dried for later use in soups or teas. Fruits can be dried or made into preserves if you have access to sugar. Nuts can be stored for extended periods if kept dry and cool. Learning to ferment foods can also be valuable. Fermentation not only preserves food, but can also increase its nutritional value and provide beneficial probiotics. Wild greens can be fermented into kimchi-like preparations, and fruits can be turned into wine or vinegar. Now, I want to address a sensitive topic: foraging in the wake of the infected. As unpleasant as it is to consider, the decrease in human population and activity has led to changes in urban ecosystems. In some areas, plant growth has exploded in the absence of human maintenance. This can provide increased foraging opportunities. However, be extremely cautious when foraging in areas with high infected activity. Not only is there the obvious danger from the infected themselves, but there's also the risk of contamination from bodily fluids. Avoid harvesting plants that show signs of being splattered with blood or other fluids. If you must forage in these areas, wear protective gear and thoroughly wash and cook all foods. On a more positive note, many of you have reported success with guerrilla gardening techniques in urban areas. This involves planting edible species in public spaces or abandoned lots. If you have access to seeds, consider planting hardy, fast-growing edibles in areas where you frequently forage. This can help ensure a more reliable food supply for you and other survivors. Some good options for guerrilla gardening include fast-growing greens like kale or spinach, hardy root vegetables like radishes or turnips, and self-seeding plants like tomatoes or squash. Just remember to be discreet about your planting to avoid attracting unwanted attention from other survivors or the infected. Before we wrap up this segment on urban foraging, I want to emphasize the importance of sharing knowledge. If you have expertise in plant identification or foraging techniques, pass this information on to others in your group, especially younger members. The more people who can identify and safely harvest urban edibles, the better our chances of long-term survival. Remember, urban foraging is just one piece of the survival puzzle. It should be part of a broader strategy that includes scavenging, gardening, and possibly hunting or fishing depending on your environment. Diversifying your food sources increases your resilience and improves your chances of long-term survival. In our next segment, we'll be discussing basic first aid techniques. In a world where professional medical help is scarce, knowing how to treat common injuries and illnesses could save your life or the lives of your fellow survivors. Stay tuned, stay vigilant, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to delve into basic first aid techniques. In our post-outbreak world, where professional medical help is scarce, knowing how to treat common injuries and illnesses could mean the difference between life and death. Pay close attention, as this information could save your life or the lives of your fellow survivors. Let's start with the basics. The first step in any first aid situation is to ensure the scene is safe. This was true before the outbreak, but it's even more critical now. Make sure there are no infected in the area before you approach an injured person. Your safety is paramount, because if you become injured or infected, you can't help anyone else. Once you've determined the scene is safe, check for responsiveness. Speak loudly and tap the person's shoulder. If they're unresponsive, check for breathing. Look for chest movement. Listen for breath sounds and feel for air coming from their nose or mouth. If they're not breathing, begin CPR immediately if you know how. If you don't know CPR, check if anyone nearby does. Now, let's move on to specific injuries you're likely to encounter. One of the most common is cuts and scrapes. For minor wounds, clean the area with soap and water if available, or clean drinking water if soap isn't an option. Apply pressure with a clean cloth to stop any bleeding. Once the bleeding is stopped, apply an antibiotic ointment if you have it, and cover with a sterile bandage. For larger cuts or wounds that won't stop bleeding, apply direct pressure with a clean cloth or bandage. If possible, elevate the wounded area above the heart. If the bleeding soaks through the cloth, don't remove it. Add more layers on top. If you have them, use rubber gloves to protect yourself from blood-borne pathogens. In cases of severe bleeding, a tourniquet may be necessary. This should be a last resort, as it can lead to loss of the limb if left on too long. To apply a tourniquet, use a strip of cloth at least 1.5 inches wide. Wrap it around the limb, above the wound, closer to the body. Tie a half knot, place a stick or similar object on top, and tie a full knot over it. Twist the stick to tighten until bleeding stops. Then secure the stick in place. Note the time you apply the tourniquet. It should be removed by a medical professional as soon as possible. Burns are another common injury you might encounter. For minor burns, run cool, not cold. Water over the burn for at least 10 minutes. Cover the burn with a clean, dry dressing. Do not apply ice, butter, or oils to burns, as these can cause further damage. For more severe burns, do not remove any clothing stuck to the burn. Cover the area with a clean, dry cloth and seek medical help if possible. Keep the victim warm, as severe burns can lead to shock. Speaking of shock, it's a life-threatening condition that can occur with many types of injuries. Signs of shock include pale, cool, clammy skin, weakness, rapid breathing, and confusion. If you suspect someone is in shock, have them lie down with their feet elevated about 12 inches. Keep them warm with a blanket or coat, and reassure them. Do not give them anything to eat or drink, as this could lead to choking. Fractures and sprains are also common injuries. If you suspect a broken bone, do not attempt to realign it. Immobilize the area above and below the suspected fracture. For a makeshift splint, you can use sticks, rolled up newspapers, or any rigid material, patting it with cloth to prevent pressure points. Tie the splint in place with strips of cloth or rope, but not so tight as to cut off circulation. For sprains, remember the acronym RICE: rest, ice, compression, and elevation. Rest the injured area. Apply cold packs if available. Compress with an elastic bandage if you have one, and elevate the injured limb. Now let's talk about some common illnesses you might encounter. Diarrhea is a major concern, as it can quickly lead to dehydration. The most important treatment is to keep the person hydrated. If you have oral rehydration salts, use them according to the instructions. If not, you can make a rehydration solution by mixing 6 level teaspoons of sugar and half a level teaspoon of salt in 1 liter of clean water. Fever is another common symptom of many illnesses. If you have access to medication like acetaminophen or ibuprofen, these can help reduce fever. Otherwise, keep the person cool with damp cloths and ensure they stay hydrated. If the fever is high, above 103 Du4F or 39.4 Du4C, or lasts more than a few days, it could indicate a more significant concern, especially given the nature of the sleeper virus. While we know that typical infected don't show standard disease symptoms, Survivors can still catch ordinary colds and flus. Rest and hydration are key. Steam inhalation can help relieve congestion. If you have access to them, antiviral medications may be helpful for influenza. Now, let's address some specific concerns related to our post-outbreak world. Many of you have asked about treating injuries sustained during encounters with the infected. The most important thing is to thoroughly clean any wound caused by an infected individual. Use soap and water if available, or high-proof alcohol if you have it. The risk of secondary infection from bacteria is high, so apply antibiotic ointment if you have it. Remember, while the sleeper virus doesn't seem to transmit through casual contact or typical wound exposure, other diseases can. Always use protective equipment like gloves when treating someone else's wounds if possible. We've also had questions about dealing with mental health issues in the aftermath of the outbreak. While this isn't strictly first aid, it's an important health concern. Many survivors are dealing with post-traumatic stress, anxiety, and depression. While we don't have access to professional mental health care, there are things we can do to help each other. Encourage talking about feelings, but don't force it. Maintain routines as much as possible, as this can provide a sense of normalcy and control. Regular exercise, even if it's just a short walk in a safe area, can help improve mood. If someone expresses thoughts of self-harm or suicide, take it seriously. Don't leave them alone, and enlist help from others in your group to ensure their safety. Now, let's talk about some improvised medical equipment you can create from common items. A makeshift stretcher can be created using 2 poles or sturdy branches and a blanket or tarp. Roll the edges of the blanket around the poles and secure with duct tape if available. For an arm sling, a triangular bandage is ideal, but a square of cloth folded diagonally will work. Place one end under the arm, bring the point up behind the neck, and tie the ends behind the neck. If you need to make a cold pack and don't have ice, you can use a bag of frozen vegetables if available. In a pinch, a cloth soaked in cool water can provide some relief. For a makeshift heating pad, fill a sock with uncooked rice or dried beans, tie it off, and heat it in the sun or near a fire, being careful not to make it too hot. One crucial aspect of first aid in our current world is preventive care. Keep wounds clean and covered to prevent infection. Maintain personal hygiene as much as possible, washing hands frequently if you have access to clean water and soap. If water is scarce, alcohol-based hand sanitizers can be effective. Dental hygiene is often overlooked, but is crucial for overall health. If you don't have toothbrushes and toothpaste, you can use a frayed stick as a brush and mix baking soda with water to form a paste. Saltwater rinses can help with gum health. Foot care is also vital, especially if you're doing a lot of walking. Keep feet clean and dry, and treat any blisters promptly to prevent infection. If possible, change socks daily and air out feet when resting. Lastly, I want to stress the importance of building a first aid kit if you don't already have one. Scavenge for supplies whenever safely possible. Priority items include bandages, gauze, adhesive tape, scissors, tweezers, pain relievers, antibiotic ointment, and any prescription medications you or your group members need. Remember, in our new world, knowledge is often our most valuable resource. Share these first aid skills with others in your group. Practice applying bandages and making splints so you're prepared when real emergencies happen. Consider designating someone in your group to focus on learning and practicing medical skills if possible. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how to create makeshift weapons and tools for survival situations. While we hope for a peaceful rebuilding of society, the reality is that we need to be prepared to defend ourselves, both from the infected and potentially hostile survivor groups. Stay tuned, stay safe, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss how to create makeshift weapons and tools for survival situations. While we all hope for a peaceful rebuilding of society, the reality is that we need to be prepared to defend ourselves, both from the infected and potentially hostile survivor groups. Remember, these skills are for survival and self-defense only. We must not lose our humanity in our struggle to survive. Let's start with tools, as these are essential for daily survival tasks. One of the most versatile tools you can create is a simple knife. Look for flat pieces of metal, like street signs or car body panels. Using a hard rock or another piece of metal, carefully hammer one edge to create a sharp blade. Wrap one end in cloth or duct tape to create a handle. Be extremely careful when sharpening, as makeshift knives can be unpredictable. For a hammer, find a sturdy piece of wood for the handle and a heavy object for the head. Rocks work well, but you can also use heavy metal objects. Secure the head to the handle with cordage, wire, or by wedging it tightly. A pry bar can be invaluable for scavenging. Look for sturdy metal rods or even the leaf spring from a car suspension. Flatten one end for prying. If possible, bend a slight curve into this end for better leverage. Now, let's move on to hunting and fishing tools. A simple spear can be made by sharpening one end of a long, straight stick. Harden the point by carefully charring it in a fire. For added effectiveness, you can attach a knife blade or a sharpened piece of metal to the end, securing it tightly with cordage or wire. For fishing, you can create hooks from wire, safety pins, or even by carefully shaping small pieces of bone or hard plastic. Fishing line can be made from strong cordage or by unraveling synthetic fabrics. A slingshot is another useful hunting tool. Find a Y-shaped branch, ideally from a hardwood tree. Cut 2 equal lengths of elastic material, like rubber bands or the elastic from clothing. Secure these to the prongs of the Y, then attach a small pouch in the center to hold your projectiles. Smooth pebbles make good ammunition. For trapping small game, learn to make simple snares using wire or strong cordage. Remember to check traps frequently and dispatch any caught animals humanely. Now, let's address the more serious topic of weapons for self-defense. Remember, these should be an absolute last resort. Your primary defense against both the infected and hostile humans should always be avoidance and de-escalation. One of the simplest weapons to create is a club. Look for a sturdy piece of wood, about the length of your arm. Hardwoods like oak or maple are best if available. Shape one end into a comfortable grip, and if possible, add weight to the striking end. This could be as simple as driving a few nails into the wood or securing a heavy object to the end. A spear, as mentioned earlier, can also serve as a defensive weapon. For this purpose, you'll want it to be about your height or slightly taller. Remember, the advantage of a spear is reach. Keep your distance from threats. Projectile weapons can be very effective for self-defense. We've already mentioned slingshots, but you can also create bolas using rope and weights. These can be used to entangle an attacker's legs. If you have access to PVC pipe or similar materials, you can create a simple blowgun. Use small, sharpened pieces of wood or metal as darts. While not lethal, this can be an effective deterrent. For those with metalworking skills, creating arrowheads or spear points from scrap metal can greatly improve the effectiveness of these weapons. Always exercise extreme caution when working with metal, especially without proper safety equipment. Now, let's talk about defensive tools. A simple shield can be created from a trash can lid, a car hood, or any large, sturdy, flat object. Attach straps to hold it securely on your arm. Improvised body armor can be created using thick books, magazines, or multiple layers of thick fabric. While this won't stop bullets, it can provide some protection against blunt impacts and improvised bladed weapons. For dealing with the infected, remember that your primary goal should be avoiding close contact. Long-handled weapons like spears or poles with secured blades can help maintain distance. Consider creating a catch-pole-like device for controlling and redirecting infected individuals without direct contact. It's crucial to note that firearms, while effective, should be a last resort if available. The noise attracts both infected and potentially hostile survivors. If you must use firearms, make sure you're well trained in their use and maintenance. Now let's discuss some general tips for using these improvised weapons and tools. First and foremost, practice with them in a safe environment before you need to use them in a real situation. Improvised weapons can be unpredictable, and you need to be familiar with their quirks and limitations. Maintain your tools and weapons. Keep bladed implements sharp, keep moving parts oiled if applicable, and regularly check for any damage or wear. A well-maintained tool is safer and more effective. When using any weapon, be aware of your surroundings. In close quarters, Long weapons like spears can be a hindrance. In open areas, ranged weapons have the advantage. Always have a backup. The best weapon to escape any survival situation is your mind. Stay calm, think critically, and avoid confrontation whenever possible. These tools and weapons should be a last resort, not a first response. It's also important to consider the legal and ethical implications of creating and carrying weapons, even in our post-outbreak world. If you encounter other survivor groups or remnants of organized society, be prepared to explain and possibly relinquish your weapons. Always prioritize peaceful cooperation over conflict. Let's also talk about the importance of teamwork when it comes to defense. If you're part of a group, consider assigning roles based on individual skills and strengths. Some might be better suited for scouting and early warning, others for direct defense, and others for support roles like maintaining equipment or treating injuries. Creating defensive structures is another crucial aspect of survival. Simple barricades can be created from furniture, vehicles, or any large, heavy objects. Consider creating noise traps, using cans or other noisy objects to alert you to approaching threats. For those of you in urban environments, learn to use the terrain to your advantage. High ground provides better visibility and defensive positions. Narrow alleyways can be easily barricaded. Sturdy buildings with few ground-level entrances can be fortified into safe houses. In rural areas, natural features like rivers, cliffs, or dense vegetation can be incorporated into your defenses. Consider digging ditches or creating other obstacles to slow down potential threats. Now, I want to address a question many of you have asked. How do we balance the need for self-defense with maintaining our humanity? It's a crucial question and one we must all grapple with. Remember, the goal of all these tools and weapons is preservation of life, not dealing death. Use them to protect yourself and others, to secure food, and to create shelter. Avoid conflict whenever possible. Attempt to communicate and negotiate with other survivors before resorting to violence. When dealing with the infected, remember that they were once people too. While we must protect ourselves, we should not take their destruction lightly. If a cure is ever found, we'll want to have preserved as many infected as possible. It's also important to establish clear rules within your group about the use of weapons. They should never be used to threaten or coerce others within the group. Create a system of accountability to prevent misuse. Lastly, remember that in this new world, knowledge and skills are often more valuable than any weapon. Focus on learning and teaching survival skills, first aid, agriculture, and other crucial abilities. A well-rounded, knowledgeable group is far more likely to survive and thrive than one that relies solely on weapons. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the importance of noise discipline in avoiding both the infected and potential human threats. Understanding how to move silently and minimize noise in your daily activities could mean the difference between life and death in our new world. Stay tuned, stay vigilant, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss the crucial importance of noise discipline in our post-outbreak world. Understanding how to move silently and minimize noise in your daily activities could mean the difference between life and death. The infected are drawn to sound, and in a world where every survivor could be a potential threat, stealth is often your best defense. Let's start with the basics of silent movement. The key is to move slowly and deliberately. Quick movements not only create more noise, but also make you more visible. When walking, place your heel down first, then slowly roll onto the ball of your foot. This technique, often called the fox walk, allows you to feel for twigs or other noisy debris before you put your full weight down. Your choice of footwear is crucial. Soft-soled shoes are ideal for silent movement. If you only have hard-soled boots, consider wrapping the soles in cloth or carpet to muffle your steps. In urban environments, be especially careful on hard surfaces like concrete or metal stairs, which can amplify even the softest footstep. When moving through vegetation, be mindful of branches and leaves. Move them slowly out of your way, and if you must break one, do it slowly to minimize the sound. In dry environments, be wary of crunchy leaves or gravel. Sometimes, the best path is not the most direct one, but the quietest. Breathing control is another important aspect of stealth. Learn to breathe slowly and quietly through your nose. If you need to take a deep breath, do it gradually to avoid any sudden gasps or exhales. Now, let's talk about noise discipline in your daily activities. Even in what you consider a safe area, practicing quiet habits can help you maintain readiness and avoid attracting unwanted attention. When handling objects, be deliberate in your movements. Set things down gently instead of dropping them. If you need to set down a heavy object, lower it slowly, controlling its descent all the way to the ground. When opening doors or drawers, do it slowly and be mindful of squeaky hinges or rattling contents. In your shelter, consider ways to minimize noise. Fabric hung on walls can help dampen sound. If you have a multi-story structure, carpeting or rugs on upper floors can significantly reduce noise transmission. Be mindful of pipes and ventilation systems, which can carry sound throughout a building. Communication is a challenge when trying to maintain noise discipline. Develop a system of hand signals with your group for basic commands and information sharing. If you must speak, do so in low whispers and close to the listener's ear. In high-risk areas, consider using written notes for complex communication. Now let's address some specific scenarios where noise discipline is crucial. When scavenging in urban areas, be extremely cautious about creating noise. Broken glass is a common hazard and can create loud crunching sounds if stepped on. Take the time to clear a path if necessary. Be wary of doors and windows in abandoned buildings. They may be swollen shut or blocked by debris, causing loud noises if forced open. Always test them gently first, and have a plan to quickly silence them if they start to make noise. Vehicle use is another major concern. In general, avoid using vehicles unless absolutely necessary, as the noise can attract infected from miles around. If you must use a vehicle, consider ways to muffle the engine noise. Modifications to the exhaust system can help, but be careful not to create back pressure that could damage the engine. When setting up camp, be mindful of potential noise hazards. Secure loose items that might rattle or bang in the wind. If you're using a fire, keep it small and shielded to minimize both light and the sound of crackling wood. Water collection can be surprisingly noisy. When collecting rainwater, design your system to minimize the sound of water hitting containers. For stream or river collection, submerge your container to fill it, rather than letting water fall into it from above. Let's talk about hunting and foraging with noise discipline in mind. Traditional hunting methods often rely on calls or other noisy techniques to attract game. In our current situation, these methods are too risky. Instead, focus on silent techniques, like trapping or using bows and crossbows for hunting. When foraging, be mindful of the noise you make while harvesting. Pulling fruits or vegetables can sometimes create surprisingly loud sounds. Take your time and be gentle to minimize noise. Now, I want to address a common question. How do we balance the need for noise discipline with the need to be aware of our surroundings? It's a valid concern. While we want to be quiet, we also need to be able to hear potential threats approaching. The key is to minimize your own noise so you can better hear your surroundings. Practice periods of complete silence where you focus on listening to the ambient sounds around you. Learn to distinguish between normal environmental noises and those that might indicate a threat. Consider using visual alarms instead of audible ones. Tripwires connected to silent visual indicators can alert you to movement without creating noise. In urban environments, mirrors can be positioned to extend your visual range around corners or down hallways. For those of you in groups, consider implementing a watch system where one person is always on quiet alert, listening for potential threats, while others sleep or work. Rotate this duty to ensure everyone stays fresh and attentive. Now let's discuss how to train yourself and your group in noise discipline. Start by having silent hours where everyone practices moving and working as quietly as possible. Make it a game, challenging each other to complete tasks without making noise. This not only improves your stealth skills, but can also be a morale-boosting activity. Create obstacle courses that require silent navigation. Use items that make noise when touched as obstacles, requiring people to figure out how to move around or over them silently. This can help develop both physical stealth skills and problem-solving abilities. Practice your fox walk regularly. Start slow focusing on proper technique. As you improve, try to increase your speed while maintaining silence. Remember, in a real situation, you may need to move quickly and motor control. Being able to hold objects securely with a light touch is crucial for silent handling. Practice picking up and setting down objects of various sizes and weights as quietly as possible. For those of you with children in your groups, teaching noise discipline can be challenging, but is extremely important. Make it into a game, like a silent version of hide and seek. Reward quiet behavior and gently correct noisy actions. Let's also talk about the psychological aspects of maintaining noise discipline. Constant silence can be stressful, especially for those not used to it. It's important to have designated safe areas where normal conversation and activity can occur. This helps prevent tension buildup and allows for necessary social interaction. Be mindful of the impact of sudden noises in a quiet environment. Even small sounds can seem shockingly loud when you're used to silence. This can lead to heightened stress responses. Practice calming techniques to help manage these reactions. Now, I want to address the use of noise as a tool. While our focus is on staying quiet, there are times when creating noise can be useful. Noise can be used as a distraction, drawing infected or hostile individuals away from your position. However, use this tactic sparingly and with extreme caution, as it can backfire if not planned carefully. Consider creating noisemakers that can be activated remotely or on a timer. This can provide a distraction while allowing you to be far from the source of the sound. Car alarms, if you can activate them safely, can be particularly effective for this. In urban environments, learn to use the acoustics of buildings and streets to your advantage. Sound can bounce and echo, making it difficult for others to pinpoint its origin. This can be used both defensively, to hide your location, and offensively, to create distractions. Remember, the goal of noise discipline isn't just to be quiet, but to control sound. Understanding how sound travels and how to manipulate it can give you a significant advantage in survival situations. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of adaptability. Every environment has its own unique sound profile. What works for staying quiet in a dense forest might not be effective in an urban setting. Always be assessing your surroundings and adjusting your techniques accordingly. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the potential for a cure and the current status of research efforts. While our daily focus is on survival, it's important to maintain hope for a long-term solution to the sleeper virus outbreak. Stay tuned, stay silent, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss the potential for a cure and the current status of research efforts against the sleeper virus. While our daily focus is on survival, it's crucial to maintain hope for a long-term solution to this outbreak. Remember, hope is what keeps us human in these dark times. Let's start with what we know about the current research efforts. Before communications broke down, there were reports of several major research facilities working around the clock to understand the sleeper virus and develop a vaccine or treatment. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, the Pasteur Institute in Paris, and other top-level bioresearch facilities around the world were all involved in this effort. The last official reports we received indicated that scientists had made some progress in understanding the virus's structure and how it affects the human brain. They had identified the specific areas of the brain targeted by the virus, particularly those responsible for higher reasoning and impulse control. This understanding was seen as a crucial first step towards developing a treatment. One of the most promising avenues of research was focused on individuals who seemed to be naturally immune to the virus. These rare cases, people who had been exposed but didn't become infected, were of great interest to researchers. Their blood samples were being studied intensively in the hope of identifying antibodies or other factors that could be used to develop a vaccine or treatment. Another area of research was exploring the possibility of a drug that could slow or halt the progression of the virus in infected individuals. The idea was to find a way to keep infected people in the initial sleep state, preventing them from waking up as violent, mindless husks. While this wouldn't be a cure, it could potentially make the infected easier to manage and possibly even reverse the effects if a full cure was later developed. Now, I want to address a question many of you have asked. Is it possible that a cure has already been developed, but hasn't been distributed due to the breakdown of society? While we can't rule this out entirely, it seems unlikely. The development of vaccines and treatments typically takes years, even for known diseases. Given the novel and complex nature of the sleeper virus, it's more likely that research was still in its early stages when communication networks failed. However, this doesn't mean all hope is lost. It's entirely possible that research is continuing in isolated facilities around the world. Scientists and medical professionals are survivors too, and many of them would likely continue their work even in these difficult circumstances. In fact, we've received reports of survivor communities centered around research facilities. These groups are reportedly continuing the work of studying the virus and searching for a cure. If you have medical or scientific expertise, seeking out these communities could be a worthy goal. Even if you don't have specialized knowledge, these groups often need support staff and could provide a sense of purpose beyond day-to-day survival. Now, let's talk about what we, as survivors, can do to support the search for a cure. First and foremost, if you encounter anyone who seems to be immune to the virus, try to get them to a research facility if possible. These individuals could hold the key to developing a vaccine. Similarly, if you come across any medical or research facilities in your travels, secure any samples or data you find. Even if you don't understand the information yourself, it could be invaluable to researchers. Look for things like blood samples, brain scans, or computer drives that might contain research data. For those of you with medical or scientific backgrounds, consider keeping detailed records of your observations about the infected. Note any patterns in behavior, physical changes, or environmental factors that seem to affect them. This kind of field data could be crucial for researchers trying to understand the virus. Some of you have asked about the possibility of home experimentation or amateur research. While the initiative is admirable, I must caution against this. The sleeper virus is incredibly dangerous, and without proper containment facilities, any experiments could put you and others at risk. Instead, focus on observation and data collection that doesn't involve direct contact with the virus. Now, let's address some of the rumors and theories that have been circulating about the virus and potential cures. We've heard reports of supposed miracle cures or protective talismans being sold by opportunistic individuals. I cannot stress this enough. Be extremely skeptical of any such claims. There is no evidence of any folk remedies or alternative treatments being effective against the sleeper virus. Similarly, be wary of conspiracy theories about the origin or nature of the virus. While it's natural to seek explanations in times of crisis, focusing on unsubstantiated theories can distract from the practical realities of survival and the genuine scientific efforts to find a cure. That being said, we shouldn't discount the potential for unexpected breakthroughs. History is full of examples of scientific discoveries coming from unlikely sources. If you have an idea or observation that you think could be relevant to finding a cure, document it carefully. If possible, try to get this information to one of the known research communities. Now, let's talk about what a cure might look like if one is developed. Given the nature of the sleeper virus and its effects on the brain, it's unlikely that a cure would immediately reverse all symptoms in infected individuals. More likely, a successful treatment would first focus on halting the progression of the virus, and then gradually reversing its effects. This means that even if a cure is found, the process of treating the infected population would likely be long and complex. We would need to consider how to safely administer the treatment to violent, infected individuals. We would also need to be prepared for the possibility that cured individuals might have lasting neurological effects or memory loss. The distribution of a cure would also present significant challenges in our post-outbreak world. With traditional infrastructure and supply chains disrupted, getting a cure to all survivors and infected would be a monumental task. This is something we as a survivor community would need to come together to accomplish. Despite these challenges, the development of a cure would be a turning point in our struggle. It would give us a clear goal to work towards beyond day-to-day survival. It would allow us to shift from merely defending against the infected to actively working to save them. In the meantime, while we hope for a cure, we must continue to focus on survival and rebuilding. Every day that we survive, Every bit of knowledge we preserve and pass on brings us one step closer to the day when we might be able to reclaim our world. I want to address a difficult question that many of you have asked. What do we do if a cure is never found? It's a harsh possibility to consider, but one we must be prepared for. If this is the case, our focus would need to shift entirely to long-term survival and the gradual rebuilding of society. We would need to find sustainable ways to coexist with the infected, possibly by establishing permanent, well-defended settlements in areas with natural barriers against the infected. We would need to pass on knowledge to future generations, ensuring that the skills and information needed for survival are not lost. But even in this scenario, we shouldn't abandon all hope of a cure. The history of medicine is full of examples of treatments being found for diseases long after their initial outbreak. We should continue to support any ongoing research efforts and maintain records of our experiences with the virus for future generations of scientists to study. Remember, even in the darkest times, humanity has always found a way to persevere. We've faced pandemics before, we've rebuilt from disasters, and we've overcome challenges that once seemed insurmountable. The sleeper virus, as devastating as it has been, is no different. In our next segment, we'll be sharing success stories from survivor communities around the world. These tales of resilience and ingenuity in the face of overwhelming odds serve as a reminder of the strength of the human spirit. Stay tuned, stay hopeful, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to share some success stories from survivor communities around the world. These tales of resilience and ingenuity in the face of overwhelming odds serve as a reminder of the strength of the human spirit. They show us that not only can we survive in this new world, but we can find ways to thrive and rebuild. Let's start with the story of the fortress city in the mountains. This community, located in what was once a ski resort in the Rocky Mountains, has managed to create a self-sustaining haven for over 1,000 survivors. They've repurposed ski lifts into a defense and transportation system, using the high vantage points to spot incoming threats from miles away. The resort's snowmaking equipment has been cleverly adapted into a water purification and distribution system, ensuring a steady supply of clean water for the community. What's most impressive about the fortress city is their agricultural innovation. They've converted the resort's indoor facilities into hydroponic gardens, growing a variety of fruits and vegetables year-round. The community has also started raising goats and chickens, utilizing the mountain meadows for grazing during the warmer months. Their success hasn't come without challenges. The harsh mountain winters pose a constant threat, and they've had to develop ingenious methods for heating and insulation. They've also had to defend themselves against both infected and hostile survivor groups attracted by their resources. However, their strategic location and well-organized community have allowed them to repel these threats and continue to grow. Now, let's move to a very different environment and talk about the floating colony off the coast of what was once Southern California. This group of survivors has created a floating city using abandoned ships, boats, and even repurposed oil platforms. They've lashed these structures together to create a mobile, ever-evolving settlement. The floating colony's main advantage is its mobility. When threatened by large groups of infected onshore or by hostile survivors, they can simply move their entire settlement. They've become expert fishers and have developed innovative techniques for desalinating seawater. Some members of the colony have even started experiments in seaweed and algae farming, looking to supplement their diet and possibly create biofuels. One of the most interesting aspects of the floating colony is their system of governance. They've developed a unique democratic system where decisions are made collectively, with each ship or platform representing a kind of neighborhood in their floating city. This has allowed them to navigate the challenges of their new life with a strong sense of community and shared purpose. Moving across the globe, let's talk about the underground bunker network in Central Europe. This community has repurposed a series of Cold War-era bunkers and connected them with a network of tunnels. What started as a small group of survivors seeking shelter has grown into a thriving subterranean city. The bunker network's main advantage is security. They're well protected from both the infected and the harsh elements. They've developed sophisticated air filtration systems and have even managed to create underground hydroponic gardens lit by salvaged LED lights. The community has also tapped into underground aquifers, ensuring a steady supply of fresh water. One of the most impressive aspects of the bunker network is their energy solution. They've managed to reactivate a small hydroelectric dam, providing their community with a consistent power supply. This has allowed them to maintain some technological comforts, including a small computer network that they use for education and record keeping. The bunker community faces unique psychological challenges due to their underground lifestyle. To combat this, they've created common areas designed to mimic outdoor spaces, complete with artificial sunlight and murals of landscapes. They also organize regular expeditions to the surface for essential supplies and to allow community members to spend time above ground. Now, let's talk about a smaller but equally impressive community, the Treetop Village in the Amazon rainforest. This group of survivors, consisting of both local indigenous people and outsiders who fled to the jungle, has created an incredible network of tree houses and suspended walkways high in the forest canopy. Their elevated position provides excellent protection from the infected, who have difficulty navigating the dense jungle floor and cannot climb to the village's height. The survivors have become experts in rainforest survival, utilizing the incredible biodiversity of the Amazon for food and medicine. What's particularly inspiring about the Treetop Village is their commitment to preserving knowledge. They've created a school where both children and adults learn not only practical survival skills, but also subjects like mathematics, literature, and history. They're determined to keep human knowledge and culture alive for future generations. The village faces challenges from the harsh rainforest environment, including dangerous wildlife and tropical diseases. However, they've adapted remarkably well, developing natural remedies and creating an intricate system of warnings and defenses against jungle predators. Let's move to a very different climate and discuss the ice station community in northern Canada. This group has transformed a former scientific research station into a self-sustaining Arctic settlement. Their location, while harsh, provides natural protection from the infected, who struggle in the extreme cold. The ice station community has become remarkably self-sufficient. They've developed advanced insulation techniques to conserve heat and have even constructed a series of greenhouses that use geothermal heat and artificial lighting to grow food year-round. They supplement their diet with fishing and hunting, having become experts in Arctic survival techniques. One of the most innovative aspects of the ice station is their use of wind power. They've constructed wind turbines that take advantage of the strong Arctic winds, providing them with a consistent power supply. This allows them to maintain crucial systems and even some modern comforts. The community's biggest challenge is its isolation. They have to be incredibly self-reliant, as any outside help is months of dangerous travel away. However, this isolation has also bred a strong sense of community and interdependence among the survivors. Now, let's talk about an urban success story, the High-Rise Haven in Singapore. This group has secured and fortified several connected skyscrapers in the heart of the city-state. They've created vertical farms on balconies and rooftops, and have even managed to create a rainwater collection system that takes advantage of Singapore's frequent rainfall. The High-Rise Haven's most impressive feature is its energy solution. They've covered the exterior of their buildings with salvaged solar panels, providing them with a significant amount of power. They've also created an ingenious system of sky bridges between buildings, allowing for safe travel above the infected-filled streets below. The community faces constant pressure from the dense urban infected population surrounding them. However, they've developed sophisticated alarm systems and have become experts in urban warfare techniques. They regularly conduct carefully planned scavenging missions into the surrounding city, always on the lookout for useful resources and potential survivors to rescue. Let's move to a more rural setting and discuss the River Valley Collective in the American Midwest. This group has revitalized a small town along a major river, turning it into a thriving agricultural community. They've repurposed the town's buildings and used the surrounding farmland to create a diverse and most impressive achievement is their water management system. They've created a series of canals and irrigation systems that not only provide water for their crops, but also act as a defensive moat against the infected. They've also restored an old mill, using the river's power to grind grain and generate electricity. This community has faced challenges from both natural disasters, particularly flooding, and human threats. However, they've developed a strong civil defense system and have created mutual aid agreements with other nearby survivor settlements. Their success has turned their valley into a beacon of hope in the region. Now, let's discuss a mobile community, the Caravan of Hope in Australia. This group of survivors has created a constantly moving settlement using a convoy of modified vehicles. They travel across the Australian outback, staying ahead of infected hordes and taking advantage of the vast, sparsely populated landscape. The caravan has become incredibly resourceful, mastering the art of finding water in the desert and foraging for native plants. They've modified their vehicles to run on biofuels created from plants they cultivate during brief stops. The community has also developed a sophisticated system of scouts and outriders who help navigate and warn of incoming threats. One of the most inspiring aspects of the caravan is their role as information carriers. They make it a point to visit isolated settlements during their travels, exchanging news, trading goods, and helping to maintain a sense of connection in the fragmented post-outbreak world. These success stories, from the mountains to the seas, from the jungle canopy to the frozen north, show us the incredible adaptability and resilience of humanity. They remind us that even in the face of unimaginable challenges, we can find ways not just to survive, but to build communities, to innovate, and to hold on to our humanity. Each of these communities faced unique challenges based on their environment and resources, but they all share common themes: innovation, cooperation, and hope. They've found ways to adapt to their new reality, while still maintaining the values and knowledge that define us as human. These stories should serve as inspiration for all of us. Whether you're part of a large community or a small group of survivors, whether you're in a city or the wilderness, you have the potential to not just survive, but to thrive. Learn from these examples. Adapt their innovations to your own situation. And most importantly, never lose hope. In our next segment, we'll be discussing signs of nature reclaiming our cities and how this is affecting survival situations in urban environments. Stay tuned, stay inspired, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss the signs of nature reclaiming our cities and how this is affecting survival situations in urban environments. This transformation of our once bustling metropolises into wild, overgrown landscapes presents both challenges and opportunities for those of you trying to survive in these areas. Let's start with what we're seeing in major cities around the world. In the months since the outbreak, with human activity drastically reduced, nature has begun to reassert itself in urban areas at an astonishing rate. Streets once clogged with traffic are now sprouting with vegetation. Parks and gardens have grown wild, their carefully manicured lawns and flower beds giving way to a more natural, untamed state. In many cities, we're seeing trees and shrubs breaking through concrete, their roots slowly but surely cracking apart sidewalks and roads. Vines are climbing up the sides of buildings, in some cases completely covering smaller structures. In areas with taller buildings, the lack of maintenance has led to water accumulation on roofs, creating impromptu rooftop ponds and marshes. This rapid growth of vegetation is having a significant impact on urban ecosystems. We're seeing a resurgence of wildlife in cities. Birds are nesting in abandoned buildings, while larger animals like deer and coyotes are venturing into urban areas in search of food. In some coastal cities, there are even reports of seals and sea lions making their homes on deserted waterfronts. Now, let's talk about how this is affecting survival situations. First and foremost, this overgrowth is changing the urban landscape in ways that can be both beneficial and challenging for survivors. The increased vegetation can provide cover and concealment, making it easier to move through cities undetected by both the infected and potentially hostile survivor groups. However, this same overgrowth can make navigation more difficult. Streets and landmarks that were once easily recognizable may now be obscured by vegetation. If you're in an urban area, it's crucial to regularly update your mental map of your surroundings, noting how the changing landscape affects your usual routes and safe zones. The increased presence of wildlife in cities presents new opportunities for foraging and hunting. Many of the animals moving into urban areas are potential food sources. However, be cautious. If you're not experienced in hunting or trapping, attempting to take down larger animals can be dangerous. Start with smaller, more manageable prey like pigeons or rabbits. The wild growth of plants in cities also offers new foraging opportunities. Many of the plants taking over urban areas are edible. Dandelions, purslane, and chickweed are all nutritious and commonly found in urban environments. However, it's crucial to be absolutely certain of your identification before consuming any wild plants. Some common urban weeds can be toxic if ingested. Water management in cities is being affected by these changes as well. The breakdown of urban drainage systems, combined with increased vegetation, is leading to more standing water in many areas. This can be both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it provides more readily available water sources. On the other, standing water can become breeding grounds for mosquitoes and other insects, potentially increasing the risk of insect-borne diseases. If you're collecting water in an urban environment, be sure to purify it thoroughly. The lack of functioning water treatment facilities means that even seemingly clean water sources can harbor dangerous pathogens. The overgrowth is also affecting the behavior of the infected in urban areas. The increased vegetation seems to slow their movement in some areas, making certain overgrown streets and parks less dangerous to traverse. However, the denser vegetation also provides more hiding spots for the infected, making it easier for them to ambush unwary survivors. Always remain vigilant, even in areas that appear empty. Now, let's talk about how you can use these changes to your advantage. The increased vegetation can be a valuable resource for camouflage. Learn to use local plants to disguise your shelters and hiding spots. This can make you less visible to both infected and hostile survivors. The changing urban ecosystem also presents opportunities for more sustainable long-term survival. The resurgence of wildlife and plant life means that cities can potentially support small-scale hunting and gathering lifestyles. Some survivor groups have reported success in creating hidden garden plots in overgrown parks or on rooftops, supplementing their scavenged supplies with fresh produce. However, this new urban wilderness comes with its own set of dangers. The increased wildlife means you need to be aware of potential animal threats. In North America, for example, coyotes have become more common in urban areas and can be dangerous if cornered. In other parts of the world, you might encounter wild boars, which can be extremely aggressive. The denser vegetation also means that fires can spread more quickly in urban areas. Be extremely cautious with any open flames, especially during dry seasons. Have multiple escape routes planned from your shelter in case a fire breaks out. The changes in urban environments are not uniform across all cities. The rate and type of regrowth largely depend on the local climate and the specific makeup of the urban area. Cities in wetter climates are seeing faster and more extensive overgrowth, while those in arid regions might see slower changes. Coastal cities are experiencing unique transformations. With seawalls and pumping stations no longer maintained, some low-lying urban areas are flooding. In these areas, we're seeing the emergence of urban swamps and salt marshes. While challenging for traditional urban survival, these new ecosystems can be rich in resources if you know how to navigate and forage in wetland environments. In colder climates, the lack of heating in buildings is leading to increased freeze-thaw damage. This is causing more rapid deterioration of structures, particularly those with plumbing. Be cautious when entering buildings in these areas, as they may be more unstable than they appear. Now, let's discuss some specific strategies for thriving in these changing urban environments. First, invest time in learning about the local ecosystem that's emerging in your area. Identify the common plants that are taking over and learn which ones are edible or have medicinal properties. Understanding your new environment is key to surviving in it. Consider creating elevated gardens or farms. Rooftops, balconies, and even jury-rigged platforms in sturdier trees can provide safe spaces for growing food above the reach of most wildlife and the infected. Vertical gardening techniques can help you maximize food production of animal activity in your area. Knowing which animals are present and their habits can help you both in hunting and in avoiding dangerous encounters. Look for tracks, droppings, and signs of foraging or nesting. The increased vegetation can also be used for natural building materials. Vines can be used for cordage, certain types of leaves can be used for roofing or insulation, and straight branches can be used for constructing tools or shelters. Learning basic bushcraft skills can greatly enhance your ability to use these newly available resources. Water management is going to be a crucial skill in these changing urban environments. Learn to create water catchment systems to take advantage of rainfall. In areas with increased standing water, learn safe methods for filtering and purifying this water for consumption. The changing cityscape also offers new opportunities for creating defensive positions. Overgrown areas can be shaped into natural barriers, channeling the movement of both infected and potential human threats. Learning some basic principles of defensive landscaping could significantly improve the security of your urban shelter. It's also important to consider the long-term implications of these changes. As nature reclaims our cities, the urban landscape will continue to evolve. Buildings will decay, roads will crumble, and the line between city and wilderness will blur. This means that the survival strategies that work now may need to be adapted in the future. Some of you may be wondering about the possibility of reversing these changes if we ever manage to reclaim our cities. The truth is, the longer this situation continues, the more difficult it will be to return our urban areas to their pre-outbreak state. However, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. The new urban ecosystems that are emerging could potentially be more sustainable and healthier than our old cities, if we learn to live in harmony with them rather than trying to dominate them. In many ways, the reclamation of our cities by nature is a powerful reminder of the resilience of life. Despite the devastation wrought by the outbreak, the world continues to adapt and evolve. As survivors, we need to do the same. Embrace the changes in your environment, learn from them, and use them to your advantage. Remember, every challenge presented by these changes also presents an opportunity. The key is to stay adaptable, to continue learning, and to work with the changes rather than against them. In this new world, those who can harmonize with their environment rather than fighting against it will have the best chances of long-term survival. In our next segment, we'll be sharing inspiring stories of human resilience and heroism in the face of the outbreak. These tales of courage and compassion serve as a reminder of the best of humanity, even in our darkest hours. Stay tuned, stay adaptable, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to share some inspiring stories of human resilience and heroism in the face of the outbreak. These tales of courage and compassion serve as a reminder of the best of humanity, even in our darkest hours. They show us that even in this changed world, the human spirit remains unbroken. Let's start with the story of Dr. Maria Gonzalez, a virologist who was working at a research facility when the outbreak hit. As chaos erupted around her, Dr. Gonzalez made the difficult decision to quarantine herself in her lab, determined to continue her work on understanding the sleeper virus. For weeks, she worked tirelessly, subsisting on vending machine snacks and purified lab water. Her breakthrough came when she identified a unique protein marker in the blood of individuals who seemed resistant to the virus. While she couldn't develop a cure on her own, she documented all her findings and broadcast them on every frequency she could access before her power finally failed. Her research has since been picked up by survivor communities with medical expertise, providing a crucial starting point in the ongoing search for a cure. Next, let's talk about the bravery of firefighter Jake Chen. When the outbreak hit his city, Jake's station was quickly overwhelmed. Rather than flee, Jake commandeered a fire truck and began a one-man rescue mission. He used the truck's ladder to reach survivors trapped in high-rise buildings, saving dozens of lives. When the truck ran out of fuel, Jake continued on foot, using his knowledge of the city and his firefighting equipment to navigate the chaos. He eventually led a group of 30 survivors to safety outside the city. Today, Jake's group has established a thriving community, and he continues to organize rescue missions for other survivors. Now, let's move to a story of community resilience. In a small town in the Midwest, librarian Sarah Thompson recognized the importance of preserving knowledge in the wake of the outbreak. As digital infrastructure failed, Sarah organized a group of volunteers to secure and protect the town's library. They moved books to a more defensible location, a former bank building, and began the monumental task of copying important medical, scientific, and practical texts by hand. Sarah's group also started an apprenticeship program, ensuring crucial skills and knowledge would be passed on to younger survivors. Their library has become a beacon of learning in the region, with survivors traveling from miles around to access its resources. Here's a tale of ingenuity and perseverance from the other side of the world. In rural India, engineer Arjun Patel found himself stranded in his village when the outbreak hit. Recognizing the need for clean water, Arjun set about designing a solar-powered water purification system using scavenged materials. His initial prototype could only produce a few liters of clean water a day, but he continued to refine his design. Today, Arjun's purification systems are used in survivor settlements across the region, providing a sustainable source of safe drinking water. Arjun freely shares his designs with anyone willing to learn, hoping to spread this life-saving technology as far as possible. Let's not forget the countless acts of everyday heroism that occur in our new world. Take the story of teenage siblings Zoe and Ethan Wright. When their parents fell victim to the virus, Zoe and Ethan found themselves responsible for their two younger siblings. Despite their youth, they managed to secure their family home, establish a small rooftop garden, and even organize a neighborhood watch system with other young survivors. Their resilience and maturity in the face of unimaginable loss is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Now, let's talk about a remarkable tale of interspecies cooperation. In Australia, sheep farmer Kate Daniels found her skills uniquely suited to survival when the outbreak hit. Kate had always used dogs to help manage her flocks, and she quickly realized their potential for detecting the infected. She began training her border collies to alert to the specific scent of the infected, creating an early warning system that has saved countless lives. Kate now travels between survivor settlements, teaching others how to train and work with dogs for protection and hunting. Her work has not only improved survival rates but has also strengthened the bond between humans and their canine companions in this new world. Here's a story that reminds us of the power of music and art in times of crisis. In what was once New York City, jazz musician Ray Carter found himself trapped in his apartment building during the initial outbreak. As fear and despair set in among the survivors in his building, Ray began to play his trumpet each evening. The music provided comfort and a sense of normalcy in the chaos. Soon, other musicians in the building joined in, and a nightly concert became a tradition. This simple act of creating beauty in the midst of devastation helped maintain morale and fostered a sense of community among the survivors. Today, Ray leads a group of musicians who travel between settlements, using music to bring hope and heal trauma. Let's move to a tale of scientific dedication. Dr. Yuki Tanaka was part of a research team in Antarctica when the outbreak occurred. Cut off from the rest of the world, the team made the decision to continue their climate research, recognizing that this data could be crucial for long-term survival in a changed world. Despite dwindling supplies and harsh conditions, the team has maintained their weather stations and continued to collect data. They've developed new methods for long-distance communication using improvised equipment, and they regularly broadcast their findings to any survivors who can receive their signal. Their work provides invaluable information about global weather patterns, helping survivor communities prepare for environmental changes. Now, here's a story of compassion in the face of overwhelming odds. In a large city in Brazil, Nurse Paulo Oliveira found himself as one of the few medical professionals left when the hospital where he worked was overrun. Rather than flee, Paulo set up a mobile clinic in an old bus. He began making rounds through the city, offering medical care to survivors and teaching basic first aid skills. Paulo's bus clinic became a symbol of hope in the ravaged city. Even when supplies ran low, he continued to offer comfort and care to those in need. His work has inspired others, and now there's a network of mobile clinics operating leadership and foresight. Mayor Helen Chen of a small coastal town recognized the threat of the outbreak early on. She made the difficult decision to cut off access to the town, using fishing boats to patrol the waters, and turning the single road into town into a heavily guarded checkpoint. Her quick action saved many lives, but she didn't stop there. Helen organized the town's resources for long-term survival, establishing sustainable fishing practices, converting public spaces into community gardens, and implementing a fair system for rationing and labor distribution. Under her guidance, the town has become a model of sustainable survival, offering hope and inspiration to other communities. Here's a tale of youth and education bringing hope. High school teacher Mark Williams found himself responsible for a group of students when the outbreak stranded them on a field trip. Recognizing the importance of continuing education, Mark established a mobile school, moving from settlement to settlement. He teaches not only traditional subjects, but also crucial survival skills. His students, in turn, have become teachers themselves, spreading knowledge throughout survivor communities. Mark's dedication to education has helped maintain a sense of normalcy for many young survivors and ensures that important knowledge isn't lost in the struggle for survival. Now, let's discuss a story of agricultural innovation. Botanist Fatima Al-Rashid was working on drought-resistant crops when the outbreak hit. Recognizing the vital importance of food security in the post-outbreak world, Fatima continued her work, using improvised equipment and scavenged materials. She developed several strains of crops that could thrive in harsh conditions with minimal water. Fatima now travels between survivor settlements, teaching sustainable farming techniques and distributing seeds. Her work has been crucial in establishing food security for many communities, quite literally planting the seeds of hope for the future. Here's an inspiring tale from the world of technology. Software engineer Raj Patel found himself in a unique position to help when digital infrastructure began to fail. Raj used his expertise to develop a low-tech communication network using repurposed radio equipment. His system allows survivor settlements to communicate over long distances, sharing crucial information about resources, threats, and potential cures. Raj freely distributes the plans for his communication system, empowering communities to build their own networks. His work has been instrumental in maintaining connections between scattered survivor groups, fostering cooperation, and the sharing of vital knowledge. Let's not forget the importance of mental health in our new world. Psychologist Dr. Emma Larson recognized the immense trauma caused by the outbreak and its aftermath. She began offering counseling services to survivors, first in her local community, and then traveling between settlements. Dr. Larson developed techniques for dealing with the unique stresses of post-outbreak life, helping survivors cope with loss, fear, and the drastic changes to their world. She also trains others in basic counseling skills, creating a network of mental health support that spans multiple communities. Her work reminds us that survival is not just physical, but mental and emotional as well. Now, here's a story that shows the power of adaptation and skill sharing. Former mixed martial arts champion Kwesi Abara found his combat skills suddenly crucial for survival when the outbreak hit. However, Kwesi recognized that violence alone wouldn't ensure long-term survival. He began teaching self-defense and fitness classes in his survivor community, focusing on techniques that could help people escape or evade the infected. Kwesi's classes evolved to include parkour-style urban navigation, silent movement techniques, and methods for staying calm under pressure. His teachings have spread to other communities, giving survivors the physical and mental tools to better navigate the dangers of our new world. Let's conclude with a story that embodies the very best of humanity. In the chaos of the initial outbreak, trauma surgeon Dr. Ava Chen stayed at her post in a major hospital, working tirelessly to save as many lives as possible. When the hospital was finally overrun, Dr. Chen led a group of patients and staff to safety. She established a field hospital in a defensible location, using her skills to treat the injured and ill. But Dr. Chen's true heroism shines in her commitment to healing all who come to her, regardless of their past actions. She's been known to treat members of rival survivor groups with the same care she gives to her own community, firmly believing that compassion and medical ethics must survive even in this harsh new world. Dr. Chen's field hospital has become neutral ground, a place where the humanitarian spirit of the old world still thrives. These stories from all corners of the globe and all walks of life show us the incredible resilience, compassion, and ingenuity of the human spirit. They remind us that even in our darkest hours, there is light. They show us that the best parts of humanity, our ability to innovate, to care for one another, to create, and to heal, have survived the outbreak. These are not just tales of survival, but of people actively working to rebuild, to improve, to create a future worth fighting for. In our next segment, we'll be addressing more of your questions and concerns. Your experiences and observations are invaluable in helping us all navigate this new world. Stay tuned, stay inspired, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to address more of your questions and concerns. Your experiences and observations are invaluable in helping us all navigate this new world. Let's dive right in. Our first question comes from a group in what used to be suburban Detroit. They ask, "We've noticed that the infected seem to be more active at night. Is this a pattern others have observed? And how can we use this information to our advantage?" This is an excellent observation, and yes, it aligns with reports we've received from other areas. The infected do indeed seem to be more active during nighttime hours. There are a few theories about why this might be the case. Some speculate that their altered physiology makes them more sensitive to sunlight. Others theorize that the cooler nighttime temperatures are more comfortable for their virus-ravaged bodies. Regardless of the reason, this behavior pattern can be used to our advantage. First and foremost, it means that daylight hours are generally safer for necessary outdoor activities like scavenging or traveling. If you need to venture out, try to do so during the brightest part of the day. For those of you in fixed locations, consider adopting a diurnal lifestyle, being active during the day and securing yourselves at night. Use the nighttime hours for quiet, indoor activities. This not only keeps you safer, but also helps conserve resources like fuel for lighting. If you must be active at night, be extra vigilant. Use red-filtered lights if possible, as these are less likely to attract attention from a distance. Always have multiple escape routes planned, and move as quietly as possible. Some survivor groups have reported success with using this nighttime activity to their advantage in defending their settlements. By setting up noise traps or other distractions away from their main living areas, they can draw the infected away during their most active hours. Our next question is from a listener in former Brazil. They ask, "We've been trying to grow food, but many of our crops are failing. Are there any tips for agriculture in this new world?" Agriculture is indeed crucial for long-term survival, and many are facing similar challenges. The breakdown of modern agricultural systems, combined with changing weather patterns, has made traditional farming much more difficult. First, focus on crops that are native to your area or well adapted to your climate. These will generally be more resilient and require less intervention to thrive. Consider exploring heirloom varieties of common crops, as these often have greater genetic diversity and can be more adaptable to changing conditions. Soil health is crucial. Without access to commercial fertilizers, you'll need to focus on natural methods of enriching your soil. Composting is an excellent way to recycle organic waste and create nutrient-rich soil. If you have access to animal manure, this can also be an excellent fertilizer when properly composted. Water management is another key factor. Depending on your climate, you may be dealing with either too much or too little water. Look into rainwater harvesting systems to make the most of available precipitation. In drier areas, consider drought-resistant crops and water-efficient irrigation methods like drip systems. Pest management is a significant challenge without modern pesticides. Look into companion planting techniques, where certain plants are grown together to naturally repel pests or attract beneficial insects. Neem oil, if you can find or produce it, is an effective natural pesticide. Don't overlook the potential of urban or indoor farming. Hydroponic systems can be set up in buildings and can produce high yields in small spaces. Vertical gardening techniques can also maximize production. Remember that agriculture is as much about knowledge as it is about resources. If you have access to agricultural textbooks or experienced farmers, these can be invaluable resources. Consider establishing a system to document and share successful growing techniques within your community. Moving on, we have a question from a group in former Scotland. They ask, "We've been relying heavily on canned goods, but our supplies are running low. What are some long-term food storage methods we can use for the food we're able to grow or scavenge? This is a crucial question as we transition from short-term survival to long-term sustainability. While canned goods are convenient, they're a finite resource. Here are some traditional food preservation methods that can be implemented with minimal technology. Drying or dehydration is one of the oldest and most effective preservation methods. Many fruits, vegetables, and meats can be preserved this way. In sunny climates, solar dehydrators can be easily constructed. In damper areas, you might need to use fire or other heat sources to dry foods. Smoking is another excellent method for preserving meats and some vegetables. It not only preserves the food, but also adds flavor. If you have access to salt, salt curing is an effective preservation method for meats and some vegetables. Fermentation is a versatile preservation method that also increases the nutritional value of foods. Vegetables can be fermented into foods like sauerkraut or kimchi. If you have access to dairy, yogurt, and cheese are nutritious fermented products. Root cellaring is a low-tech method for storing root vegetables, apples, and some other produce. This involves storing food in a cool, dark, and slightly damp environment, often underground. If you have access to sugar, jams and jellies are a great way to preserve fruits. Honey, if available, can also be used for preservation. For grains and dry goods, the key is to keep them dry and protected from pests. Airtight containers are ideal. Some survivors have had success using large plastic barrels or repurposed freezers as dry storage containers. Remember, proper food handling and storage is crucial to prevent foodborne illnesses. Always err on the side of caution if you suspect food might have spoiled. Our next question comes from a young survivor in what used to be Tokyo. They ask, "I'm worried about forgetting what the world was like before the outbreak. How can we preserve our history and culture?" This is a profound and important question. Preserving our history and culture is crucial not just for remembering the past, but for maintaining our humanity and passing knowledge on to future generations. First and foremost, write things down. Keep journals documenting your experiences, your memories of the old world, and the changes you're witnessing. Encourage others in your community to do the same. These first-hand accounts will be invaluable historical documents in the future. If you have access to books, particularly history books, encyclopedias, or cultural texts, protect them at all costs. Consider creating a community library to preserve these resources. Oral tradition can be a powerful tool for preserving history and culture. Establish regular times for elders or those with specific knowledge to share stories and information with others, especially younger members of your community. Art and music are also important aspects of culture. Encourage creative expression in your community. Songs, paintings, sculptures, these can all help preserve the essence of human culture and experience. If possible, try to preserve digital information. While accessing it might be difficult now, hard drives or other digital storage devices containing books, music, or other cultural artifacts could be incredibly valuable in the future if we're able to rebuild our technological infrastructure. Lastly, consider creating a time capsule. Gather items that represent your life now and your memories of the past, and preserve them for future generations to discover. Remember, you're not just surviving, you're the custodians of human knowledge and culture. What you preserve now could be the foundation upon which our society is rebuilt. Our final question for this segment comes from a group in former California. They ask, "We've been seeing changes in local wildlife behavior. Some animals seem to avoid areas with high infected activity, while others are thriving. What should we be aware of when it comes to wildlife in this new world?" This is a fascinating observation, and one that aligns with reports we've received from other areas. The outbreak has indeed had a significant impact on wildlife behavior and populations. First, let's talk about the animals that seem to be avoiding infected areas. This behavior is likely a survival adaptation. Animals with keen senses may be able to detect the infected and are learning to stay away from them. This can actually be useful information for survivors. Areas with thriving wildlife populations are likely to have fewer infected. On the other hand, some animals are taking advantage of the reduction in human activity. In many areas, we're seeing wildlife returning to urban and suburban spaces. This can present both opportunities and challenges for survivors. In terms of opportunities, this could mean more available game for those relying on hunting for food. However, it's crucial to be cautious. Animals moving into new territories may behave unpredictably. There have been reports of increased human-wildlife conflicts in some areas. Be particularly cautious of predators and large animals that may have lost their fear of humans. In North America, for instance, bears and mountain lions have been spotted more frequently in formerly populated areas. In other parts of the world, you might encounter wild boars, big cats, or other potentially dangerous animals. It's also important to be aware of the potential for zoonotic diseases, illnesses that can pass from animals to humans. While the sleeper virus doesn't seem to affect animals in the same way it does humans, other diseases could pose a threat. Always cook game thoroughly, and be cautious when handling wild animals. On a more positive note, the resurgence of wildlife can be seen as a sign of the ecosystem rebalancing itself. Increased biodiversity can lead to healthier environments in the long run, which could benefit survivor communities practicing sustainable hunting and gathering. Lastly, keep in mind that as prey animal populations increase, so too will predator populations. This could lead to complex changes in local ecosystems over time. Stay observant of these changes, as they could affect your food sources and security. That's all the questions we have time for in this segment. Remember, your questions and observations are invaluable. They help us all learn and adapt to this new world we find ourselves in. Keep them coming, and we'll address more in future broadcasts. In our next segment, we'll be discussing resource management techniques, focusing on inventory tracking and rationing strategies. These skills are crucial for long-term survival, especially as scavenged resources become scarcer. Stay tuned, stay observant, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss resource management techniques, focusing on inventory tracking and rationing strategies. These skills are crucial for long-term survival, especially as scavenged resources become scarcer. Let's start with inventory tracking. In our post-outbreak world, knowing exactly what resources you have and where they are can mean the difference between survival and disaster. First and foremost, designate a specific area for storage. This could be a room, a series of shelves, or even a repurposed shipping container. The key is to have a centralized location where all resources are kept and tracked. Create a simple but comprehensive inventory system. If you have access to paper and writing materials, a ledger or notebook can work well. Divide your inventory into categories such as food, water, medical supplies, tools, and ammunition, if applicable. For each item, record the quantity, condition, and expiration date if relevant. Regularly update your inventory. Assign someone the responsibility of maintaining the inventory list, ensuring it's updated whenever items are added or used. This person should also perform regular audits to ensure the physical inventory matches the records. For larger communities, consider implementing a checkout system for tools or other shared resources. This helps prevent items from going missing and ensures that everyone knows where critical resources are at all times. If you have access to working computers or smartphones, digital spreadsheets can be an excellent tool for inventory management. They allow for easy updating and can automatically calculate totals and alert you when supplies are running low. However, always keep a physical backup of your inventory in case of power failures or technology issues. Now, let's move on to rationing strategies. Effective rationing is about more than just making supplies last longer. It's about ensuring the health and morale of your group over the long term. Start by calculating your total supplies and the number of people they need to support. This will give you a baseline for how long your current resources can last. Always plan for the worst-case scenario, assuming that resupply might not be possible into categories based on necessity. Essential items like water, basic food, and critical medical supplies should be rationed most carefully. Less critical items can have more flexible rationing. When it comes to food rationing, it's not just about calories. Ensure that rations provide a balance of nutrients. If possible, supplement stored foods with fresh items from hunting, fishing, or gardening. This not only extends your supplies, but also helps maintain health and morale. Water rationing is particularly crucial. The minimum water requirement for survival is about 1 gallon per person per day for drinking and basic hygiene. In hot climates or with increased physical activity, this requirement goes up. Always prioritize drinking water over other uses. Implement a fair and transparent distribution system. Everyone should understand how rations are determined and distributed. This transparency helps prevent conflicts and ensures everyone feels they're being treated equally. Consider implementing a tiered rationing system that can be adjusted based on supply levels. For example, you might have a standard ration when supplies are plentiful, a conservation ration when supplies start to run low, and an emergency ration for crisis situations. Don't forget to factor in medical needs when rationing. Some members of your group may require additional resources due to health conditions. Plan for these needs in your rationing strategy. Now, let's talk about some specific techniques for extending your resources. Food preservation is a crucial skill. Learn methods like drying, smoking, and fermentation to extend the life of perishable foods. These techniques not only preserve food, but can also add variety to your diet. For water, implement a gray water recycling system. Water used for washing can be repurposed for flushing toilets or watering non-edible plants. Rainwater collection can also significantly extend your water supplies. When it comes to medical supplies, proper storage is key to extending shelf life. Keep medicines in a cool, dry place and always check expiration dates. Some medications remain effective beyond their expiration date, but others can become dangerous, so err on the side of caution. For tools and equipment, regular maintenance is crucial. Properly cleaned and maintained tools last longer and perform better. Establish a routine for cleaning and maintaining all your critical equipment. Let's also discuss the psychological aspects of resource management. Living with limited resources can be stressful, and it's important to address this. Be transparent about the reasons for rationing. Help everyone understand that careful resource management is crucial for long-term survival. Consider implementing a reward system for conservation efforts. This could be as simple as extra rations of a favorite treat for those who consistently use less than their allotted resources. This positive reinforcement can help make conservation a community value rather than a hardship. It's also important to find ways to create a sense of abundance even in times of scarcity. This could involve creative cooking to make simple ingredients more appealing, or organizing community events that don't rely heavily on consumable resources. Now, let's address a common question. How do we balance current needs with the need to save for the future? This is a challenging issue that every survivor group faces. The key is to find a sustainable middle ground. While it's important to maintain an emergency reserve, resources that spoil or degrade over time should be used before they go to waste. Implement a rotation system for your supplies. Use the oldest items first and replace them with newer ones. This ensures that your reserves stay as fresh as possible. For food, this might mean eating the oldest canned goods and replacing them with freshly preserved items from your gardening or hunting efforts. It's also crucial to invest resources in long-term sustainability. Using some of your current supplies to establish gardens, build rainwater collection systems, or create renewable energy sources can pay off significantly in the long run. Remember, resource management isn't just about stretching your supplies, it's about creating a sustainable system for long-term survival. This means not only managing what you have, but also constantly looking for ways to replenish and expand your resources. Scavenging will become more challenging as time goes on, so focus on developing renewable resource streams. This could involve agriculture, animal husbandry, or finding ways to manufacture or repair essential items. Let's talk about the importance of diversification in your resource management strategy. Don't rely too heavily on any single type of resource. For food, this means having a mix of preserved foods, dried goods, and fresh products from gardening or foraging. For water, have multiple sources such as stored water, rainwater collection, and knowledge of natural water sources in your area. Diversification also applies to skills within your group. Encourage members to develop diverse skill sets related to resource management. The more people who understand your inventory and rationing systems, the more resilient your community will be. Now, let's address the ethical considerations of resource management. In times of scarcity, it's easy for conflicts to arise over resources. Establish clear, fair rules about resource distribution and stick to them. Transparency is key. Everyone should understand how decisions about resources are made. Consider establishing a community council to make decisions about resource allocation. This can help ensure that decisions are made collectively and in the best interest of the entire group. It's also important to have plans in place for how to handle newcomers or requests for aid from other groups. While helping others is a noble goal, it's crucial to balance this with the needs of your own community. Having predetermined guidelines for these situations can help prevent emotional decisions that could jeopardize your group's survival. Let's also discuss the importance of adaptability in your resource management strategies. The post-outbreak world is unpredictable, and you need to be prepared to adjust your plans quickly. Regularly reassess your inventory, consumption rates, and rationing strategies. Be prepared to tighten rations if supplies run lower than expected, or to adjust your strategies if you discover new resources. It's also crucial to pay attention to seasonal changes and how they affect your resources. Your needs and the availability of certain resources will vary throughout the year. Plan ahead for these changes, storing excess summer produce for winter use, for example. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of education in effective resource management. Make sure everyone in your group understands the basics of your inventory and rationing systems. Teach children these skills as well. They're crucial life lessons in our new world. Consider creating a resource management guide specific to your community. This can serve as a training manual for new members and a reference guide for everyone. Include information on your inventory system, rationing strategies, conservation techniques, and guidelines for decision-making about resources. Remember, effective resource management is about more than just making your supplies last longer. It's about creating a sustainable system that can support your community in the long term. It requires careful planning, consistent execution, and the flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances. In our next segment, we'll be discussing bartering systems and how to repurpose everyday items for survival. These skills can help you extend your resources and obtain needed supplies when traditional scavenging becomes more difficult. Stay tuned, stay resourceful, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss bartering systems and how to repurpose everyday items for survival. These skills can help you extend your resources and obtain needed supplies when traditional scavenging becomes more difficult. Let's start with bartering. In our post-outbreak world, traditional currency has largely lost its value. Instead, a system of trade based on goods and services has emerged. Understanding how to navigate this new economy is crucial for survival. First, it's important to understand that in a barter system, value is subjective and can vary greatly depending on circumstances. What might be a precious commodity in one community could be abundant in another. Always assess the needs and resources of the group you're trading with before making an offer. Some items have emerged as universally valuable in our new world. These include medical supplies, ammunition, fuel, and certain tools. Non-perishable food items, especially those high in calories or with specific nutritional benefits, are also consistently in demand. However, don't underestimate the value of skills and services. If you have expertise in areas like medical care, mechanical repair, or agriculture, these skills can be just as valuable as physical goods. Some survivor communities have established systems where members can earn credits by providing services, which can then be exchanged for goods. When engaging in barter, always start by clearly establishing what each party has to offer and what they need. Be prepared to negotiate, but also know your limits. Never trade away essential supplies that you can't afford to lose, no matter how establish trust in your bartering relationships. Start with small trades to build rapport before engaging in larger exchanges. Be honest about the condition and quantity of your goods. A reputation for fair dealing can be one of your most valuable assets in the long run. Consider establishing regular trading relationships with nearby communities. This can provide a more stable and predictable source of supplies than relying solely on chance encounters or scavenging. Now, Let's move on to the art of repurposing everyday items for survival. In our new world, the ability to see the potential in ordinary objects can be a game changer. Let's go through some common items and discuss how they can be repurposed. Plastic bottles are incredibly versatile. Beyond their obvious use for water storage, they can be cut to make scoops, funnels, or even crude shoes. When filled with water or sand, they can be used to create insulation in walls. Multiple bottles can be lashed together to create a makeshift raft. Aluminum cans have numerous uses. They can be cut and flattened to create reflective surfaces for signaling or improving lighting. The bottoms can be used as small cooking vessels or candle holders. With some skill, they can even be fashioned into fishing lures. Old clothing and fabrics are valuable resources. Beyond their obvious use for patching and repairing, they can be unraveled for cordage, used as stuffing for insulation, or woven into nets for fishing or trapping. Newspapers and books, while valuable for their information, can also serve practical purposes. They can be used as insulation, fire starters, or even folded into crude containers. In emergencies, newspaper can even serve as toilet paper. Plastic bags have numerous uses. They can serve as waterproofing for shoes or equipment, be woven into rope, or used to collect rainwater. When stuffed with soft materials, they can even serve as pillows. Now, let's talk about some more specific repurposing techniques. An old tire can be turned into a planter for growing food, a shelter for small livestock, or cut apart to make durable shoe soles. The steel belts inside radial tires can be extracted and used as strong, flexible wire for a variety of purposes. Broken electronics might seem useless, but they're treasure troves of useful components. Speakers contain magnets that can be used to create simple generators. Wires can be salvaged for various electrical projects. Circuit boards often contain small amounts of precious metals that could be valuable for trading. Old bicycles are particularly useful. The chains can be used for a variety of mechanical projects. The rubber from the tires can be repurposed for waterproofing or gaskets. The frame itself can be used as a basis for constructing carts or other wheeled devices. Even seemingly useless items like bottle caps can find new life. They can be strung together to create noise-making perimeter alarms. When flattened and polished, they can serve as reflectors. In large quantities, they can even be used as improvised shingles for roofing. It's important to always think creatively about the properties of an object, not just its intended purpose. Is it waterproof, reflective, insulating, durable? Understanding these qualities can help you see new potential uses. Developing your repurposing skills isn't just about individual items. It's about training your mind to see possibilities. Practice looking at objects and imagining at least 3 alternative uses. This kind of creative thinking can be a valuable survival skill. Now, let's discuss how to combine bartering and repurposing to maximize your resources. Items that you've cleverly repurposed can often be valuable trade goods. A well-crafted tool made from repurposed materials might be worth more in trade than the original items would have been. Consider specializing in certain types of repurposing. If you become known as the person who can turn scrap metal into useful tools, or who can repurpose electronics into practical devices, you'll have a valuable skill to barter with. It's also worth noting that knowledge of repurposing techniques can itself be a valuable trade good. Consider creating a guide or offering to teach your techniques to others in exchange for supplies or other services. Remember, in our new world, resourcefulness is often more valuable than resources. The ability to make something useful out of what others might consider junk can give you a significant advantage. Let's also talk about the importance of organization in your repurposing efforts. Establish a system for sorting and storing potentially useful items. Categories might include metals, plastics, electronics, fabrics, and so on. This can help you quickly find what you need for a project and prevent useful materials from being discarded. However, be cautious about becoming a hoarder. Every item you keep requires space and potentially attracts pests. Always weigh the potential usefulness of an item against the cost of storing it. Now, I want to address a question many of you have asked. How do we balance the time spent on repurposing projects with other essential survival tasks? The key is to prioritize. Focus first on repurposing projects that directly contribute to your immediate survival needs: shelter, water, food, and security. Once those needs are met, you can expand to projects that improve quality of life or could potentially be valuable for trade. Remember, time is a resource too. A complex repurposing project might not be worth it if it takes time away from more critical tasks. Consider designating specific times for repurposing projects. This could be during low-light hours when outdoor activities are more dangerous, or during periods of bad weather when other tasks might be difficult. It's also worth discussing the safety aspects of repurposing. Many materials can be dangerous if handled improperly. Be cautious when working with sharp edges, chemicals, or electrical components. If possible, use protective gear like gloves and eye protection. Be particularly careful when repurposing items for food or water storage. Ensure that materials are thoroughly cleaned and are food safe. Not all plastics or metals are suitable for storing consumables, especially over long periods. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of knowledge sharing in both bartering and repurposing. Establish systems within your community to pass on skills and ideas. Regular meetings where people can share their latest repurposing innovations or discuss recent trades can help spread valuable information. Consider creating a community resource guide that documents successful repurposing projects and valuable trade goods. This can serve as a reference for your group and a training manual for new members. Remember, in our post-outbreak world, adaptability and resourcefulness are key to survival. The ability to barter effectively and repurpose creatively can make the difference between merely surviving and actually thriving. In our next segment, we'll be discussing plans for rebuilding society, focusing on establishing new governance systems. While our immediate focus is on survival, it's important to think about the long-term future and how we can begin to reconstruct a functioning society. Stay tuned, stay resourceful, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss plans for rebuilding society, focusing on establishing new governance systems. While our immediate focus is on survival, it's important to think about the long-term future and how we can begin to reconstruct a functioning society. Let's start by acknowledging that the world we knew is gone. The governmental structures, legal systems, and social norms that we once took for granted have largely collapsed. As we look to rebuild, we have an opportunity, and indeed a responsibility, to create systems that learn from the mistakes of the past, while addressing the unique challenges of our new reality. First and foremost, any new system of governance must prioritize the security and well-being of its members. In our post-outbreak world, this means not just protection from the infected, but also ensuring access to essential resources like food, water, and medical care. Many survivor communities have found success with systems that directly tie governance to these fundamental needs. One model that has emerged in several communities is a council-based system. This typically involves a group of elected or appointed individuals who make decisions on behalf of the community. The advantage of this system is that it allows for diverse perspectives and skill sets to be represented in the decision-making process. However, it's crucial to establish clear terms of service and methods for removing council members if they fail to act in the community's best interests. Another approach that some communities have adopted is a direct democracy model, where all members have a say in major decisions. This can work well in smaller groups, fostering a sense of involvement and shared responsibility. However, it can become unwieldy in larger communities or in situations that require quick decision-making. Some groups have found success with a hybrid system, using direct democracy for major decisions and a council or elected leader for day-to-day governance. This balances the benefits of broad participation with the need for efficient administration. Regardless of the specific structure, transparency and accountability are crucial. Regular community meetings, clear communication of decisions and their rationale, and established procedures for community members to voice concerns or propose changes are all important elements of a functional governance. How your governance system will handle justice and conflict resolution. In the absence of traditional law enforcement and court systems, communities need to establish clear rules and consequences for breaking those rules. Many groups have implemented systems of community service or resource penalties for minor infractions, with exile reserved only for the most serious offenses. Some communities have found success with a mediation-based approach to conflict resolution, where neutral third parties help conflicting parties reach a mutually agreeable solution. This can help maintain community cohesion and prevent minor disagreements from escalating into major conflicts. Now, let's talk about the importance of adaptability in your governance system. The post-outbreak world is unpredictable, and your community's needs may change rapidly. Build in mechanisms for reviewing and amending your governance structures. Regular town halls or community forums can be a good way to assess whether your current system is meeting the community's needs. It's also crucial to consider how your governance system will interact with other survivor communities. As we look to rebuild on a larger scale, we'll need systems for inter-community cooperation, trade, and conflict resolution. Some regions have seen the emergence of confederations of survivor communities, with representatives from each group meeting regularly to discuss issues that affect the broader area. Let's address a common concern. How do we prevent the abuse of power in these new systems? History has shown us that power can corrupt, and in our vulnerable state, the consequences of autocratic rule could be devastating. One approach is to intentionally distribute power among multiple individuals or groups, creating a system of checks and balances. Term limits for leadership positions can also help prevent the consolidation of power. Another important aspect of preventing abuse is fostering an informed and engaged community. Encourage all members to understand and participate in the governance process. An educated populace is often the best defense against tyranny. Now, let's discuss the role of specialists in your governance system. In our new world, certain skills have become incredibly valuable. Medical professionals, engineers, agricultural experts, these individuals possess knowledge that is crucial for the community's survival and growth. How do we ensure their voices are heard in the decision-making process without creating an unfair hierarchy? Some communities have addressed this by creating advisory boards of specialists who consult with the main governing body. Others have reserved seats on their councils specifically for individuals with critical areas of expertise. The key is to value this specialized knowledge while still maintaining a system that represents the entire community. Let's also talk about the importance of long-term planning in your governance system. While day-to-day survival is obviously crucial, communities that thrive are those that can look to the future. Consider creating committees or task forces focused on long-term projects like infrastructure development, education, or research into the sleeper virus. It's also important to think about how you'll preserve and pass on knowledge about governance. Consider creating a community charter that outlines your governance structure, core values, and decision-making processes. This can serve as a guide for current community members and a blueprint for future generations. Now, let's address a difficult question. How do we handle the integration of new members into our governance systems? As communities encounter lone survivors or absorb smaller groups, it's important to have a clear process for incorporating new voices into the decision-making process. Some communities have implemented probationary periods for new members before granting them full voting rights, while others integrate new members immediately, but have systems in place to educate them about community norms and processes. Another crucial aspect of governance in our new world is resource management. Your governance system needs to include clear protocols for how community resources are allocated, how labor is divided, and how trade with other communities is managed. Transparency in these areas is crucial for maintaining trust and community cohesion. Let's also discuss the role of record-keeping in governance. In a world where much of our digital infrastructure has been lost, maintaining accurate records of decisions, resource levels, and community membership is crucial. Consider appointing a community historian or archivist to ensure this important information is preserved. Now, I want to address a sensitive but important topic. How do we govern in relation to the infected? While our immediate response is often to simply defend against them, we need to consider long-term strategies. If a cure is ever developed, how will our governance systems handle the reintegration of cured individuals? It's worth having these discussions now, even if they seem hypothetical. It's also important to consider how your governance system will handle internal security. While we hope that our communities can be built on trust, the reality is that in times of scarcity, internal theft or hoarding can occur. Many communities have implemented neighborhood watch systems or community patrols to address these issues. Let's talk about the importance of flexibility in your governance system. The challenges we face are unprecedented, and it's likely that any system you establish will need to evolve over time. Build in regular review periods, where the entire community can assess the effectiveness of your governance and suggest changes. Another crucial aspect of governance is managing expectations. Be clear with your community about what your governance system can and cannot do. In our resource-scarce world, it's important that everyone understands the limitations you're working within. Now, let's discuss the role of culture and values in governance. Your system should reflect the core values of your community. Are you prioritizing equality, efficiency, individual liberty, collective security? These values should be clearly articulated and should inform your decision-making processes. It's also worth considering how you'll preserve elements of pre-outbreak culture that your community values. This might include religious or spiritual practices, artistic expressions, or cultural traditions. A governance system that makes space for these elements can help maintain a sense of continuity and human dignity in our changed world. Let's also talk about the importance of hope in governance. Your systems should not just be about managing scarcity or surviving day to day. They should also embody the community's hopes for the future. This might include plans for education, for scientific research, for rebuilding infrastructure. A governance system that can balance immediate needs with long-term aspirations will be more robust and more likely to inspire community buy-in. In closing, remember that governance is not just about rules and structures. It's about creating a framework that allows your community to not just survive, but to thrive. It's about fostering an environment where individuals can contribute their skills and ideas, where resources are managed fairly and efficiently, and where there's a shared vision for the future. As you work to establish or refine your governance systems, don't be afraid to experiment, to learn from mistakes, and to adapt. The challenges we face are unprecedented, but so too is the opportunity we have to create new systems that truly serve the needs of our communities. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the restoration of infrastructure, focusing on power generation and water systems. These fundamental services are crucial for long-term survival and the rebuilding of society. Stay tuned, stay engaged, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss the restoration of infrastructure, focusing on power generation and water systems. These fundamental services are crucial for long-term survival and the rebuilding of society. Let's start with power generation. In our post-outbreak world, the large-scale power grids we once relied on have largely collapsed. Without the manpower and resources to maintain them, most centralized power plants have shut down. However, this doesn't mean we have to live without electricity. In fact, decentralized power generation may be more resilient and sustainable in our new reality. One of the most accessible forms of power generation for many communities is solar. Photovoltaic panels, if you can find or salvage them, can provide a reliable source of electricity with minimal maintenance. Even if you can't find complete solar systems, individual cells can be wired together to create custom arrays. Remember, though, that you'll also need batteries for energy storage, as well as inverters to convert the DC power from the panels to AC for most appliances. Wind power is another viable option, especially for communities in open areas. Small wind turbines can be constructed using salvaged motors and improvised blades. Even repurposed car alternators can be used to generate power from wind. The key is to position your turbines in areas with consistent wind flow, often on hilltops or in open fields. For communities near moving water, micro hydropower can be an excellent option. Small water wheels or turbines can generate consistent power from streams or rivers. This method has the advantage of providing power 24/7, unlike solar or suburban areas. Don't overlook the potential of salvaged generators. Many buildings have backup generators that may still be functional. These typically run on gasoline, diesel, or natural gas. While fuel may be scarce, these can be valuable for emergency power needs. Biogas is another power generation method that some communities have successfully implemented. By fermenting organic waste in anaerobic digesters, you can produce methane gas, which can be burned for cooking or to power generators. This has the added benefit of helping manage waste and producing fertilizer as a byproduct. Now, let's talk about energy storage. Batteries are crucial for storing power from intermittent sources like solar and wind. Lead-acid batteries, like those found in cars, can be used to create battery banks. For those with technical skills, it's even possible to refurbish degraded batteries to extend their lifespan. Some communities have had success with gravity batteries, using surplus power to pump water to elevated tanks, then releasing it through micro-hydro generators when power is needed. While less efficient than chemical batteries, this method can be implemented with relatively simple materials. It's important to remember that power systems require maintenance. Establish regular checkup routines for your power generation and storage systems. Keep spare parts on hand when possible, and document your setups clearly so that knowledge can be passed on. Now, let's move on to water systems. Clean water is perhaps the most crucial resource for any community. Without the municipal water systems we once relied on, we need to find new ways to source, purify, and distribute water. For communities near natural water sources like rivers or lakes, the first step is usually setting up a reliable pumping system. Depending on your power situation, this could be an electric pump, a mechanical pump powered by wind or flowing water, or even a manual pump for smaller communities. Water purification is the next crucial step. There are several methods that can be employed depending on your resources. Slow sand filtration is a low-tech but effective method that can be set up with relatively simple materials. It involves passing water through layers of sand and gravel, which trap contaminants. For communities with more resources, UV purification systems can be very effective. These use ultraviolet light to kill harmful microorganisms. If you have a stable power supply, these systems can purify large amounts of water quickly. Chemical treatment is another option. Chlorine bleach, in very small quantities, can be used to disinfect water. Iodine tablets are another option, though they're best for short-term use due to potential health effects from prolonged consumption. Regardless of your primary purification method, it's wise to have backup options. Boiling water is always a reliable method if other systems fail. Water storage is another important consideration. Large tanks can be used to store treated water, providing a buffer against supply disruptions. In many areas, rainwater collection can supplement your primary water source. Simple systems can be set up using gutters and barrels, while more complex systems might involve large cisterns and filtration setups. It's crucial to protect your water sources from contamination. This might involve fencing off areas around water sources to prevent animal access, or setting up berms to direct potentially contaminated runoff away from your water supply. For communities in arid areas, water conservation becomes even more critical. Greywater systems can be set up to reuse water from activities like washing for irrigation or flushing toilets. Drought-resistant landscaping and efficient irrigation systems for agriculture can significantly reduce water consumption. Now, let's talk about some of the challenges you might face in restoring these infrastructure systems. One of the biggest issues is likely to be a lack of specialized knowledge. If your community doesn't include individuals with experience in electrical systems or water treatment, these projects can seem daunting. This is where documentation becomes crucial. If you're fortunate enough to have experts in your community, have them create detailed guides for setting up and maintaining these systems. For those without in-house expertise, libraries can be valuable resources. Technical manuals, engineering textbooks, and even high school science books can provide the basic knowledge needed to understand these systems. Another challenge is sourcing materials. While scavenging can provide many of the components needed, some specialized parts may be hard to find. This is where inter-community trade becomes important. Consider sending out scouts to search for specific components and establish trading relationships with other communities to exchange resources and expertise. Safety is another crucial consideration, especially when dealing with electrical systems. Improper installation can lead to fire hazards or electrocution risks. Always prioritize safety, even if it means a less efficient system. It's better to have a limited but safe power supply than to risk lives with a dangerous setup. For water systems, the biggest safety concern is usually contamination. Regular testing of your water supply is crucial. If you don't have access to modern testing kits, even simple observations of clarity, smell, and taste can help identify potential issues. Always err on the side of caution if you suspect your water might be contaminated. Let's also discuss the importance of redundancy in these systems. Having backup power sources or alternative water purification methods can be life-saving if your primary systems fail. Cross-train community members in maintaining different systems so that you're not reliant on a single individual for critical infrastructure. As we look to the future, it's important to think about how these small-scale infrastructure projects might eventually be scaled up or connected. While we're currently focused on meeting the immediate needs of individual communities, these efforts could form the foundation of larger regional systems in the future. For power generation, this might involve creating microgrids that connect the power systems of nearby communities. This can help balance supply and demand across a wider area, making the overall system more stable and efficient. For water systems, we might see the emergence of regional water management authorities that coordinate the use of shared water resources and help maintain larger-scale purification and distribution systems. It's also worth considering how we might eventually reactivate some of the larger infrastructure systems that have gone dormant. While restarting a full-scale power plant or municipal water treatment facility may be beyond our current capabilities, documenting the current state of these facilities could be valuable for future restoration efforts. As we work on restoring these basic infrastructure systems, it's important to remember the psychological impact this work can have on a community. The ability to turn on a light or access clean running water can be incredibly morale-boosting. These projects give people a sense of progress, a feeling that we're not just surviving but starting to rebuild our world. These infrastructure projects can also serve as a focus for community cooperation. Working together to build a solar array or set up a water purification system can help forge stronger bonds between community members and give people a sense of shared purpose. It's also worth noting that as we rebuild these systems, we have an opportunity to improve upon the designs of the past. We can prioritize sustainability and resilience in ways that our pre-outbreak infrastructure often didn't. This might mean designing systems that are easier to repair with limited resources, or focusing on renewable energy sources from the start. In conclusion, the restoration of power and water infrastructure is a crucial step in rebuilding our society. It's a challenging task, but one that's well within our capabilities if we work together, share knowledge, and stay committed to the long-term goal of not just surviving, but thriving in our new world. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the importance of restarting food production on a larger scale. While many communities have implemented small gardens, scaling up to feed larger populations will be crucial for long-term sustainability. Stay tuned, stay innovative, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss the importance of restarting food production on a larger scale. While many communities have implemented small gardens, scaling up to feed larger populations will be crucial for long-term sustainability. Let's start by acknowledging the challenge ahead of us. The industrial agriculture system we once relied on has largely collapsed. Without the complex supply chains, heavy machinery, and chemical inputs that supported it, we need to reimagine food production from the ground up. However, this also presents an opportunity to create more resilient and sustainable food systems. First, let's talk about land use. Many survivor communities have found success in repurposing urban and suburban spaces for food production. Parks, lawns, and even rooftops can be converted into productive growing spaces. In rural areas, existing farmland can often be brought back into production, though likely on a smaller scale. For successful food production, years of industrial farming practices have depleted many soils. Fortunately, there are ways to rebuild soil health using organic methods. Composting is a key strategy here. By composting food scraps and other organic waste, you can create nutrient-rich soil amendments. Some communities have even set up large-scale composting operations, turning a waste management problem into a valuable resource for food production. Cover cropping is another important technique for improving soil health. Planting crops like clover or vetch during off-seasons or between rows of main crops can help fix nitrogen in the soil, prevent erosion, and improve soil structure. These crops can also provide additional food for livestock or be turned back into the soil as green manure. Now, let's talk about crop selection. Diversity is key for resilience. Monoculture crops are vulnerable to pests and diseases, and a single crop failure could be devastating. Instead, focus on growing a variety of crops that are well suited to your local climate and soil conditions. Heirloom varieties of common vegetables can be a good choice. These tend to have greater genetic diversity than modern hybrid varieties, potentially making them more adaptable to changing conditions. Plus, you can save seeds from heirloom plants for future plantings, reducing your reliance on external seed sources. Don't overlook the potential of perennial crops. Fruit and nut trees, berry bushes, and perennial vegetables like asparagus can provide food year after year with relatively little maintenance once established. These can form the backbone of a long-term food production strategy. For communities in urban areas or with limited space, vertical gardening techniques can maximize production. Trellises, hanging gardens, and tiered planting systems can dramatically increase the growing area available. Some communities have had success with indoor growing systems, using artificial lighting to produce food year-round. Water management is crucial for successful food production. Depending on your climate, this might involve setting up irrigation systems, implementing water-conserving techniques like mulching, or managing excess water through drainage systems. Rainwater harvesting can be an excellent way to secure a water supply for your crops. Now, let's talk about pest management. Without access to commercial pesticides, we need to rely on more natural methods of pest control. Companion planting, where certain plants are grown together to repel pests or attract beneficial insects, can be very effective. For example, marigolds planted among vegetables can help repel many harmful insects. Encouraging natural predators is another effective strategy. Bats, birds, and certain insects can help control pest populations. Creating habitats for these beneficial creatures near your growing areas can help maintain a natural balance. For larger pests like rabbits or deer, physical barriers like fences may be necessary. Some communities have found success with using guard animals like dogs to protect crops. Let's move on to the topic of livestock. While not all communities will have the resources to support large animals, even small-scale animal husbandry can significantly contribute to food security. Chickens, for example, can provide both eggs and meat, while also helping with pest control and producing valuable manure for fertilizer. Goats can be an excellent choice for many communities. They're hardy, can thrive on a variety of food sources, and provide milk and meat. In areas with sufficient grazing land, sheep or cattle might be viable options. Aquaculture is another area worth considering. Fish farming can provide a valuable source of protein. Even small ponds or tanks can be productive if managed correctly. Some communities have implemented aquaponic systems, combining fish farming with hydroponic plant growing in a symbiotic system. Now, let's discuss food preservation. Producing food is only half the battle. We also need ways to store it for future use. Canning is a valuable skill to develop. With proper equipment and techniques, many fruits and vegetables can be safely preserved for long-term storage. Dehydration is another effective preservation method. Solar dehydrators can be constructed relatively easily and can be used to preserve fruits, vegetables, and even meats. Smoking and salting are traditional preservation methods that remain effective for meats and fish. Fermentation is not only a preservation method, but can also increase the nutritional value of foods. Vegetables can be fermented into foods like sauerkraut or kimchi, while milk can be turned into cheese or yogurt. Root cellaring is a low-tech method for storing certain vegetables through winter. A cool, dark, slightly humid environment can keep root vegetables, apples, and some other produce fresh for months. Let's talk about the importance of seed saving. In our new world, the ability to produce your own seeds is crucial for long-term food security. Learn which plants are self-pollinating and which require special techniques to save pure seeds. Proper storage of seeds is also important to maintain their viability. Now, let's address the challenge of agricultural knowledge. Many of us didn't grow up farming and may lack basic agricultural skills. This is where community education becomes crucial. If you have experienced gardeners or farmers in your community, encourage them to share their knowledge. Set up apprenticeship programs to pass on these vital skills. Libraries can be valuable resources for agricultural information. Gardening books, farming manuals, and even old agricultural almanacs can provide crucial knowledge. Some communities have had success in setting up small agricultural libraries, collecting and preserving books on farming and gardening. It's also worth discussing the potential for reviving traditional or indigenous agricultural practices. Many of these methods were developed to work without modern inputs and may be well suited to our current circumstances. If there are members of your community with knowledge of these practices, their expertise could be invaluable. Let's talk about the importance of soil testing. Understanding the composition and nutrient content of your soil is crucial for successful crop production. While modern soil testing kits may be hard to come by, there are some simple tests you can perform to get a basic understanding of your soil quality. For example, the jar test can give you an idea of your soil's composition, while pH can be roughly estimated using vinegar and baking soda. Now, let's address the challenge of agricultural tools. Without the ability to produce or maintain complex machinery, we need to rely more on hand tools and simple mechanical devices. Fortunately, many effective farming tools can be created or adapted from available materials. Hoes, shovels, and rakes are essential and can often be scavenged or made. For larger operations, animal-drawn plows can be effective if you have suitable draft animals. It's also worth discussing the potential for community-supported agriculture models. By having community members share in both the work and the harvest, you can distribute both the labor and the risk of crop failures. This model can also help ensure that everyone in the community has a stake in the success of food production efforts. Let's not forget the importance of wild food sources. Even as we work to establish cultivated food production, foraging can supplement our diets and provide important nutrients. Encourage community members to learn about edible wild plants in your area, but always stress the importance of proper identification to avoid poisonous lookalikes. Now, let's talk about the challenges of transitioning to organic farming methods. Without access to chemical fertilizers and pesticides, we need to rely on natural methods to maintain soil fertility and manage pests. This transition can be challenging, and yields may initially decrease. However, over time, as soil health improves and natural balances are established, productivity can meet or even exceed previous levels. It's also important to discuss the role of pollinators in our food production efforts. Many of our food crops rely on pollinators like bees. Encouraging native pollinator populations by planting flowering plants and avoiding harmful practices can significantly boost crop yields. Some communities have even started small-scale beekeeping operations, which can provide both pollination services and honey. Let's address the issue of labor in our new agricultural systems. Without mechanization, food production is likely to be much more labor-intensive than we're used to. This means we may need to adjust our expectations about how much of the community's time and energy will need to be devoted to food production. Some communities have implemented systems where all members contribute a certain amount of time to agricultural work, regardless of their primary roles. As we work to restart food production on a larger scale, it's important to remember that this is a long-term process. Building healthy soils, establishing perennial crops, and developing the necessary skills all take time. Patience and persistence are key. In conclusion, restarting large-scale food production is one of the most crucial tasks facing our survivor communities. It's a challenge that will require hard work, creativity, and a willingness to learn and adapt. But it's also an opportunity to create food systems that are more sustainable, resilient, and in harmony with our local ecosystems. By working together and sharing knowledge, we can ensure not just our survival, but our ability to thrive. We'll be discussing the importance of preserving knowledge for future generations. As we work to rebuild our world, ensuring that crucial information and skills are not lost is vital. Stay tuned, stay productive, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss the importance of preserving knowledge for future generations. As we work to rebuild our world, ensuring that crucial information and skills are not lost is vital for our long-term survival and the eventual reconstruction of society. Let's start by acknowledging the scale of the challenge we face. The outbreak has disrupted traditional methods of knowledge preservation and transmission. Schools have been abandoned, libraries have been looted or destroyed, and the internet, that vast repository of human knowledge, is largely inaccessible. We need to find new ways to preserve and pass on the information and skills that will be crucial for our survival and eventual rebuilding. First, let's talk about the importance of creating and maintaining libraries. Books are one of the most durable and accessible forms of information storage we have. If your community doesn't already have one, consider establishing a central library. This doesn't need to be elaborate. A secure, dry room filled with shelves can suffice. Prioritize books on practical subjects like medicine, agriculture, engineering, and basic sciences. However, don't neglect works of literature, history, and philosophy. These are crucial for preserving our culture and providing context for the world we're trying to rebuild. Protecting these books is crucial. Ensure your library is in a secure location, safe from the elements and potential raiders. Consider creating multiple copies of the most important texts, either by hand or using any functioning printing equipment you might have access to. Distribute these copies among trusted community members or allied settlements to ensure the information survives even if one location is compromised. Now, let's discuss the importance of oral tradition. In many cultures throughout history, important knowledge was passed down through storytelling and memorization. We can adapt this method for our needs. Consider establishing a system where community members with specific knowledge or skills take on apprentices. These master-apprentice relationships can ensure that crucial skills like medical care, engineering, or advanced farming techniques are passed on to the next generation. Regular community gatherings where people share knowledge can also be effective. This could take the form of lectures, demonstrations, or group discussions on various topics. Not only does this help spread information, but it also strengthens community bonds and provides a sense of continuity with the world we've lost. Let's talk about the importance of practical education for children and young people in our communities. While traditional schooling may not be feasible, we need to ensure that the next generation has the knowledge and skills they need to survive and eventually rebuild. Consider establishing a community school, even if it's just for a few hours each day. Focus on practical skills like reading, writing, basic math, and science, but also include lessons on history, ethics, and critical thinking. Hands-on learning is crucial in our new reality. Involve young people in community projects, whether it's gardening, building, or repairing equipment. This not only teaches them valuable skills, but also gives them a sense of purpose and belonging in the community. Now, let's address the challenge of preserving scientific and technical knowledge. Much of our modern technology relies on complex systems and specialized knowledge that may be difficult to maintain or replicate in our current circumstances. However, preserving this information is crucial if we hope to eventually rebuild these technologies. If you have community members with specialized technical or scientific knowledge, encourage them to document their knowledge in detail. This could involve creating manuals, diagrams, or even video recordings if you have the means. Even if we can't use this information immediately, it could be invaluable for future generations. For communities with access to solar power or other stable energy sources, consider setting up a digital archive. While we can't rely on digital storage for everyday use, a well-maintained computer system could store vast amounts of information for future use. Make sure to include information on how to access and read this data in your physical records. Let's talk about the importance of mapping and record keeping. Accurate maps of your local area, including notes on resources, dangerous areas, and the locations of other survivor communities, can be invaluable. Keep records of weather patterns, crop yields, and any observations about the infected. This information could be crucial for identifying long-term trends and adapting to our changing world. Now, let's discuss the preservation of cultural knowledge. While practical skills are crucial for survival, maintaining our cultural heritage is important for our long-term resilience as a society. Encourage community members to share stories, songs, and traditions from their cultural backgrounds. This diversity of perspective can enrich your community and provide valuable alternative viewpoints on problem solving. Consider creating a community history project. Document the experiences of survivors, both during the outbreak and in the time since. This can serve as both a historical record and a way for community members to process their experiences. Let's address the challenge of language preservation. In our globalized pre-outbreak world, many languages were already at risk of extinction. Now, with communities isolated and populations reduced, this risk is even greater. If you have speakers of minority languages in your community, encourage them to teach others and to record stories or information in their language. Linguistic diversity is not just a cultural asset, it often preserves unique ways of thinking and problem solving that could be valuable in our new world. Now, let's talk about the importance of preserving practical skills that might not be written down. Many crucial survival skills are best learned through demonstration and practice. Consider setting up a system of skill-sharing workshops where community members can teach each other things like fire making, tool repair, food preservation, or first aid. Document these sessions if possible, but remember that hands-on learning is often the most effective for these types of skills. Let's discuss the role of art in preserving knowledge and culture. Encourage community members with artistic skills to create works that document your experiences and preserve important information. This could involve paintings or drawings of local plants and animals, murals depicting historical events or important safety information, or sculptures that serve as memorials or teaching tools. Now, let's address a difficult but important topic. How do we preserve knowledge about the outbreak itself and the infected? This information could be crucial for future research into the sleeper virus and for preparing future generations to deal with similar threats. However, we need to be mindful of the trauma many survivors have experienced. Consider creating a secure archive of outbreak-related information, but be thoughtful about how and when this information is shared. Let's talk about the importance of creating teaching materials. In the absence of mass-produced textbooks, we need to find ways to create durable, reusable learning resources. Some communities have had success with creating large, sturdy textbook boards, wooden boards painted with key information that can be hung up during lessons. For math education, consider creating sets of manipulatives from durable materials like wood or clay. Now, let's discuss the challenge of preserving knowledge across multiple communities. As we work to rebuild communication networks between survivor settlements, sharing knowledge should be a priority. Consider establishing a system of knowledge exchange, where representatives from different communities meet regularly to share new information and skills. Let's address the issue of misinformation and mythology. In times of crisis, misinformation can spread quickly and take root as accepted fact. It's important to establish systems for verifying information before adding it to your community's knowledge base. Encourage critical thinking and the use of evidence-based reasoning in all aspects of community life. Now, let's talk about the role of elders in knowledge preservation. In many cultures, elders are respected as sources of wisdom and historical knowledge. In our post-outbreak world, older survivors who remember the details of pre-outbreak life could be invaluable resources. Create opportunities for these elders to share their knowledge and experiences with younger community members. Let's discuss the importance of preserving knowledge about governance and social organization. As we work to rebuild society, understanding different models of social organization, conflict resolution, and decision-making will be crucial. If you have community members with backgrounds in political science, law, or social work, encourage them to document their knowledge. Let's address the challenge of information overload. While preserving knowledge is crucial, we also need to be strategic about what we prioritize. Focus on information that is immediately useful for survival and community building, but don't neglect knowledge that could be important for long-term rebuilding efforts. Let's talk about the importance of creating a culture of learning in your community. Encourage curiosity and question asking. Celebrate new discoveries and innovations. Create systems to recognize and reward those who contribute significantly to the community's knowledge base. In conclusion, preserving knowledge is not just about holding on to the past. It's about building a bridge to the future. The information and skills we manage to preserve and pass on will form the foundation upon which future generations can rebuild. This task requires dedication, creativity, and cooperation. But it's one of the most important things we can do to ensure the long-term survival and prosperity of our species. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how to maintain technological know-how in a world where many advanced technologies are no longer functional. Understanding the principles behind these technologies could be crucial for eventually rebuilding them. Stay tuned, stay curious, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss how to maintain technological know-how in a world where many advanced technologies are no longer functional. Understanding the principles behind these technologies could be crucial for eventually rebuilding them. Let's start by acknowledging the challenge we face. Much of our modern technology relied on complex, interconnected systems that have now broken down. Manufacturing facilities, power grids, and global supply chains that were once essential for producing and maintaining advanced technology are no longer operational. However, this doesn't mean we have to lose all of our technological progress. By preserving knowledge and focusing on fundamental principles, we can maintain the foundation for future technological development. First, let's talk about the importance of preserving technical documentation. If your community has access to engineering textbooks, technical manuals, or scientific journals, these should be treated as precious resources. Protect them from damage and consider making copies if possible. Even if we can't currently build advanced computers or satellites, understanding the principles behind them could be crucial for future generations. Now, let's discuss the value of practical experimentation. While we may not have access to advanced laboratories, many fundamental scientific principles can be demonstrated with simple equipment. Encourage those with scientific backgrounds to set up basic experiments to teach others. This could involve demonstrating principles of physics with simple machines, conducting basic chemical reactions, or exploring biological concepts through observation of plants and animals. It's also important to focus on maintaining and repairing existing technology. Many communities have managed to keep some electronic devices functioning. If you have individuals with skills in electronics repair, encourage them to document their methods and teach others. Understanding how to troubleshoot and fix devices can help maintain our technological capabilities and provide insights into how these technologies work. Let's talk about the importance of understanding fundamental scientific principles. While we may not be able to maintain all of our advanced technology, understanding the basic laws of physics, chemistry, and biology is crucial. These fundamental principles underpin all technological development. Organize regular classes or study groups to discuss and explore these concepts. Now, let's address the challenge of maintaining computer knowledge. While most of our digital infrastructure has collapsed, understanding the principles of computing remains valuable. If you have community members with programming or computer science backgrounds, encourage them to teach others the basics of algorithms, data structures, and logical thinking. Even without functioning computers, these mental tools can be valuable for problem solving in many areas. It's also worth discussing the potential for rebuilding simpler forms of computing. Some survivor communities have had success in creating basic mechanical or relay-based computers. While far less powerful than modern electronics, these can serve as valuable teaching tools and could potentially be used for basic calculations or data storage. Let's talk about the importance of maintaining mathematical knowledge. Advanced mathematics underpins much of our modern technology. Encourage those with strong math skills to teach others, focusing not just on basic arithmetic, but also on algebra, geometry, and if possible, calculus. These mathematical tools are essential for understanding and developing technology. Now, let's discuss the value of understanding energy systems. Knowledge of how to generate, store, and use energy efficiently is crucial in our new world. Focus on teaching the principles behind different forms of energy generation, from simple mechanical systems to more complex electrical setups. Understanding concepts like energy conservation and efficiency can help in developing and maintaining sustainable energy solutions. It's also important to maintain knowledge of material science. Understanding the properties of different materials and how they can be processed and combined is fundamental to many technologies. Encourage experimentation with available materials, and try to preserve knowledge about more advanced materials even if we can't currently produce them. Let's talk about the importance of maintaining medical technology knowledge. While we may not have access to MRI machines or advanced surgical tools, understanding the principles behind medical technology can help in developing simpler alternatives. Focus on preserving knowledge about diagnostics, sterilization techniques, and the principles behind various treatments. Now, let's discuss the value of understanding communication technologies. While our global communication networks have collapsed, understanding the principles behind radio, telephone, and even digital communication can be valuable. Some communities have had success in establishing local radio networks. Encourage those with knowledge in this area to teach others and to experiment with building simple communication devices. It's also crucial to maintain knowledge about transportation technologies. While we may not be able to maintain fleets of cars or aircraft, understanding the principles behind internal combustion engines, aerodynamics, and naval architecture could be valuable for future transportation solutions. Encourage those with expertise in these areas to document their knowledge and teach others. Let's talk about the importance of understanding agricultural technology. While we've had to revert to more traditional farming methods in many cases, maintaining knowledge about advanced agricultural techniques, crop genetics, and soil science could be crucial for future food security. Encourage experimentation with different farming techniques and preserve any information about advanced agricultural technologies. Now, let's discuss the value of maintaining knowledge about water and sanitation technologies. Clean water and effective sanitation are crucial for public health. Focus on preserving and teaching knowledge about water purification techniques, waste treatment, and the principles behind plumbing systems. This knowledge can help in developing and maintaining essential infrastructure for growing communities. It's also important to discuss the preservation of manufacturing knowledge. While we may not have the capacity for mass production, understanding the principles behind various manufacturing processes can be valuable. This could include knowledge about metalworking, plastics production, or even more advanced techniques like semiconductor manufacturing. Even if we can't currently use these techniques, preserving this knowledge could be crucial for future rebuilding efforts. Let's talk about the importance of maintaining knowledge about environmental and earth sciences. Understanding climate patterns, geological processes, and ecosystems is crucial for long-term survival and sustainable development. Encourage those with expertise in these areas to share their knowledge and to continue making observations and recordings of environmental changes. Now, let's discuss the value of preserving knowledge about space technology. While space exploration may seem like a distant concern in our current situation, the technologies developed for space have many Earth-bound applications. Understanding principles of rocket propulsion, satellite technology, and space-based observations could be valuable for future technological development. It's also crucial to maintain knowledge about energy storage technologies. As we work to develop sustainable energy systems, understanding different methods of storing energy, from simple mechanical systems to more complex chemical batteries, will be invaluable. Encourage experimentation with different energy storage methods using understanding control systems and automation. While we may not have the capacity for advanced robotics, understanding the principles behind feedback loops, sensors, and automated control can be applied to many simpler systems. This knowledge could be valuable for developing more efficient resource management systems or for eventual rebuilding of more complex technologies. Now, let's discuss the value of maintaining knowledge about materials recycling and reuse. In our resource-scarce world, understanding how to efficiently recycle and repurpose materials is crucial. Focus on preserving knowledge about different recycling processes, material properties, and creative reuse strategies. It's also important to discuss the preservation of knowledge about safety systems and risk management. As we work to rebuild technology, understanding how to do so safely is crucial. This includes knowledge about structural engineering principles, electrical safety, and chemical hazard management. Encourage those with expertise in these areas to develop safety protocols, and to teach others about risk assessment and management. Let's talk about the importance of maintaining knowledge about cryptography and information security. While it may seem less relevant in our current situation, understanding how to securely store and transmit information could become crucial as we start to rebuild communication networks. Preserve books on cryptography and encourage those with knowledge in this area to teach basic principles to others. Now, let's discuss the value of understanding human-machine interface design. As we work to rebuild technology, creating systems that are intuitive and easy to use will be important. Preserve knowledge about ergonomics, user interface design, and human factors engineering. This can help in developing tools and systems that are more efficient and less prone to user error. It's also crucial to maintain knowledge about network design and management. While our global internet has collapsed, understanding the principles behind network architecture could be valuable for eventually rebuilding local or regional communication networks. Encourage those with expertise in this area to document their knowledge and to experiment with setting up small-scale networks where possible. In conclusion, maintaining technological know-how in our post-outbreak world is a complex but crucial task. It involves not just preserving information, but actively working to understand, teach, and apply technological principles in our new context. By focusing on fundamental principles, encouraging practical experimentation, and fostering a culture of learning and innovation, we can maintain the foundation of human technological knowledge. This will be essential not just for improving our current situation, but for eventually rebuilding a technologically advanced society. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the potential long-term effects of the sleeper virus on humanity. Understanding these potential impacts could be crucial for our long-term survival and adaptation strategies. Stay tuned, stay innovative, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss the potential long-term effects of the sleeper virus on humanity. Understanding these potential impacts could be crucial for our long-term survival and adaptation strategies. Let's start by acknowledging that we're in uncharted territory. The sleeper virus is unlike anything humanity has faced before, and its long-term effects are still largely unknown. However, based on what we've observed so far and drawing on our understanding of biology and epidemiology, we can make some educated guesses about potential long-term impacts. First, let's talk about the direct biological effects of the virus. From what we've seen, the sleeper virus primarily affects the brain, particularly areas responsible for higher reasoning and impulse control. In infected individuals, these changes appear to be permanent. However, we don't yet know if there might be more subtle, long-term effects on survivors who were exposed to the virus but didn't succumb to infection. Some medical professionals have theorized that even in resistant individuals, exposure to the virus might cause minor neurological changes. These could potentially manifest as slight alterations in behavior, decision-making processes, or emotional responses. It's crucial that we continue to observe and document any unusual neurological symptoms in survivors, no matter how minor they might seem. There's also the question of potential genetic effects. While we haven't seen evidence of the virus directly altering human DNA, the massive die-off caused by the outbreak has undoubtedly had a significant impact on humanity's genetic diversity. The survivors represent a much smaller gene pool than the pre-outbreak population. This could have long-term implications for our species' ability to adapt to future challenges and resist diseases. On the other hand, the fact that we survived suggests that we may have genetic traits that provided some resistance to the sleeper virus. Over generations, these traits could become more prevalent in the human population, potentially increasing our overall resilience to similar threats. Now, let's discuss the potential psychological effects. The trauma of the outbreak and the ongoing stress of survival in our changed world will likely have lasting impacts on mental health. We may see higher rates of conditions like post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, and depression among survivors. It's crucial that we work to develop support systems and coping strategies to address these mental health challenges. There's also the potential for significant changes in social behavior. The need for constant vigilance against the infected and the scarcity of resources could lead to increased tendencies towards paranoia and territoriality. On the other hand, the importance of cooperation for survival could strengthen communal bonds and foster a greater sense of collective responsibility. Let's talk about the potential impacts on human culture and knowledge. The loss of so much of our population inevitably means the loss of vast amounts of specialized knowledge and cultural heritage. This could significantly slow our ability to rebuild advanced technologies and could lead to the permanent loss of many languages, artistic traditions, and bodies of knowledge. However, this situation also presents an opportunity for the development of new cultural forms and bodies of knowledge, more adapted to our current reality. We may see the emergence of new traditions, new forms of art, and new philosophies that reflect the experiences and challenges of post-outbreak life. Now, let's discuss the potential long-term effects on human physiology. The drastic changes in our diet and lifestyle could lead to shifts in our physical characteristics over generations. For example, the need for more physical labor and the scarcity of high-calorie foods could lead to generally leaner body types becoming more common. We may also see changes in our sensory capabilities. The need for constant awareness of our surroundings, especially for signs of the infected, could potentially lead to heightened auditory or visual acuity over generations. However, it's important to note that significant evolutionary changes typically occur over much longer timescales than we're likely to see in the near future. Let's talk about the potential impacts on human reproduction and demographics. The stresses of our new environment and potential lingering effects of exposure to the virus could impact fertility rates. We may see changes in birth rates, mortality rates, and life expectancy that could significantly alter the age structure of our surviving populations. There's also the question of how the virus might affect fetal development. If pregnant women are exposed to the virus, even if they don't become infected, could there be effects on their unborn children? This is an area where careful observation and record-keeping will be crucial. Now, let's discuss the potential long-term effects on human immune systems. The sleeper virus has already demonstrated its ability to overcome our natural defenses. This could potentially leave survivors more vulnerable to other pathogens. On the other hand, those who survived may have particularly robust immune systems, which could provide greater resistance to future threats. The reduction in population density and the breakdown of global travel networks may lead to a decrease in the spread of many communicable diseases. However, the loss of modern medical infrastructure could make outbreaks of even common illnesses more dangerous. Let's talk about the potential effects on human cognitive development. Children growing up in our post-outbreak world face unique challenges. The constant stress of survival and the lack of formal educational structures could impact cognitive development. However, the need for practical problem-solving and self-reliance from an early age could also foster certain types of cognitive skills. There's also the question of how the loss of many technologies might impact cognitive patterns. Without constant access to external sources of information, we may see a greater emphasis on memorization and mental calculation. The need to be constantly alert to environmental dangers could also impact attention. Let's discuss the potential long-term effects on human social structures. The breakdown of large-scale governments and the need for small, self-reliant communities could lead to a return to more tribal social structures. We may see the development of new forms of governance and social organization better suited to our current circumstances. The scarcity of resources and the constant threat from the infected could potentially lead to more authoritarian social structures in some communities. However, the need for cooperation and the smaller scale of communities could also foster more direct, participatory forms of democracy. Let's talk about the potential impacts on human moral and ethical frameworks. The extreme circumstances of our post-outbreak world may lead to shifts in moral priorities. Survival and group loyalty may take on increased importance, potentially at the expense of more abstract ethical principles. However, the shared experience of the outbreak and the need for mutual aid could also strengthen ethical frameworks based on compassion and collective responsibility. We may see the emergence of new ethical systems that blend pragmatic survival concerns with humanistic values. Now, let's discuss the potential long-term effects on human relationship patterns. The constant danger and the need for group survival could strengthen family and community bonds. We may see a return to extended family living arrangements and more communal child-rearing practices. The scarcity of population could also impact mating behaviors and partnership patterns. There may be increased pressure for procreation to rebuild the population, which could affect social norms around relationships and family structures. Let's talk about the potential impacts on human creative expression. The trauma of the outbreak and the challenges of our new world will inevitably influence art, music, literature, and other forms of creative expression. We may see the emergence of new artistic movements that grapple with themes of survival, loss, and rebuilding. The limitations on resources and technology could also spur new forms of creativity. We may see a renaissance of handicrafts, oral storytelling traditions, and other forms of creative expression that don't rely on advanced technology. Now, let's discuss the potential long-term effects on human relationships with the natural world. The breakdown of industrial civilization and the rewilding of many areas could lead to a closer, more direct relationship with nature. Future generations may develop a deeper understanding of natural systems and our place within them. However, the constant threat from the infected could also foster a more adversarial relationship with the natural world. We may see the development of belief systems or cultural practices aimed at asserting control over nature. Let's talk about the potential impacts on human concepts of time and progress. The loss of many modern conveniences and the focus on day-to-day survival could lead to a shift away from the linear, progress-oriented thinking that characterized much of pre-outbreak society. We may see a return to more cyclical concepts of time based on natural rhythms and seasons. The extreme disruption caused by the outbreak could also impact how future generations view history and the concept of societal progress. The pre-outbreak world may come to be seen as a lost golden age or as a cautionary tale of hubris, depending on how our survivors choose to frame the narrative. In conclusion, the long-term effects of the sleeper virus on humanity are likely to be profound and far-reaching. From potential biological and psychological changes to shifts in culture, social structures, and our relationship with the world around us, the impact of this event will be felt for generations to come. As survivors, we have the responsibility and the opportunity to shape the course of this new chapter in human history. By remaining observant, adaptable, and committed to preserving the best aspects of our humanity, we can work towards a future that honors the memory of what we've lost while building something new and resilient. In our next segment, we'll be engaging in a philosophical discussion about what it means to be human in our post-outbreak world. These reflections can help us navigate the ethical challenges we face and maintain our humanity in these trying times. Stay tuned, stay adaptable, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to engage in a philosophical discussion about what it means to be human in our post-outbreak world. These reflections can help us navigate the ethical challenges we face and maintain our humanity in these trying times. Let's start by acknowledging that the concept of humanity has always been complex and multifaceted. Throughout history, different cultures and philosophies have defined humanity in various ways. Now, in the wake of the sleeper virus outbreak, we find ourselves needing to re-examine and perhaps redefine what it means to be human. First, let's consider the biological aspect. Traditionally, we've defined humans as Homo sapiens, a specific species with certain genetic and physiological characteristics. But the sleeper virus has complicated this. The infected, while physically altered, are still genetically human. Yet their behavior and cognitive functions are so drastically changed that many would argue they've lost their humanity. This raises profound questions about the relationship between our biology and our humanity. Are we defined by our genetic code or by our cognitive abilities? If a cure were found that could reverse the effects of the virus, would we consider the infected to have been human all along? These are not just abstract philosophical questions, but ones that could have real implications for how we treat the infected and how we might approach potential cures or treatments. Now, let's consider the cognitive and emotional aspects of humanity. Many philosophers have argued that what sets humans apart is our capacity for reason, self-awareness, and complex emotions. We have the ability to think about our own thoughts, to imagine future scenarios, to feel empathy for others. These capabilities seem to be severely impaired, if not entirely absent, in the infected. But even among survivors, our cognitive and emotional experiences have been profoundly altered by our circumstances. The constant stress of survival, the trauma we've endured, the need to make difficult decisions, all of these have changed how we think and feel. Some survivors report feeling emotionally numbed, struggling to connect with others, or to feel hope for the future. Does this make us less human, or is adapting to our circumstances an inherently human trait? Let's talk about the social aspect of humanity. Humans are inherently social creatures. Our ability to cooperate, to form complex societies, to create and transmit culture, these have been key to our success as a species. The outbreak has drastically altered our social structures, forcing us into smaller, more isolated groups. Yet, even in these challenging circumstances, we see the human drive for connection and community persisting. Survivor groups form new social bonds, create new cultural practices, find ways to cooperate and support each other. Is this persistence of social behavior in the face of adversity a core aspect of our humanity? Now, let's consider the moral and ethical dimensions of humanity. Many philosophical and religious traditions have defined humanity in terms of our moral capacity, our ability to distinguish right from wrong, and to make ethical choices. In our post-outbreak world, we're faced with moral dilemmas our ancestors could hardly have imagined. How do we balance the survival needs of our group against the potential risks of helping strangers? How do we weigh the value of preserving knowledge and culture against the immediate demands of survival? These questions don't have easy answers, but the very fact that we grapple with them, that we strive to make ethical choices even in extreme circumstances, could be seen as a fundamental aspect of our humanity. Let's discuss the role of creativity and innovation in defining humanity. Throughout history, humans have been characterized by our ability to create, to imagine new possibilities, to adapt our environment to our needs. The outbreak has forced us to be creative in new ways, to find novel solutions to survival challenges. From repurposing everyday objects into survival tools, to developing new social structures and governance systems, we continue to innovate. Even in our darkest moments, we see sparks of human creativity, whether it's in finding new ways to secure food and shelter, or in creating art that helps us process our experiences. Is this drive to create and innovate an essential part of what makes us human? Now, let's talk about the concept of human dignity. Many ethical frameworks are built on the idea that all humans have inherent dignity and worth, regardless of their individual capabilities or circumstances. How do we maintain this concept in a world where we're often forced to make harsh choices for survival? Can we extend the concept of human dignity to the infected, even as we defend ourselves against them? How do we balance respect for human dignity with the practical realities of our new world? These are difficult questions, but wrestling with them is itself memory and identity in our concept of humanity. Humans have a unique capacity for autobiographical memory, the ability to construct a narrative of our lives that informs our sense of self. The trauma of the outbreak has disrupted many of these narratives, forcing us to redefine ourselves in the context of our new reality. For some survivors, there's a sense of living two lives, the before and the after. How do we integrate these experiences into a coherent sense of self? Is maintaining this sense of personal identity and continuity an essential part of remaining human? Now, let's discuss the concept of human progress. Before the outbreak, many societies were characterized by a belief in continual technological and social advancement. Now, we find ourselves in a world that in many ways seems to have regressed. How does this change our understanding of what it means to be human? Are we defined by our highest achievements, or by our ability to endure and adapt to changing circumstances? Can we find a new vision of human progress that's meaningful in our current context? Perhaps our humanity lies not in a linear path of advancement, but in our resilience and ability to find meaning even in adversity. Let's talk about the relationship between humanity and the natural world. Traditionally, Many cultures have defined humanity in opposition to nature, as beings capable of transcending our natural instincts and shaping our environment. Now, we find ourselves more directly dependent on and vulnerable to the natural world. Does this change our understanding of our place in the natural order? Can we develop a concept of humanity that sees us as part of nature, rather than separate from or opposed to it? This shift in perspective could have profound implications for how we approach survival and eventual rebuilding efforts. Now let's consider the role of choice and free will in our concept of humanity. Many philosophical traditions have placed great emphasis on human agency, our ability to make choices and shape our own destinies. In our post-outbreak world, it often feels like our choices are severely constrained by our circumstances. Yet even in these limiting conditions, we still face decisions every day. We choose how to allocate resources, how to treat others, how to spend our time and energy. Are these choices, even when they feel forced by circumstance, a fundamental expression of our humanity? Let's discuss the concept of human rights in our new context. Before the outbreak, there was a growing global consensus around the idea of universal human rights. Now, in a world where daily survival is a struggle, how do we think about rights? Do we need to redefine human rights in more basic, survival-oriented terms? Or is maintaining a broader concept of rights, even if we can't always fulfill them, important for preserving our humanity? How do we balance individual rights against collective survival needs? Now, let's talk about the role of purpose and meaning in defining humanity. Humans have a unique capacity to question our existence, to seek meaning beyond mere survival. In our challenging new world, it might seem that finding food and staying safe from the infected are all that matter. Yet we see survivors still grappling with questions of purpose, still seeking to create meaning in their lives. Whether it's through preserving knowledge for future generations, creating art, or working towards the rebirth of civilization, people find ways to transcend mere existence. Is this search for meaning and purpose a core aspect of our humanity? Let's consider the concept of love and compassion as defining human traits. Even in our harsh new reality, we see remarkable acts of kindness and self-sacrifice. People risk their lives for others, share scarce resources, offer comfort in dark times. Is our capacity for love and compassion, even in the face of tremendous adversity, what truly defines us as human? How do we nurture these qualities in a world that often seems to demand selfishness and hard-heartedness for survival? Now, let's discuss the idea of human potential. Before the outbreak, there was often an emphasis on individuals reaching their full potential, often defined in terms of career success or personal achievement. How do we think about human potential in our new context? Perhaps we need to redefine potential in terms of adaptability, resilience, and the ability to contribute to community survival. Or maybe the concept of reaching our full potential as humans is more relevant than ever, as we strive to maintain our ethical standards and cultural achievements in challenging circumstances. In conclusion, the question of what it means to be human in our post-outbreak world is complex and multifaceted. It encompasses our biology, our cognitive abilities, our social nature, our moral capacity, our creativity, our sense of dignity and identity, our relationship with nature, our ability to choose, our concepts of rights and meaning, our capacity for love, and our vision of human potential. As we navigate the challenges of survival, it's crucial that we don't lose sight of these deeper questions. Reflecting on our humanity can help us make better decisions, maintain our ethical standards, and hold on to hope for the future. In grappling with these philosophical questions, we affirm our humanity and pave the way for a future that honors the full complexity of what it means to be human. In our next segment, we'll be addressing more of your questions and concerns. Your experiences and insights are invaluable as we all work to understand and adapt to our new reality. Stay tuned, stay thoughtful, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to address more of your questions and concerns. Your experiences and insights are invaluable as we all work to understand and adapt to our new reality. Let's dive right in. Our first question comes from a group in what used to be Northern California. They ask, "We've noticed that some plants seem to grow differently since the outbreak. Is this something others have observed? And should we be concerned?" This is an astute observation. And yes, similar reports have come in from other regions. The dramatic reduction in human activity since the outbreak has led to significant changes in our ecosystems, and this includes plant life. Without the regular use of pesticides and herbicides, and with changes in pollinator populations, we're seeing shifts in plant growth patterns and distributions. In some areas, native plant species that were previously suppressed by human activity are making a comeback. This can be beneficial, as these plants are often well adapted to local conditions and can support native wildlife. However, we're also seeing some invasive species spreading rapidly without human intervention to control them. As for whether you should be concerned, it depends on the specific changes you're observing. If you're noticing new plants that you can't identify, exercise caution, especially if you're considering them for food or medicinal use. Some plants that thrive in disturbed ecosystems can be toxic. On the other hand, the resurgence of native plants could provide new opportunities for foraging and natural medicine. Just be sure to consult reliable plant identification guides and, if possible, local experts before using any unfamiliar plants. Long-term, these changes in plant life could have significant impacts on local ecosystems. Keep observing and documenting the changes you see. This information could be valuable for understanding how our environment is adapting to the post-outbreak world. Our next question is from a listener in former Eastern Europe. They ask, "We've been relying heavily on canned goods, but we're running low. What are some long-term food storage methods we can use for the food we're able to grow or forage?" This is a crucial question as we transition from short-term survival to long-term sustainability. While canned goods are convenient, they're a finite resource. Here are some traditional food preservation methods that can be implemented with minimal technology. Drying or dehydration is one of the oldest and most effective preservation methods. Many fruits, vegetables, and meats can be preserved this way. In sunny climates, solar dehydrators can be easily constructed. In damper areas, you might need to use fire or other heat sources to dry foods. Smoking is another excellent method for preserving meats and some vegetables. It not only preserves the food but also adds flavor. If you have access to salt, salt curing is an effective preservation method for meats and some vegetables. Fermentation is a versatile preservation method that also increases the nutritional value of foods. Vegetables can be fermented into foods like sauerkraut or kimchi. If you have access to dairy, yogurt and cheese are nutritious fermented products. Root cellaring is a low-tech method for storing root vegetables, apples, and some other produce. This involves storing food in a cool, dark, and slightly damp environment, often underground. If you have access to sugar, jams, and jellies are a great way to preserve fruits. Honey, if available, can also be used for preservation. For grains and dry goods, the key is to keep them dry and protected from pests. Airtight containers are ideal. Some survivors have had success using large plastic barrels or repurposed freezers as dry storage containers. Remember, proper food handling and storage is crucial to prevent foodborne illnesses. Always err on the side of caution if you suspect fruit in what used to be Brazil. They ask, "We've noticed that the infected seem to be more active at night. Is this a pattern others have observed, and how can we use this information to our advantage?" This is an excellent observation, and yes, it aligns with reports we've received from other areas. The infected do indeed seem to be more active during nighttime hours. There are a few theories about why this might be the case. Some speculate that their altered physiology makes them more sensitive to sunlight. Others theorize that the cooler nighttime temperatures are more comfortable for their virus-ravaged bodies. Regardless of the reason, this behavior pattern can be used to our advantage. First and foremost, it means that daylight hours are generally safer for necessary outdoor activities like scavenging or traveling. If you need to venture out, try to do so during the brightest part of the day. For those of you in fixed locations, consider adopting a diurnal lifestyle, being active during the day and securing yourselves at night. Use the nighttime hours for quiet indoor activities. This not only keeps you safer, but also helps conserve resources like fuel for lighting. If you must be active at night, be extra vigilant. Use red-filtered lights if possible, as these are less likely to attract attention from a distance. Always have multiple escape routes planned, and move as quietly as possible. Some survivor groups have reported success with using this nighttime activity to their advantage in defending their settlements. By setting up noise traps or other distractions away from their main living areas, they can draw the infected away during their most active hours. Our next question is from a young survivor in what used to be Tokyo. They ask, "I'm worried about forgetting what the world was like before the outbreak. How can we preserve our history and culture?" This is a profound and important question. Preserving our history and culture is crucial, not just for remembering the past, but for maintaining our humanity and passing knowledge on to future generations. First and foremost, write things down. Keep journals documenting your experiences, your memories of the old world, and the changes you're witnessing. Encourage others in your community to do the same. These first-hand accounts will be invaluable historical documents in the future. If you have access to books, particularly history books, encyclopedias, or cultural texts, protect them at all costs. Consider creating a community library to preserve these resources. Oral tradition can be a powerful tool for preserving history and culture. Establish regular times for elders or those with specific knowledge to share stories and information with others, especially younger members of your community. Art and music are also important aspects of culture. Encourage creative expression in your community. Songs, paintings, sculptures, these can all help preserve the essence of human culture and experience. If possible, try to preserve digital information. While accessing it might be difficult now, hard drives or other digital storage devices containing books, music, or other cultural artifacts could be incredibly valuable in the future if we're able to rebuild our technological infrastructure. Lastly, consider creating a time capsule. Gather items that represent your life now and your memories of the past, and preserve them for future generations to discover. Remember, you're not just surviving, you're the custodians of human knowledge and culture. What you preserve now could be the foundation upon which our society is rebuilt. Our final question for this segment comes from a group in former Australia. They ask, "We've been seeing changes in local wildlife behavior. Some animals seem to avoid areas with high infected activity, while others are thriving. What should we be aware of when it comes to wildlife in this new world?" This is a fascinating observation, and one that aligns with reports we've received from other areas. The outbreak has indeed had a significant impact on wildlife behavior and populations. First, let's talk about the animals that seem to be avoiding infected areas. This behavior is likely a survival adaptation. Animals with keen senses may be able to detect the infected and are learning to stay away from them. This can actually be useful information for survivors. Areas with thriving wildlife populations are likely to have fewer infected. On the other hand, some animals are taking advantage of the reduction in human activity. In many areas, we're seeing wildlife returning to urban and suburban spaces. This can present both opportunities and challenges for survivors. In terms of opportunities, this could mean more available game for those relying on hunting for food. However, it's crucial to be cautious. Animals moving into new territories may behave unpredictably. There have been reports of increased human-wildlife conflicts in some areas. Be particularly cautious of predators and large animals that may have lost their fear of humans. In North America, for instance, bears and mountain lions have been spotted more frequently in formerly populated areas. In other parts of the world, you might encounter wild boars, big cats, or other potentially dangerous animals. It's also important to be aware of the potential for zoonotic diseases, illnesses that can pass from animals to humans. While the sleeper virus doesn't seem to affect animals in the same way it does humans, other diseases could pose a threat. Always cook game thoroughly and be cautious when handling wild animals. On a more positive note, the resurgence of wildlife can be seen as a sign of the ecosystem rebalancing itself. Increased biodiversity can lead to healthier environments in the long run, which could benefit survivor communities practicing sustainable hunting and gathering. Lastly, keep in mind that as prey animal populations increase, so too will predator populations. This could lead to complex changes in local ecosystems over time. Stay observant of these changes, as they could affect your food sources and security. That's all the questions we have time for in this segment. Remember, your questions and observations are invaluable. They help us all learn and adapt to this new world we find ourselves in. Keep them coming, and we'll address more in future broadcasts. In our next segment, we'll be discussing hope for the future and strategies for maintaining morale in our survivor communities. While our focus is often on immediate survival needs, nurturing hope and community spirit is crucial for our long-term resilience. Stay tuned, stay observant, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness. Welcome back, survivors. This is Atlas, broadcasting from Station Nighthawk. As promised, we're going to discuss hope for the future and strategies for maintaining morale in our survivor communities. While our focus is often on immediate survival needs, nurturing hope and community spirit is crucial for our long-term resilience. Let's start by acknowledging the immense challenges we face. The world as we knew it has been shattered. We've lost loved ones, our former ways of life, and many of the comforts and certainties we once took for granted. In the face of such loss and ongoing danger, it's natural to feel despair. But it's precisely in these darkest moments that hope becomes not just a comfort, but a necessity for survival. First, let's talk about the importance of setting goals. In the immediate aftermath of the outbreak, our goals were simple: survive each day, find food and water, stay safe from the infected. But as we establish more stable communities, it's crucial to set longer-term goals. These give us something to work towards, a sense of purpose beyond mere survival. These goals can be practical, like establishing a sustainable food source or building more secure shelters. They can be social, like creating a school for children or organizing community events. They can even be aspirational, like working towards reconnecting with other survivor communities or continuing research into a cure for the sleeper virus. The key is to make these goals specific and achievable, but also meaningful. Celebrate when you reach these milestones, no matter how small they might seem. Each achievement is a step towards rebuilding our world and a reminder of our resilience. Now let's discuss the power of routine in maintaining morale. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, establishing daily and weekly routines can provide a sense of normalcy and control. This could involve regular meal times, scheduled work shifts, or community gatherings. Many survivor groups have found success in creating new rituals and traditions. These could be as simple as a weekly community dinner, or as elaborate as seasonal festivals celebrating successful harvests or other achievements. These shared experiences help bond the community and create positive memories to balance against the hardships we face. Let's talk about the importance of creativity and cultural expression in maintaining hope. Encourage members of your community to engage in creative pursuits, whether it's music, art, storytelling, or crafts. These activities not only provide a much-needed outlet for emotions, but also help preserve our cultural heritage and create beauty in our changed world. Some communities have established regular talent shows or art exhibitions. Others have created community murals or collaborative art projects. These not only boost morale but also leave a legacy for future generations, showing them that even in our darkest hours, we never lost our ability to address the crucial role of education in fostering hope. For children in our communities, providing education is about more than just passing on survival skills. It's about showing them that we believe in a future worth preparing for. For adults, continued learning can provide a sense of growth and purpose. Consider establishing a community education program. This could cover practical skills like first aid, agriculture, and mechanics, but also include subjects like history, literature, and science. Learning about the world, both as it was and as it is now, can help us maintain perspective and imagine possibilities for the future. Let's discuss the importance of physical health in maintaining morale. Regular exercise not only keeps us fit for the physical demands of our new world, but also produces endorphins that improve mood. Encourage community members to stay active, whether through work tasks, organized sports, or exercise routines. Proper nutrition is also crucial for both physical and mental health. While our food options may be limited, try to maintain as balanced a diet as possible. Some communities have found success in cultivating small herb gardens, which can add flavor and nutritional variety to meals, as well as providing a rewarding gardening project. Now, let's talk about the power of music in maintaining hope and morale. Music has an incredible ability to lift spirits, evoke memories, and bring people together. Encourage musical expression in your community, whether it's through sing-alongs, instrumental performances, or creating new songs that reflect your experiences. Some survivor groups have repurposed old radios or music players to share recorded music during community gatherings. Others have created instruments from salvaged materials. The act of creating or sharing music can be a powerful reminder of our humanity and resilience. Let's address the importance of humor in difficult times. It might seem counterintuitive, but finding reasons to laugh can be a powerful coping mechanism. Encourage lighthearted moments in your community. Some groups have established regular joke-telling sessions or comedy nights. Remember, being able to laugh, even in the face of adversity, is a sign of resilience and hope. Now, let's discuss the role of spirituality in maintaining hope. For many, faith provides comfort and a sense of purpose in difficult times. Whether it's organized religion or more personal spiritual practices, respect and support those in your community who find strength in their beliefs. Some survivor groups have created interfaith spaces for prayer and meditation. Others have adapted religious practices to fit their new circumstances. The key is to foster an environment of tolerance and mutual respect, recognizing that in our diverse approaches to finding meaning, we're united in our hope for the future. Let's talk about the importance of acknowledging and processing grief. We've all experienced tremendous loss, and it's crucial that we create space to mourn. Some communities have established memorial gardens or held regular remembrance ceremonies. Allowing people to express their grief openly can prevent it from turning into despair and can actually strengthen community bonds. Now, let's address the power of storytelling in maintaining hope. Sharing stories, whether they're memories of the past, accounts of survival, or imaginings of the future, can be incredibly powerful. Consider establishing a regular storytelling night in your community. This not only preserves our histories, but also allows us to imagine new possibilities. Some groups have started creating a community chronicle, recording their experiences and achievements. This serves both as a historical record and as a testament to their resilience, something future generations can look back on with pride. Let's discuss the importance of celebrating small victories. In our challenging world, it's easy to focus on the negatives. Make a conscious effort to recognize and celebrate achievements, no matter how small. Did your crop yield more than expected? Did someone figure out how to repair a crucial piece of equipment? Celebrate these wins. They're proof of our ability to overcome challenges and rebuild. Now, let's talk about the power of nature in fostering hope. Even in our changed world, the natural cycles of growth and renewal continue. Many survivors find comfort and inspiration in tending gardens, observing wildlife, or simply spending time in nature. Encouraging a connection with the natural world can provide a sense of continuity and hope for the future. Let's address the importance of maintaining connections with other survivor communities. Knowing that we're not alone, that others are out there facing the same challenges and working towards rebuilding, can be incredibly heartening. If possible, establish communication with other groups. Share news, exchange ideas, and remind each other that we're part of a larger human community. Now, let's discuss the role of planning for the future in maintaining hope. While we must remain focused on immediate survival needs, it's also important to plan for the longer term. This could involve projects like mapping out areas for future expansion, planning for infrastructure improvements, or discussing how to eventually reconnect with other regions. The act of planning for the future is itself an expression of hope. It shows that we believe there will be a future worth planning for. Involve community members in these discussions. Having a voice in shaping the future can be empowering and can help people feel more invested in the community's success. Let's talk about the importance of preserving knowledge for future generations. Knowing that we're not just surviving for ourselves, but are safeguarding human knowledge and achievements for those who will come after us, can provide a powerful sense of purpose. Encourage community members to document their expertise, whether it's in traditional academic subjects or practical skills. Some communities have established archives or time capsules, preserving information about both the pre-outbreak world and their experiences since. This act of preserving our story for the future is a profound expression of hope. Now, let's address the power of mutual aid in fostering hope. Encouraging a spirit of cooperation and support within your community can create a powerful sense of unity and shared purpose. Establish systems for community members to help each other, whether it's through skill sharing, resource sharing, or simply being there to provide emotional support. Many survivor groups have found that focusing on how they can help others, even in small ways, provides a sense of purpose and hope. It reminds us of our common humanity and our capacity for compassion, even in the most challenging circumstances. Let's discuss the importance of maintaining a long-term perspective. While the challenges we face are immense, it's crucial to remember that throughout human history, we've faced and overcome tremendous adversities. From ice ages to plagues to wars, humanity has proven incredibly resilient. Remind your community members of this historical perspective. We're not just surviving for ourselves, but for the entire future of humanity. Every day we persist, every challenge we overcome, is a victory not just for us, but for our entire species. In conclusion, maintaining hope in our post-outbreak world is not about denying the reality of our challenges. It's about choosing to believe in our capacity to overcome them, to rebuild, and to create a future worth living for. It's about finding meaning in our struggles and purpose in our efforts to rebuild. Remember, hope is not just a feeling, it's a choice and an action. It's something we must actively cultivate and nurture within ourselves and our communities. By setting goals, establishing routines, encouraging creativity, prioritizing education and health, processing our grief, celebrating our victories, and planning for the future, we can maintain the hope that will carry us through these dark times and into a brighter future. As we conclude this broadcast, I want to remind you all that your survival, your persistence in the face of unimaginable challenges, is itself a beacon of hope. Each day you continue, each kindness you show, each problem you solve is proof of the indomitable human spirit. You are the hope for the future. Stay strong, stay united, and above all, stay human. This is Atlas, signing off from Station Nighthawk, your voice in the darkness.